Oh, I do hope you have just a moment today because I've got over 5 hours of juicy, crunchy, and possibly even munchy Wendigo and Skinwalker stories to give you nightmares. Believe these sightings or not, they're sure to have you jumping at every creaking and cracking sound out in the woods. Welcome back to Unexplained Encounters. I'm your host, Darkness Prevails, and you can follow me on Twitter @DarkPrevails, where we've been discussing what you would do if someone tried to grab and run off with your pet right in front of you. Enjoy this compilation, and don't forget to send me your scary stories of the unexplained at darkstories.org so I can narrate them. And please send me your scariest work stories too, for my other show, Tales from the Break Room, which you can find at eeriecast.com. Thank you. Now, let's begin. Navajo Skinwalker, from C. Philly 100. A story told to me by my old coworker, narrated in his perspective. Some friends and I were on a holiday in Arizona, making our way out to Monument Valley. At one point, we stopped along the road to let the dogs out and take a little nature walk. We'd only gone a couple 100 yards out into the desert, following the dry washes and draws that made up this wild Arizona landscape. That's when we saw a Dene, or Navajo, man standing up on the hillside above us, looking down at us. He was dressed in all black in the traditional fashion, and he had a stern, scowling look on his weathered face. "Hey there. Sorry, friend, we didn't realize this was private property," I called out. No response. He just stood there scowling at us still. Listen, we'll get out of here, mister. We don't want any trouble, we'll just be on our way now." The man began to mutter something under his breath, only it sounded more like a chant or curse than anything else. We backed up down the draw until we could no longer see him or hear that eerie chanting. Later that night, we arrived at the Airbnb where we'd be staying at before the big day in the valley. We ate pizza that night, played some music, and I'd almost forgotten all about the strange encounter. Just then, we heard something out in the front yard. I turned the music down and went to look out the window. Sitting just outside the pool of light from the front porch was a big black dog. It was looking right at me, with these dull yellow eyes, unblinking in the cool desert night. "Hey guys, check it out. There's a dog outside. Come take a look at this," I said. My friend Tommy got up and yawned as he made a big dramatic show of walking over. "Probably just some local res dog," he said. "Maybe just looking for scraps or something." Just then, the dog stood up and started walking towards the side of the house, gradually breaking into a trot. I ran to the bedroom window to keep eyes on the thing, then to the kitchen as it began to actually run around the side of the house. I ran over to the bathroom just in time to see it clearing the corner back into the front yard. I nearly tripped over the dining room table to get back to the front window where the dog was, only it wasn't a dog anymore. What I saw there now was a man, the same man from earlier, dressed in all black, eyes gleaming in the reflection of the floodlights. Even through the window, I could hear his chanting, the same as before, only now my ears were ringing and I had a splitting headache. The last thing I remember, I was clutching my head in pain and feeling like I was about to throw up. When I came to, it was morning. I sat up and saw that all my friends were, similarly, splayed out all over the floor. The place was a mess. The table had been flipped over, and our stuff was everywhere. The front door was open, and there were black paw prints all over the floor. The rest of that trip was a bit of a bust, as we were all feeling sick and hungover, even though we hadn't had anything to drink. It's illegal to buy alcohol on the reservation. To make matters worse, there was a sickly, dead, rotting flesh smell that we couldn't get out of our clothes no matter how hard we tried. I even started having some pretty serious health issues shortly after that, and eventually I had to be hospitalized for acute anemia. The doctors were unable to determine the cause, but I needed 4 units of blood and 5 iron infusions just to stabilize my hemoglobin. I think I need to talk to a native medicine man, but I'm far too frightened to venture back out to the reservation. All I can say is if you're traveling through the Navajo Nation, even in the daytime, be careful where you go or who you talk to. We are guests in their land, unwelcomed guests at that. I don't blame native folks for not liking us, but there are forces at work beyond our understanding here, and we do best to mind our business, sticking to the main thoroughfares. Don't go looking for trouble, because let me tell you, you may just find it, and trouble's going to find you. New Mexico Skinwalker from C.Philly 100. Some friends and I decided to go check out some hot springs after a long day of skiing in Taos, New Mexico. I've never been able to find these particular dispersed hot springs on my own before, but my buddy who used to live out there knew the way, so we just followed him. We turned off the highway onto a dirt road, with juniper bushes and pinyon pine on either side. We took a turn past what looked to be an old junkyard, then down into the river valley. We crossed a bridge over the Rio Grande, parked, and hiked out to the Black Rock Hot Springs. When we first got down to the clothing-optional springs, right on the river there were some people already there, so we had to wait a little while. There were also a couple of other dogs off leashes besides my own. This is important because one of the other dogs was acting aggressively toward my dog, Keenan, so I kept him on a leash to be sure that I could intervene in case the other dog decided to attack. While we were waiting, my friend Brad walked off to explore the area a bit. He found a vapor cave up above the springs. When he came back, he told us he thought he saw a black cat jumping out of the cave and scampering off into the bush. I thought that was a bit odd, as we were, after all, quite a ways from any kind of town. Afterwards, the main group of people in the hot spring left, so my group got in. But there were still 3 other people in the hot springs, and not enough room for me yet, so I decided to go take a look in that cave. I climbed down into the mouth of the cave, feeling the moist, sulfuric vapors like a putrid breath of warm air on my face. The cave was cramped and damp, so I kept slipping and sliding as I descended deeper down into the cave. Try as I might, Keenan had refused to enter the cave, but I could still hear him crying back at the entrance. I was probably only about 30 to 40 yards deep when I came to a fork in the cave, leading to what looked to be an old mine shaft to the left, reinforced on both sides with timber. I was starting to feel a bit creeped out, and I didn't want to keep Keenan waiting. Plus, I wanted to get into the hot springs, so I started making my way back out of the creepy cave, hitting my head a couple of times in the process. I finally made it out, and Keenan was so relieved to see me that he growled at the other more aggressive dog when it approached us. I gave him a pat on the head, reattached his leash to his harness, tied it around a rock a few feet from the hot spring, took off my shirt and sweats, and got in with my boxers on. Another couple joined us and we sat around for a while, talking and getting to know each other. After a bit, one of our girlfriends got out and got dressed. A few moments later, she and another girl from our group looked up and exclaimed loudly that Keenan had just gone into the vapor cave. Quickly, I checked, and Keenan was still securely tied to the rock right where I'd left him, although the girls couldn't see that from where they were. However, they insisted that they had just seen a large black dog going into the cave. Keenan is black and only about 6 months old, but already a good 40 to 50 pounds, as he's mixed with German Shepherd and Blue Heeler. I asked Brad what color that cat was again, and he stated again it was black. We figured that it was just the same cat from before, and we put it to bed. A couple of our other friends got out, and I guess they left without saying goodbye. A short while later, it was getting dark, so Brad and I decided to get out and start making our way back to the cars. We got dressed and started on our way back up and out of the rocky canyon. I had Keenan off his leash now, as it's safer having him off while hiking through that kind of terrain. Just then, a large black crow flew out right in front of us, cawing loudly and almost flying right into us. We laughed nervously, having allowed ourselves to get spooked so easily. It was only about a quarter-mile back to the car, so we were able to make it back rather quickly, loading Keenan up into the back of my Lexus. I would be driving, so I turned the car around, crossed the bridge, and headed back up and out of the canyon. There's an electronic map on the dashboard of the Lexus, which displayed the route which we'd come from, but we still somehow managed to get ourselves turned around. I joked that it wouldn't be a true road trip without at least one wrong turn, but Brad didn't respond. He was trying to pull up directions on his phone. Of course, there was no service here, and so we paused to examine the map. Keenan started growling in the back seat, and to my complete and utter horror, I looked up and I saw it. A dark humanoid creature stepping out of the shadows and into the light cast by the brights of my car. It had no visible features that I could tell, but its arms and legs just didn't seem right. The legs appeared to extend backward, almost like a dog's leg, with the elongated heel bone extending back to the knee. And its arms hung low, too low, with either hand possessing extra long fingers and scaly black claws. Keenan was now barking ferociously, standing on the center console, and attempting to get as close to the windshield as possible. I threw the car into reverse and went barreling down the road. I whipped it around at a fork in the road and cranked the transmission into drive. It seemed like we hit every pothole and/or rock in the road, trying to evade this thing, which I could now see in the rearview mirror. It was quickly catching up to us. Out of nowhere, a coyote ran out into the road in front of us. I slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a skidding halt. Quickly, I looked back into the rearview, but there was nothing there. No dark humanoid creature, no coyote, nothing. I hit the gas, and we eventually made it out of the valley, back out onto the main road. It was pitch black, and the visibility was poor, which made it difficult to drive through the darkened desert landscape. About 30 minutes later, we finally pulled into the muddy parking lot of our Airbnb just outside of town. We hurried inside, slamming the door shut behind us. We could not believe what had just happened. Just then, Keenan started pacing around the living room, hackles up, and growling and barking at the door. Then came a tap-tap-tapping. Something was tapping at the door. I looked through the peephole, but there was nothing there. Keenan ran into the kitchen, yelping and pawing at the curtains. Slowly, not wanting to actually see what was on the other side, I walked into the kitchen. I extended a hand to pull back the curtain, and Keenan leapt into the air, grabbing my hand with his mouth, keeping me from opening the curtains completely. I tried to calm him down, but there was that sound again, a tap, tap, tapping. Brad grabbed a fire poker from the fireplace and threw back the curtains. Once again, there was nothing there. Suddenly, we heard a pounding sound on the roof of the house. Then there was what sounded like horses' hooves pounding on the adobe roof, even causing little clouds of dust to come drifting down from the ceiling. I looked up through the skylight, and there it was. That thing looking down at me. Its eyes were black as coal, blacker than that, blacker than oil or soot, or anything. Blacker than black and darker than the night itself. They almost looked like spiders' eyes when you see them in the light. Its face looked like that of a human, only it didn't have a nose, and there was only a thin slit where the mouth should have been. It curled its top lip back, revealing a row of razor-sharp teeth. We could hear it hiss even through the glass skylight. I seriously think I almost soiled myself right then and there when, to my immediate relief, we saw headlights coming down the drive. It was our friends who had left the hot springs earlier to apparently go out for dinner. When I looked back up at the ceiling, the thing was no longer there. Our friends came in laughing and carrying on until they saw the petrified looks on all of our faces. We explained the situation as best we could, but of course, they didn't believe us. Until we heard it again, the tap, tap, tapping. Throughout the rest of the night, it was the same thing over and over again. Keenan running around the house, barking and growling, and that infernal tapping sound never stopped, for hours on end, until we finally must have passed out from sheer and utter exhaustion. In the morning, we cautiously went outside. To our shock and amazement, there were fresh tracks everywhere. You could see all kinds of different tracks in the fresh mud, from bifurcated hooves to large bird tracks, while others appeared to be more canine in nature, although a few of them didn't have the claw marks associated with canines and looked to be more like cat tracks than anything. We packed up the cars as quickly as possible and got the heck out of there. I don't know about my friends, but I know I won't be going back down there for some hot springs action anytime soon. Navajo Horsewalker from C. Philly 100. I used to regularly go on these caravans from Denver down to Black Mesa, which is on the Navajo Nation in Arizona. We spent time on both the Hopi and Navajo reservations, working on building projects and herding sheep, and I've got to say, herding sheep on horseback is a truly amazing experience. I was also truly fortunate enough to attend a rain dance on the Hopi side, out there on Second Mesa. Everyone was up on the rooftops watching the Kachina dancers do their thing down in the center square below. I was one of the only white people there. There were these particularly tough-looking Hopi guys walking around, which my friend said were dealers. After that, we went to my friend's mom's house and had some super delicious Hopi food, before heading back to the Navajo Nation. It was dark by the time we got back to the Hogan, so my buddy and I took a little nature walk to meditate. We'd walked about 100 yards out into the desert night when we heard what sounded like a horse galloping towards us. There are wild horses down there, but we didn't want to get trampled, so we headed back to camp. We heard some coyotes off in the distance, so we figured the coyotes had just spooked some random horse. Well, we had just gotten back to camp when we heard a horse whinny nearby. Once again, we thought it was just that same horse, so we crawled into the tent and fell asleep. The next morning, we could see horse tracks all around our tent. "That's odd," I said. "Must be a real hungry horse," my friend smirked. Hungry Horse is a town in Montana, so it was kind of an inside joke with us. That day was normal enough. We worked on repairing an old Hogan and listened to NPR on the car radio while trying to keep the biting flies at bay. That night was a full moon night. Our group got together to cook some dinner, after which we began to eat. As it turns out, this is a big no-no in Navajo culture, as you're supposed to put together a small spirit plate and leave it out in the bush for the spirits to eat before you. We actually got chewed out by the community mentor, which put a sort of damper on things. Anyway, we wrapped up our dinner and decided to take another little nature walk before turning in for the night. We'd only gone about 50 yards before we heard that galloping sound again. This time we thought it might be cool to stick around to see this horse in question. Maybe it was lost. Maybe we'd get to see its markings to help locate the owner. Just then, we heard a loud snorting sound coming from some nearby piñon trees. We approached the piñon cautiously before stopping dead in our tracks. In the moonlight, there we saw what looked to be a huge bipedal horse stepping out from behind the piñon and into the moonlight. No, this can't be right, I thought. I've seen horses spar on nature documentaries, and I know they can kind of go up on their hindquarters to box each other out for dominance. But this thing, it was literally walking on its back legs like a person. It cocked its head to the side, and it looked right at us, with what can only be described as a creepy smile. Something about the creature just seemed evil. Its eyes didn't look like a horse's at all. They were more like beady little buttons, shiny and black. The creature was at least 10 feet tall, and the more we studied it, the more I could see that it really looked more like a person wearing a horse's head than an actual horse. But the legs were those of a horse, and I could even see a tail hanging down behind it. The torso looked more human too, with a strong chest and arms with human hands on them. I couldn't tell if it was wearing a pelt or if its skin was natural, but it had Navajo-style tattoos covering the chest and torso. It also appeared to be wearing some kind of turquoise jewelry around its neck and wrists. It huffed again and began walking towards us. We freaked out and ran as fast as we could away, but I ended up tripping. I turned around to see this horse-like creature lunging at me, trying to grab me with its creepy little hands. I tried to kick it off of me when it opened its mouth, and I could see what I can only describe as vampire fangs, which it tried to bite me with. I rolled to the side, and it snapped at the air. I threw some dirt in its face and sprinted back to my tent. "What the heck, man? Why did you leave me?" I asked my friend. "It doesn't matter. We need to get the heck out of here. Now!" We climbed into the truck, but the engine refused to turn over. In the headlights, we saw that thing stumble out in front of us, so we locked the doors. But it came right at us, ramming its head into the passenger side of the truck. We unlocked and opened the driver's side door, jumping out of the cab and running back to the tent, diving in, quickly zipping up the flap and hiding in our sleeping bags, like little kids afraid of the boogeyman. We heard that thing out there stomping around us, and we heard what sounded like chanting mixed with these strange animalistic growling noises. Just then, we heard a gunshot, and then galloping off in the distance. We still refused to exit the tent, even then, and stayed awake for fear that the creature would return. I must have fallen asleep at some point out of sheer exhaustion, because when I woke up, it was morning. We got out of our tent, and a short time later, we were approached by our Navajo host. I won't say his name out of respect for the culture. He told us we had angered a native spirit who was trying to drive us away from the land, but he was able to scare it off with a bullet dipped in ashes. After that, we decided it would be best to cut our trip short. I don't know if this creature was a skinwalker or something else. We didn't want to pry or ask too many questions, as it's very taboo to talk about these things in Navajo culture for fear of attracting their attention. But whatever it was, I hope I never see it again. White River Windigo from Sea Philly 100. There have been quite a few Windigo encounters being reported out of the Roosevelt National Forest here in Colorado as of late, so I thought I'd share my encounter as well. It was back in July of 2021. I was trying to get 50 or 55 days in before the 2020-2021 ski season ended. We can ski pretty much year-round here, save for a few late summer months, and looking back, I can't seem to recall whether it was 50 or 55. Anyway, I typically like to backcountry ski out on Loveland Pass, but seeing as how it was the middle of summer, mostly all the snow up there had already melted. I could see from the top of the pass, however, that there was still a solid strip of summer snow over on the west side of the pass, southeast of Arapahoe Basin ski area, a couple of peaks down from Arapahoe Basin's infamous East Wall, an area featuring such ominous route names as Crap for Brains, Idiots, and The Widowmaker, just to name a few. Inspirational, right? Well, I was the wise guy who was going to hike up a nearly vertical granite wall because I just had to hit that number. Funny how I can't even remember that number. Anyhow, I drove down to the pullout down below the ascent, put the car in park, and got out to relieve myself. Now, this particular area used to be part of the Arapahoe National Forest, but it was transferred over to White River back in 1998. It's a wild area that provides significant habitat for deer, elk, mountain sheep, mountain goat, bear, and various other wildlife. It was already afternoon, which, generally speaking, is a no-no in the high mountains of Colorado in the summertime, or any time really, but especially in the summer, when lightning storms are an almost daily occurrence in the afternoons up there, and it was already clouding over by that time. But this was my final chance to get in before a big trip I had scheduled, so I strapped up my boots, threw my skis over my shoulder, and got to stepping. The first part of the hike was difficult. I had to make my way through some pretty thick brush just to get up into the woods, and once I got into the woods, I realized it would be easier to follow what's known as an AV track, which is basically what's left over after an avalanche slides down a natural gravitational fall line. Avalanche paths are subdivided into 3 sections: the start zone, the track, and the run-out zone. So I was hiking up the talus path, stepping from stone to stone almost like a natural staircase. I was stopping every couple of yards to transfer my skis from one shoulder to the other. At some point, the avalanche path turned into a high mountain stream. Mind you, this is right around 12,000 plus feet above sea level at this point in the ascent. Right around the trigger zone of the AV path, I was able to exit the talus path and start making my way up the high alpine section of the ascent. This was just a bit above treeline, where the mountain breaks up into big gullies and steep cliffed-out ravines. There are some high mountain caves up there, some natural and some old gold and silver mines, the latter of which the nearby town of Silverthorne was named after. I'd never been so close to these particular caves before, and I noticed that there were quite a few bones scattered about. Either deer or mountain goats, I'm not really sure. But what startled me was that some still appeared to be fairly fresh, with flies buzzing about and feasting on the little bits of rotting flesh still stuck to the bones. I figured there must be a mountain lion den nearby, as they are a pretty common sight around the area. I wasn't too concerned though, as I had my skis to protect me, and mountain lions aren't really known to be super aggressive unless you provoke them. The thing that puzzled me, however, was the smell. Mountain lions smell like big cats. They have that same strong ammonia smell to their urine, which they use to mark their territory, so you'll smell it when they're spooked. This, on the other hand, was more like a dead, rotten flesh smell, and I'm not just talking about the little bits of flesh the flies were feasting on. More like a dead rooster that's been left out for months to bake in the hot summer sun. Believe me, I would know. I used to live on a free-range chicken farm out on Orcas Island, but that's a different story. No, this was like the kind of smell that makes you want to throw up. Very vile, disgusting. Just then I started to hear what sounded like a chicken squawking, only differently. More hoarse and raspy, like a chicken dying from emphysema, if that makes any sense at all. My spidey senses were tingling as I quickly assessed that there's no way in heck a chicken had managed to get all the way up here. This was far away from civilization. The squawking turned into more of a high-pitched whistling sound, but with the sound waves bouncing off the rocks and echoing around the gully, so I couldn't quite tell where it was coming from. That almost made it sound like it was all around me. Feeling nauseated and a bit disoriented, I then heard a loud popping sound and turned around just in time to see something truly horrific. A giant moose-like creature with sharp, curvy antlers and a face and head like a big elk skull or something, with black soulless pits for eyes, 2 small slits where the nose should be, and complete with long, jagged teeth hanging out of its bony downward mouth, if you could call it that. A skeletal but muscular and rather mangy-looking ribcage, and I could see that it was hunched over on its haunches that looked like oversized deer legs, with the long, extended heel ending in rather large hooves. It had long, skinny arms that it was using to halfway run, walk, and lunge at me in a jerky and uncoordinated fashion, yet it was somehow still impossibly fast and aggressive. It was rapidly crossing the clearing in a disturbed and menacing manner. Not having much time to react, I quickly threw my skis down on the ground and clipped in, and even though there wasn't quite enough snow to ski on, off I went, bouncing down the hill, cranking over rocks and patches of grassy dirt, just praying that I didn't fall. I could hear that thing chasing me, and I knew I couldn't turn around, but I could hear its heavy bipedal footfall behind me, and I could see from our shadows that the thing was gaining on me. There was a big cliff coming up, and I knew I had to take my chances or this thing was going to catch me. Just then, I saw its two long, sinewy arms, ending in long black claws that looked like they were stained with layers of old caked-up blood, reaching out around my waist. I shut my eyes and tried to scream, but nothing came out. When I opened my eyes, I was flying through the air, my stomach in my throat, like when you're on a roller coaster. And just like that, boom, I hit the ground. My skis went flying off into the stream, with me tumbling down behind them. It was all I could do to keep my hands out in front of my face, cartwheeling down the mountain, slicing my arms and legs open against the razor-sharp rocks. It's truly a miracle that I didn't hit my head or break any bones in the process. But then my leg got jammed up in between the rocks and a big patch of ice, stopping my fall. I could no longer see the thing, but I knew I had to keep moving, so I pulled my leg out and grimaced in pain before sliding down the ice field and popping out into the trees below. I hoisted myself up against a tree and started to limp down, pushing it for all I was worth, finally reaching the scrubby bush below. From way up on the mountain, I heard the most grotesque and blood-chilling scream. It sounded like a demonic dragon from the movies or something. You can bet I scrambled as fast as my aching body would allow, getting back to my car. When I finally made it to my car, I jumped in and I threw it in reverse, backing out onto US 6 before throwing it into gear and hauling my sorry tail out of there. I think my adrenaline began to wear off at that point, because I could feel myself shaking uncontrollably, and I had to pull over to vomit. My wounds were oozing blood, and I knew I had to tend to them before they became infected. I drove down to the nearest gas station and went into the bathroom to wash my cuts. When I came out, the gas station attendant was looking at me like, "What the heck, bro?" "Trust me," I said. "You don't want to know." West Coast Rake Encounter from Sea Philly 100. My brother, his ex, our friend Lauren, my two dogs, and I took a road trip from Orcas Island, Washington, out to the Olympic Peninsula back in 2014. We camped out the first night in the rain. The next night, we drove down to La Push. This is coincidentally where the Twilight movies were filmed. We arrived at our destination, a place called Third Beach, around 4 p.m., and saw that there were "No Dogs" signs posted everywhere. The girls tried to convince me to leave my dogs in the car, but I just wasn't going to do that. My dogs are like my children. I love them, and I take them with me everywhere I go. While we were talking, my dogs just kept staring out into the dense foliage, which was kind of creeping me out. But we decided we'd take our chances with the dogs, and we started down the trail. I noticed that it was totally silent. There were no birds singing, no insects chirping. I mean, you could literally hear a pin drop. Yeah, the kind of silence that makes your ears ring. My dogs kept stopping and staring out into the forest, which had the trail boxed into either side of us. It got so bad, I had to leash them up just to keep them moving. We got down to the beach. Lauren undressed into her swimming clothes and ran into the ocean. We set up camp right up against the woods, as we could see the tide coming in all the way into where the beach met the forest. So we had a little island of sand to pitch our tent and get a little fire going. It was eerily quiet out there still, but we had a small portable speaker with us, so we played some music to lighten the mood. It got dark and we started to settle down for the night. The girls went to bed and my brother and I stayed up drinking beer. We weren't drunk or anything like that, just enjoying a couple of delicious Rainier beers before turning in for the night. Because of how close we were to the woods, I had the ocean to my back and I was facing the forest. We could hear something moving around out there, but we thought it was raccoons. There are quite a few of them in that area. My dogs began growling and raising their hackles, so I figured I would try to see what it was just to be sure. I turned on my headlamp, and to my horror, I could see two eyes looking back at me. The eye shine was a milky white in the dim light cast from my headlamp. They looked like two twin moons, marbles the size of a fist and about 4 to 5 inches apart. We didn't have any guns, so we started shouting and throwing rocks and sticks at the thing, thinking maybe it was a mountain lion. It turned its head away, and you could see how big it was by the profile of its eyes, making them look even more like big, perfectly round marbles. We could hear it crashing off into the brush, and we went into our tent. The girls sleepily asked us what the heck was going on out there. We told them we had chased off some raccoons, not wanting to creep them out. I couldn't sleep a wink after that. My dogs kept growling and whining, and I could hear sticks snapping in the woods, not even 10 feet from the tent. It sounded like something was walking right up to the tent, then it paused before slowly pressing what looked to be a stick into the tent flap. The dogs were growling so low and loud, it sounded like we had a diesel engine in there with us. I don't think any of us were asleep when my dog snapped at the stick or whatever, causing it to withdraw, and we could hear the thing walking back off into the woods. What was weird was it sounded like it was dragging something in the sand behind it. It finally started getting light out, and so we got up and tried to enjoy the beach for the day. My dogs were chasing seagulls, and we made some breakfast before making our way down the beach toward a coastal waterfall that we could see a couple miles south from our campsite. While we were walking, we noticed the tide was coming in very quickly. We didn't even make it to the waterfall before the tide forced us up onto a big pile of driftwood. The undertow was strong there, and there's also a phenomenon known as sneaker waves, which come out of nowhere and can pull you out into the current. The waves were breaking on the driftwood, and I was worried my dogs were going to get pulled under, so we decided to try to enter the woods and make our way back to the campsite from there. This was no easy feat, as the woods were so thick and overgrown that it made bushwhacking very difficult. We made our way into the bush, and it got extremely quiet again. We could no longer hear the sound of the waves on the beach, and just then, a small branch fell into the brush right in front of me. I looked up just in time to see what looked to be a giant pale white tadpole swinging from tree to tree above us. I say swinging because it had what looked like 2 arms, but its body was like an overgrown slug or something. I only caught the one brief glimpse, and no one else had seen it, so I thought maybe my eyes were just playing tricks on me. This place was home to the infamous banana slug, after all, but this thing was way too big to be a slug, and slugs don't have arms, right? We could hardly move through the dense coastal undergrowth, plus it sounded like something was swinging through the trees in circles around us. My dogs were barking and running in circles chasing the sound of whatever the thing was. Lauren thought we were lost, so she started crying, and between the branches breaking and the dogs barking, we were all a bit stressed out. A big branch broke right above us, that thing falling down from the tree right on top of me. I felt a searing pain in my shoulder. I reached up to pull this thing off of me. It was about the size of a dog, maybe 40 pounds, but the head was massive, its teeth still stuck in my shoulder. I could feel warm blood running down my back. My dogs both leapt up and started biting and scratching at this thing, which caused it to release its grip on my shoulder. I threw it into the bush, and my dogs ran after it. "What the heck was that?" my brother exclaimed. "I don't know, man. Let's just get the heck out of here," I replied. The girls were really freaking out now, but we started crashing through the woods, running as fast as we could, incurring more than a few cuts and scratches in the process. I was shouting at the top of my lungs for my dogs, who still had not returned yet. Finally, I saw them up in front of us. They had the thing treed. It was about 20 feet up in a tree, hissing and spitting down at them. It looked up when it saw me and let out a horrible high-pitched shriek. It sounded like a megaphone being played through an amplifier. It made me want to puke. I could see it clearly now. It was holding on to the tree with what looked to be long claws attached to thin, bony arms. The tail, if you could call it that, was wrapped around the tree. Its head looked vaguely human, but the thing was anything but. Its eyes were clearly the same as the thing we'd seen the night before. big, milky white marble-like eyes that seemed to ooze spite and malice. It had translucent skin that was stretched tight across its skull. It had no nose or ears that I could see, but its mouth was huge, still red with blood from biting my shoulder. I could see rows of tiny little teeth. It had a long, pointed tongue that it was using to hiss and spit at the dogs. I picked up a rock the size of a baseball. Biting through the pain, I beamed it right at the thing, hitting it square in its face. It shrieked again and jumped out of the tree. As soon as it hit the ground, it began using its arms to crawl towards me, but the dogs were fast and pinned it to the ground, biting and tearing with all their might. It tried to fight back, but these dogs had a combined weight of at least 150 pounds. They regularly killed small animals, so they had a taste for blood, and they were going berserk. I'm not sure if they killed the thing or what, but it wasn't moving. I grabbed my dogs by their collars, and we got the heck out of there. We made it back to the beach where my brother and the girls were already grabbing our things. We tore up the trail and threw the stuff in the back of my truck before peeling out of there. We'd only gone about 50 yards when that thing threw itself out onto the road in front of us. I didn't have time to react, but we could feel it go under the tires. When I looked back in the rearview mirror, I couldn't see it. I figured it had just crawled off into the brush and kept driving. I wish I could say that was the end of it. We drove straight through Tacoma, where we stopped and got a motel for the night. Tacoma has a rather sketchy reputation, so we tried to bring as much of our gear inside as we could. Well, I'll be danged. That thing had been clinging to the undercarriage that entire time, and was now crawling up from under the truck and onto the tailgate. Luckily, the dogs were still in the bed of the truck, so they started charging and biting the thing. It fell off and began crawling towards me again, its hideous face mangled and mean. My dogs jumped out of the bed of the truck, commencing to tear the thing to shreds. Now I knew it was dead. The dogs had bitten right through the neck, separating the head from the rest of the body. We called the cops, but no one showed up. The motel must have thought it was just some old roadkill or something, but we didn't stick around to find out. We dropped Lauren off at the SeaTac airport and drove straight back to Anacortes to catch the ferry home. I don't know if this thing was a crawler or rake or what. I always thought that was just the stuff of nightmares, an urban legend if you will. But those legends have to come from something, right? I don't think that's a deer. From Sea Philly 100. My buddy and I were out hiking around the Estes Park, Rocky Mountain National Park area with his 2 daughters. It was very close to Twin Owls, if you know where that is. We were having a great time, even though the girls kept insisting to stop and draw in the dirt. It was a bit icy, so I had to put his youngest up on my shoulders at one point, and then I almost slipped, which would have been catastrophic, but luckily I didn't. So we continued on our way. The sun was starting to go down, and we figured we'd better head back down to the trailhead. My head was on a swivel, looking for cougars, which are quite common in the area, and we did have 2 little girls with us after all. I noticed a pair of rather large antlers peeking out from behind a tree, and I had to do a double take, because these antlers were at least 15 feet off the ground, much too high for any kind of deer or even elk. Almost as soon as I noticed them, it snapped its head in our direction, and I could see something was off about this creature. It didn't appear to have any eyes, just 2 solid black pits where the eyes should be, and the skin seemed to be peeling off around the empty eye sockets. Its lower jaw was hanging down, and it had teeth like those of a canid, long and sharp and somewhat yellowed. I nudged my friend, not wanting to alarm his daughters, nodding in the direction of that thing. He looked over too, then gasped. Then the girls screamed. Just then, it wrapped one of its arms. Yes, this thing had freaking arms around the tree it was standing next to, and it actually broke the tree in half before taking a jolting step forward, revealing a leg that reminded me of a giant jackrabbit. It brought its hands around to the front, similar to a praying mantis, with long, slender digits ending in short black claws. The other weird thing was it had brownish fur in patches, but its flesh was very droopy, even hanging off in sections. It had a rank odor too. I watched the creature swell up its chest before letting out the most god-awful scream I've ever heard. We grabbed the girls and began to run. I could see that thing in my peripheral running alongside us about 20 yards to our left. It looked to be almost galloping, and it was incredibly fast due to its massive size. We soon hit a snowfield and slid down, putting a bit of distance between us and that abomination. My friend's eldest daughter had twisted her ankle in the fall, and she was grimacing in pain. We started to hear then a low whistling sound, almost like when the wind passes over an empty glass bottle. The sound filled our ears and seemed to drown out everything else around us. Then there was a loud shriek, and that thing went flying over us, landing with a thud down in the clearing below before turning and rearing up to its full size. At that point, I'm not ashamed to say I think I might have just soiled myself, and we all screamed. It looked at us before slowly walking towards us, still holding its hands in that creepy praying mantis position. Even if I had a gun, I don't think it would have made a difference. This thing was easily a solid 400 or 500 pounds or more, a true apex predator. It let out a low and guttural growl, and I felt paralyzed from fear. People talk about infrasound as a hunting technique utilized by large cats to subdue their prey, and honestly, it felt a lot like that. It walked right up to us, and I nearly puked just from the smell. The creature sniffed the air around us. None of us could move a muscle. We were caught like deer in the headlights, unable to move, unable to utter a sound, unable to even breathe. It reached out one of its long, bony fingers toward my friend's youngest daughter, and I swear I thought I heard the thing whisper, "She's perfect." In that moment, something must have snapped in my friend, because he went into action swiping the thing's hand away from his daughter before grabbing onto its antlers and yanking them to the side, which didn't do much, but it did crack one of the antlers in half. I grabbed the girls, and we were able to slip around to the side, while it let out an evil hiss and swiped at my buddy. But he was quick and darted under its arm, stabbing it in the ribcage with the broken antler shard. I heard the thing scream, and we ran for our lives, because, well, our lives depended on it. This time, I had his eldest up on my shoulders. She was around 8 or 9 at the time, so not super heavy, and with my adrenaline pumping, it felt like nothing. I looked back and saw my buddy running behind us. He swooped up his youngest, and we made a mad dash for the vehicle, which was now thankfully in sight. We got to the car, putting the girls in the back, and hastily strapping his youngest into her car seat before jumping in and revving the engine. It took me a moment to realize we were still in park. I cranked it into gear and threw up a wave of dirt and pebbles peeling out of there. The girls were sobbing and, honestly, I felt like crying myself. We got down to Estes and called 911, but of course no one believed us. They thought it was just a prank call. Not wanting to get in trouble for calling the emergency line again, we drove all the way back down to Boulder before stopping to let the girls go to the bathroom. I'm still processing all of this, even though it happened over 2 years ago. But whatever that thing was, it wasn't a deer. Deer don't hunt horses. From Boulder Equestrian 9914. I've lived with horses ever since I can remember, and I've been riding since I was about 5 years of age. I live in Colorado. Deer and elk are really common in this area of the countryside, where I often took my horse out for rides. I've only ever boarded my horses at barns closer to the backcountry, where there are very few cars, and I would often take my horse, Raj, out for sunset rides in the large fields behind the barn. During those rides, it was very common to see small herds of elk or deer prancing through the roads on the other side of the fence, or sometimes even in the field with us. Nothing unusual. Just the normal evening crowd along with the normal coyotes and red foxes. Truth be told, for some time I've been fascinated by the mythology of skinwalkers, wendigos, and various other cryptids, but I've never truly believed in them. I myself have never actually encountered something of the sort, nor had I heard of any sightings of such creatures, at least not in my particular area. The most dangerous animals in my part of the state are mountain lions and black bears, but usually they stayed far away from people for the most part, unless you were living in the Rockies. Because of this, I never held any fear of being out on my own in the darkness. Horses, being prey animals, are highly acute to any type of danger, so I always felt safe. However, one night in late December, something happened that will forever be present in my memory. This happened several years ago, so perhaps my memory has filled in some spots here and there, but there are some details that I will never be able to forget. Many of the horses on the farm lived out in the dry lot across from the field, including my large black gelding, Raj. There were even some larger draft horses that resided within the herd of our smaller quarter horses and Arabians, and because of the size difference, injuries were relatively common. One morning I came out to the barn as usual, only to find one of my friend's horses with a set of deep gashes along her flank, shoulders, and chest. They looked relatively narrow, and the entire herd was pretty worked up. Some of the other horses still snorted or flagged their tails in alarm. This particular horse had a bad habit of getting a little too excited, and I assumed she must have run into the barbed wire fence, since there was a small section of it in the wooded part of the dry lot that seemed to have come down. The vet was called, and she turned out to be just fine. However, as the days dragged on, the horses grew more and more agitated, especially when there were elk or deer around. This was unusual, since they were so used to having them around so often, traveling through the fields. Before long, more horses turned up with the same deep scratches as the first horse, always on their haunches, shoulders, or sometimes even their necks. For a while, we thought perhaps it had been a cougar or perhaps a starving pack of stray dogs. Those were common around the area, unfortunately, though the wounds never seemed to truly match either of them, which was strange. We could never quite place exactly what was injuring our animals. It was both baffling and very worrying at the same time. One cool night in late December, I was driving out to the barn as usual to take my horse out for a ride. As I made my way up the driveway past the dry lot, I noticed the horses desperately tearing around their enclosure, tails up and heads held high. I looked over to see what might have spooked them, curious as to why they were so worked up, but I couldn't see much at first, other than what appeared to be a deer standing in the middle of the field. It was a relatively large buck from the looks of it. Slowing my car to a stop, I stared at this deer for a few more moments before it raised its head and looked straight at me. After getting a good look at its face, I felt my blood run cold. This supposed deer had two dark, forward-facing eyes, and it was horribly thin, as if I could count every bone in its body. Yet it was much larger than any deer or even elk I'd ever seen. It almost seemed to be staring right into my very soul, and it almost appeared as though its face was more bone than fur. Its front legs were misshapen, looking more like the legs of a dog than a deer. And as I continued to stare at it, the cold fear grew like a cloud of smoke inside my veins. Everything inside me told me to turn around, to get the heck out of there. Without warning, it turned and bolted through the field and over the small hill that led to the road, disappearing into the growing darkness. I no longer felt safe keeping my horse at that barn ever since that night, and I quickly packed up and moved. I'm fairly sure that that thing, whatever it was, had been what was attacking the horses in the field, but I hoped I was wrong. I moved barns soon after that, and never saw nor heard of anything like that ever again. For several months, I tried to convince myself that it was probably just an elk with chronic wasting disease, a sickness that can make a deer or elk lose a lot of weight and even give them a much more eerie appearance. However, after looking more into cryptids, I now truly believe that what I saw must have been a skinwalker or something of the sort. Whatever it was, there's one thing I know for sure. Deer aren't supposed to hunt horses. I hope that I won't have another experience like it, and now I try to avoid visiting the barn alone at night for fear of running into something like that again. Encounter with a creature in Algonquin Park. From Anonymous. I'm a school teacher from Barry's Bay, Ontario. Thanks to my summers off, I spend almost half of each August going on canoe trips in Algonquin Provincial Park nearby. Most of the park isn't wilderness by any means, as there are many logging roads. There are, however, many areas of the park that are protected, which have no logging or infrastructure, and these are the areas I like most. Some of these areas are huge, bigger than most other provincial parks. This August, I went on a solo trip to Lake Lavier to catch some lake trout. It wasn't exactly the season for them, as most lake trout stay in very deep water during the summer. But I was going to have a busy fall, and figured why not attempt some deep water jigging. The trip began through the access point on Lake Opeongo, a large lake with branching arms that act as a popular canoe highway for backcountry access. Over the course of a few days, I made my way from Opeongo to Dixon Lake, across one of the longest portages in the park, and up to Lake Lavier. The lake was beautiful. When you first cross from Dixon to Lavier, you enter a bay, and as you continue on your way, it opens up to a massive lake that felt like a small sea to a guy like me who has never seen the ocean. Since this lake is very deep into the backcountry, you normally don't see many other campers. However, one of the only other canoe trippers there happened to take my favorite site on one of the islands. Because of that, I decided to try something new. I camped on the lake's northernmost site. I set up camp and went fishing. It was extremely windy, so it was difficult to control my canoe. This is less of an issue when I have the weight of all my gear in the boat, but I had already set up my camp. I decided to call it a day early, and I went back to shore before the winds blew me to the other side of the lake. It was then I had an idea. I was relatively close to a much smaller lake to the north of my site, connected by a very short and nearby portage. I grabbed my rod and a few small spinners, deciding to head over there to see if I could catch some perch or panfish from shore. It was getting late then, so I wouldn't be there long. I made my way up the portage only to find it connected to a very marshy area. I went back and around the marsh, which took longer than expected. I began to cast from shore as the sun was setting, not wanting to head back because of how long it took me just to get there. It was getting a little nippy out, so I buttoned up my flannel. The lake was beautiful with the cold wind. That moment of beauty was quickly interrupted by the sound of crunching to my right. The only animals that make sounds like that as they move about are bears and moose. Both are creatures that you do not want to bother. The issue was that this animal was in between me and the rest of the shoreline that would have guided me back to the marsh, and thus the portage and my campsite. I decided I'd have to cut across the dense forest to the shore of Lavier to find my campsite. I was glad I brought my flashlight because at this point it was quite dark. I made my way into the woods, and after about 15 seconds, I heard that animal again. I froze in my tracks and went quiet. I heard it continue for a second before pausing itself. When I continued on, it continued with me, but when I stopped, it would stop too. At this point, I was absolutely terrified. I shone my flashlight behind me, but I couldn't see any reflecting eyes shining back. I swear I was just standing there with my flashlight for 2 minutes. After that, I started to speed walk, shining my light back periodically in a slight panic. I didn't want to be eaten by what I thought was a mountain lion or a bear. I finally tried scaring whatever it was off by yelling. I turned around and shouted as loud as I could, "Back off!" as if I was calling out to someone. My entire world shattered when whatever it was shouted back, "Back off!" It was in my voice. This is going to sound absolutely crazy, but after that, I then saw a bald white head with no ears and huge eyes look out from behind a tree, and I absolutely bolted through the woods away from it until I made it back to the water. From there, I ran to my left along the shore until I reached my campsite. I threw literally everything in my canoe as quickly as possible. I picked up my tent with my sleeping bag and everything in it, and I just tossed it in the canoe. I grabbed my backpack and water filter as well and threw them in. I got in and paddled as fast as I could, completely forgetting to get my bear hang. I had no honest idea where I was going then, but every inch of my instincts were telling me to just leave. I found myself sitting in my canoe in the pitch black, not knowing where on the lake I now was. Most of my thinking was about what just happened. That night, I didn't sleep. I just waited along in my canoe until morning. Somehow, I had the gall to head back to my campsite and quickly grab my bear hang, then canoe to the other side of the lake where I would properly fold and put away my gear. Trust me when I say, I'm never camping on Lake Lavier again. Something wore my grandma's skin. From Maple. This happened just over a year ago. My dad took my siblings and I to our cabin in the woods. When we were there, we went boating, quadding, played badminton, and had a really good time. Fast forward a few days, at the end of our visit, I began to feel scared, paranoid about something, like I knew deep down something bad was going to happen. I think it might have had something to do with our discussions we had there about skinwalkers, and later remembering that saying the word skinwalker, mentioning it and talking about it, is said to draw them near to you. I confided in my grandma, telling her I was scared. She laughed and said I was just being silly. I insisted that maybe something was in the woods with us, but she sighed, telling me not to speak of it, especially if I'm so scared. Around 6 p.m., I was sitting in the room we stayed in. I didn't feel like playing board games with everyone else, so I sat there and looked out the window. That's when I saw it. It looked like my grandma, except she didn't look exactly right. Her arms were a bit too long, going down to her knees. She seemed to be taller than my actual grandma, who's really short. This wrong-looking version of my grandma was just walking around aimlessly through the woods. Then I saw her walk over to the shed and stand completely still, not moving at all. By then, I was horrified. I felt like I had to continue watching it though. When I heard someone laugh in the kitchen, I snapped out of it. I walked back into the kitchen with everyone. My grandma was pouring some wine. I asked my grandma what she was doing outside just now and how she got in so fast. But she looked at me confused and said she had been inside the entire time. A sudden sense of dread rushed over me. I ran back to that window, checking outside, and my younger sister, curious, followed me. As we got to the window together, we saw a figure run off into the woods. The two of us thought it would be best not to speak of it, mainly because no one would actually believe us. I'm not really sure what it was, but I think it was a skinwalker. I said its name so many times, and it seemed to have shape-shifted into my grandma, but still, it couldn't get it perfect. This is the first time I'm telling this story. Call me insane, but I do plan on going back to that cabin. I want to find out what it was. I'll even try to convince my family to get cameras so I don't have to go face to face with it. But now I know better than to say Skinwalker out loud in the middle of the woods. There's something like a Skinwalker in Finland. From Kapitan Stark. About a year ago in late November or early December, I was going on a camping trip. I left early in the morning, as in Finland, the sun doesn't come up during winter, so I had a few hours of light before complete darkness. When I left, I took my hunting knife and my hunting rifle and an extra gas can with me. At first, I was just riding around in the woods. At about 20 kilometers in, I began to smell this horrible odor. It made me gag. I'd never smelled anything so bad, despite having gone hunting for moose every year and having stumbled upon plenty of animal corpses in the past. I began looking for the source of this smell, but I couldn't find it. As I continued on, the smell eventually disappeared. I tried not to think about it. A few hours later, I'd gotten to my campsite. After setting up camp, I decided to check the gas in my snowmobile. It was nearly empty, so I began to fill it up with the extra gas can I brought. It was getting even darker then, and colder, so I got the fire going and I began to rest. Now, the area I chose to camp at was a small clearing. I could see all around me quite well if there was enough light. There were thick woods all around me though, at about 200 meters away from the camp. That's where visibility dropped. After it got dark, my fire was starting to go out, so I ran off to the edge of the woods to get some firewood and kindling to bring it back to camp. I was able to save my fire, but that smell from before had come back. I wanted to leave then, because the smell was so bad. But it was too dark and cold now. If I didn't keep an eye on the trail, I would get completely lost. So I decided my best bet was to stay put and just endure the smell. Over time, I realized this stench was getting worse. But then the smell stopped increasing, so to say. Quickly, I grabbed my headlamp from my bag and put it on. My heart sank as I scanned the nearby woodline. I heard the voice of my cousin, who should be 100 kilometers away from here. As I continued to look around, I saw a red eye glint at the edge of the woods. I decided then to pack up and leave, but right before I was able to start the snowmobile, I heard fast and frantic footsteps in the snow, and something yanked me off the snowmobile. It began to drag me into the woods with incredible force. I had my knife on my belt, so I grabbed it, and I began to stab at the thing's hand until finally I struck something and it let me go. At the same time, a horrible scream like a woman and elk combined filled the air. I still had my headlamp on, so I glanced at the thing. What I saw looked to be a half-rotten wolf-like creature running away from me. I was absolutely dumbfounded. It had only been dragging me for several seconds, and yet it had dragged me quite a ways into the woods. I began running back to the snowmobile. When I made it, I began pulling on the cord, hoping it would start. When it did, I sped off. I went a bit too fast, losing about half of my stuff as it flew off the snowmobile. I still had my rifle, though. I was going way too fast on that small trail, and I began to hear more screaming around me, as if there were more than one of those things. Worse yet, they seemed to be keeping up with the snowmobile. I had to have been going around 80 kilometers an hour. I made it to a long, straight stretch of the trail, so I locked the gas on full and grabbed my rifle. firing a shot at one of the figures I saw in the woods that was screaming. I hoped I hit one of them, but I don't think I did. At one point, the screaming just stopped, but I kept driving home, and after about an hour of riding, I finally made it. I ran inside, locking all the doors and windows. I think I passed out eventually, because I remember after that waking up the next day at 10:26 a.m. I grabbed my rifle off the ground and went outside to check. Everything seemed calm. I checked my snowmobile then. I found a patch of pure black hair stuck on the hook at the back of it, and I saw these huge claw marks on the back too. I began walking back to my house, and I saw that there were similar claw marks on my front door. These things had followed me home. But where were they now? They know where I live, but luckily to this day, I haven't seen, heard, or even smelled them again. I haven't told anyone about this encounter because skinwalkers or wendigos aren't supposed to be a thing in Finland. Every time I hear the voice of my cousin, it just brings me right back to this terrifying trip. I've stopped hunting as much anymore, and I've moved closer to the nearest city, Rovaniemi. I still don't visit the forest to this day. That trip really scarred me. Skinwalker at Scout Hall. From NG Foxy 666. When I was 10, I did scouts with my friend Joe. On a certain occasion, Joe and I went to the scout hall for a video game night sleepover. All the kids ate pizza and drank soda while Joe and I just played in the corner. Joe was my best friend. Though our interests weren't exactly the same, we still got along. As it got dark, everyone began to watch a movie. I honestly can't remember which movie it was. Joe and I were mostly just quietly whispering in our own little corner. Soon we got up to get a couple of slices of pizza and some soda. I remember only grabbing a couple of slices because pizza always made me feel sick. After about half an hour, I started to feel sick anyway. I got up and asked Joe if he would come outside with me to keep me company while I got some cool night air. Now, our scout hall was a wooden cabin near some trees, but there was a highway and a water stream not too far from there. The back door, which was the one Joe and I went out of for some fresh air, was facing the forest. That night it was very cold, but it was also refreshing. We stood outside, talking and looking out into the forest. Joe was telling me something about our friend we both knew, a girl who lives on his street and my primary school bestie. Suddenly he just stopped halfway through. Then he whisper-shouted at me. "Did you see that?" He asked. See what?" I questioned. "That," he replied, pointing to the 3 trees really close to each other nearby. I squinted and looked really close and waited for about 15 seconds. When I finally saw it, a pale shadow darted from tree 3 to tree 1. "What in the world?" I said in disbelief, chills covering me. Then it happened again. It moved from tree 1 to tree 2, then back and forth, going in no particular order. "You saw it that time, right?" Joe asked again. "Yeah, I did. We should head back inside. We might get in trouble if we're out here too long anyway," I said, not taking my eyes off those 3 trees. Joe agreed with me, but we were both high up in the scout unit, and the leaders would call us if they really did need us, or if we were really not meant to be somewhere. The rest of that night was uneventful, until everyone went to sleep. Joe and I lay awake, whispering quietly about our lives. We lived about 1 kilometer away from each other back then, and it was about a 15-minute walk from his house to mine, but it was like we could talk and talk forever. Then, at exactly 11:36, we heard knocking. No, it was more like tapping. Long fingernails tapping every few seconds in a rhythm, with a second pause between each one. Tap, 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 tap. At the window across from us, the orange streetlight nearby from across the road made it almost straight out of a horror movie, because we could see the outline of a humanoid shape near the window. After about 30 minutes of just lying there still as a rock in our sleeping bags in the hall, facing each other's terrified expressions, it stopped. Then we heard what could only be described as feet. 4 bare feet, pitter-pattering away, but yet no blood-curdling scream. About 10 minutes went by, and we were both still frozen in shock, fear, and disbelief. "What was that thing?" Joe asked, but I had no answer. No words would come out of my mouth. Tears ran down my cheeks, and I just wanted my mom and dad or anyone to get me out of this place. Finally, when I had my voice back, I tried to talk, but suddenly, we heard something from the direction of the forest. I think it came from the stream. A scream so loud yet distant. Needless to say, the two of us did not fall asleep. The Hunt for Entities, from Daniel 7 SE. Back in August of 2021, I began to hang out with a couple of guys my age named Nick and Bell. One day we decided to go for a bike ride to a graveyard down the road from their house. 5 minutes later, we arrived at the graveyard and got off our bikes. It was just the three of us in broad daylight. Nick and Bell walked over to sit on some random person's grave that dated back to the 1800s. I told them that was disrespectful, and to get off the grave and pay respect for it, but they said they didn't care, and laughed about how they were going to go to hell anyway. After that, they made it worse, starting to jump on the graves. I had a really bad feeling about all of this, and I suddenly felt as if I was being watched from the corner of the graveyard as they carelessly played on the gravestone. I told them that I wanted to head back to the house. I didn't feel right. And that was the end of that experience. When October came around, we started to explore abandoned houses in the area. Eventually, we got bored of that, and we would play Truth or Dare outside during the late nights. We even did some 3 a.m. challenges we found on Google, which I deeply regret. Bell's brother, who I'll just call Chris, was a very interesting guy. He would often tell me about all these paranormal entities and legends and myths, but I really didn't believe him when he said that they were real. One night in December, Bell and his brother and myself gathered around on the back deck of the trailer. Bell's brother Chris was telling us about a native word that the natives used to summon skinwalkers to their location. He dared one of us to go into the woods and say the word out loud, but we were all too scared to do it. So I said, how about we all say the word together? And we did. And the moment we did, I instantly felt a chill go over my whole body. We stood on the back deck then, listening for any sounds, when out of nowhere, we heard what sounded like me and Belle having a conversation in the woods. That sent us darting right back into the house and locking the door behind us. A while after that, in November, it was a Tuesday night. We were on our way to pick up my mom's car, so she could go to work tomorrow. She was tired and staying over at a friend's house, so we offered to get it for her. She gave us the okay and the keys, and me and my friends were off. We made it to her car and I got in, putting the key in and starting it up. I pulled out of the driveway and picked up my friends at the woods by the house. We drove around the block and into a back road, which had a 45 miles per hour speed limit. For some reason, I was going almost 70. But then, as we were driving, I spotted these 3 deer on the side of the road. There was something very strange about these deer. I almost hit one that ran in front of the car, but as this happened, It was almost like it happened in slow motion. The deer that ran out in front of us seemed normal, but the little one on the side of the road was kind of strange. I saw it stand up on its two back legs, and I swear I saw it change from a deer into what appeared to be a blonde girl with sharp teeth. We sped to the house and we called it a night after that. February of 2022, the weather had begun transitioning from winter to spring. Chris and I decided to go to the nearest field to see if we could catch a glimpse of the thing that's been following me on camera. I brought with me a knife, a baseball bat, and a GoPro. Chris had a BB gun and some crappy headlamp. We soon found ourselves in the field down the road. We went into this bush and picked a spot to hide and wait. Several minutes went by, and it seemed like whatever we were looking for knew we were looking for it. What I experienced that night I'll never forget. As the two of us were sitting in some bushes under the trees, we heard what sounded like 20 deer running around us, like something was trying to get at them. And then, once that noise stopped, we heard what sounded like a huge bird flapping its wings above the tree line. While we were listening to that, I pointed out that something was coming at us from deeper in the woods. We heard breaking branches and trees being pushed over. Chris and I, beyond intimidated and terrified, booked it out of there. Once we exited the woods, all the noises just stopped immediately. The woods were as quiet as they were before we got there. We decided to call it a night and we went back to the house. As we left that field, I glanced back up into the tree line and I saw these 4 glowing orange eyes looking back at us. Chris said to just act as if we didn't see anything. We were walking down the street and I turned to look back and I saw this lady in a dirty white dress. I pointed it out to Chris and he stopped to look too. As we stared on, the lady in the white dress made a terrifying scream and began to sprint at us. Luckily, we made it back to the house safely. Who knows what would have happened to us if it had caught us? My dad saw a skinwalker. From Silver Bullet 54. My dad is a real macho guy. Even at 60 years old, he's still about 6'2" and weighs between 200 and 220 pounds. He has been in the USMC, worked at a prison, and has never been afraid of much. Maybe death and God, but that was it. He also used to scoff at the supernatural and paranormal, saying it was all total BS. But his trip to Dayton, Ohio, changed his mind. While he was in Dayton, he decided to just stop at the first place he could away from people, since traffic is one of the things he hates. When he did, he got out a horse blanket and pillow, curled up in the bed of his truck, and went to sleep. It was a warm and clear night, so it was quite relaxing. While sleeping, he was suddenly awakened when he felt something bump into the side of his truck. He sat up and began to look around, but he didn't see anything. This happened 3 more nights in a row. He would stop at a secluded location, sleep for a while, and be awakened by the contact of something hitting his truck. Fed up, he took out a camera and tripod he had with him and put it up right next to the left side of his truck, since that's where all the bumps were coming from. He pushed record and went to sleep. At 4 a.m., he woke up and decided to check his camera. He watched for hours and saw nothing until 3:30 a.m. All he could manage to see was what looked to be a pair of feet walk up to his truck, stop, stand completely still for a minute, then walk away. The freaky thing is that it was just feet. No legs, no knees, no hips, no torso, arms, head, nothing. He searched around the area but saw nothing out of the ordinary. On his last day, he stayed up all night thanks to Monster energy drinks and a fervent desire to know what the heck was going on. At 1:15 a.m., he heard something walking towards his truck. He looked up, and he saw something that sounds even worse than anything I've seen myself. He said it was at least 10 feet tall, with black hair or fur, with red eyes. He thought he had to be dreaming, so he tightly shut his eyes for a moment, then opened them. He felt like he was right in front of the creature. He felt that if he turned to look behind him at the right side of the truck, he would see that thing standing there staring right at him. So instead of turning, he sat completely still until the sun came up. Then he hauled tail out of there. When he got back home, he told me never to visit Dayton for any reason. Now, I haven't been to Dayton at all. Still, his experience does intrigue me. What did he see? Is it still there? What was it? To this very day, I have not gotten an answer to any of those questions. Those are not my friends. From Edo Custom. I live in Cincinnati, Ohio, and 3 of my online friends, Chad, Josh, and Emily, were coming over from Cleveland, Ohio. Chad and Emily were cousins and had some grandparents who lived in the neighborhood. They would be over for the weekend and decided to bring Josh along too, as he lived nearby and also wanted to join us. On Saturday, I was playing Oculus Quest 2, like I usually do when I don't have homework. I don't go outside a lot and mostly play video games during the winter, because it's kind of like a break for me. Cross country ended a month and a half ago, and I'm doing track in the spring. My dad and sister were watching Christmas movies in the living room, and I was in the basement. I was in the middle of a game when I got a notification on my phone. I wondered who it could be. I walked over to my phone and didn't know who it was. For some reason, I forgot that my friends would be here, and I usually forget to put contacts into my phone. But the text said, "We're at the door. Come on out." I was confused and went upstairs, looking out the window when I saw them. I opened the door and came out to greet them. Then we walked around the neighborhood just talking and messing around. It felt weird because usually I talk to them on Discord and FaceTime. It was nice to hang out and meet Josh in person. I met him a year ago and we've been friends ever since. I had met Chad in person a few times before, so it wasn't as weird as with Josh. I've known Chad since I was 10, and he's probably one of the best friends I have. It was very awkward to see Emily again in person because a few weeks before this we broke up, but we're still friends. We were talking and hanging out until 8:30 p.m. Then they had to go and eat some dinner. I went back home, and about an hour later I went for a run. Now, I don't like going on runs, but my dad makes me do it. That's when stuff started to get weird. When I was almost done with my 2.5-mile run, I was happy with my time and almost beat my personal record. I was walking up the driveway when I saw this dark figure at the bottom of the hill in my backyard, which is connected to the woods. The figure looked to be about 6 feet tall. At first, I thought it was Josh, who was 6'1". I called out to him, "Hey!" Then I froze. All of the limbs on that shadowy figure began to twist, and I could hear an audible and loud cracking sound. It sounded kind of like when you crack your knuckles over and over again. Immediately, I bolted for the door and locked it behind me. I remember suddenly getting cramps because I just finished the run, so my mad dash to the door made me cramp up. My chest and legs hurt too, and my heart felt as if it was about to bust open. My dad walked up to me and asked if I was finished with the run. I told him that I was, and I walked upstairs to my office, sitting down at my computer. Look, I didn't want to tell him about the thing in the backyard, because it would sound so bizarre. So I took my mind off of it by playing video games with 2 of my other friends, Ben and Seth. We stayed up until around 2 a.m. playing online. I did tell them about the encounter, and of course they didn't believe me. I went to bed after that, and I woke up only a few hours later. Nothing weird happened that night except for a bird hitting my window. My dad and sister had to leave to do something that morning. I forgot what it was. I wasn't paying much attention because I was still focused on what happened the previous night. About 20 minutes after that, my friends came back. I told them what happened, and surprisingly, they believed me. Chad then reminded me about something else that happened in my backyard. It was about 2 years ago. Chad was over. The two of us were hanging out in my backyard, looking for an albino squirrel my dad said he saw earlier. We looked for a few hours until we actually found it. When we saw this squirrel, we were amazed. We'd never seen anything like it. An all-white squirrel with these red eyes that looked like tiny red buttons. The squirrel looked at us, and instead of running away, it just stared at us. Then the craziest thing happened. Its head just kept twisting and twisting before it fell off the tree. We looked down where it fell, but all we found was blood, no squirrel. I thought it was so weird. The memory of it just felt more like a dream. But when Chad reminded me about it, it came rushing back to me so vividly. However, Emily didn't believe that at all. Later, we wanted to play some virtual reality game together, so Josh and Chad went to get their VR headsets. Emily asked me to show her where I saw that shadowy figure. I took her into the backyard, and I pointed out where I saw it. She walked over to the woodline, trying to see if she could see the thing herself. The idea of it still being out there was frightening. I thought it was strange, but I decided to accompany her as she went along. We walked until we ran into Josh and Chad. That was weird, because I just saw them going to get their headsets back at the house. They were all just staring at me. I got creeped out when their mouths slowly began to open more and more. Then I saw their teeth. They weren't normal. They were too jagged and sharp, more like needles than teeth.
"Jack, come here. We want to show you something,"
Josh said to me in the weirdest voice I've ever heard from him. I told Emily we needed to run, and together we did. Behind us, a loud, ear-piercing scream filled the air. We heard them running after us. Strangely enough, their feet sounded more like horse hooves. We ran up the hill, and just as we got up there, Josh and Chad were back. At first I was horrified, but when I realized they were startled by us, I knew it was them. I told them what Emily and I saw. I looked back down at the things I thought to be Chad and Josh before, just staring at us from the woods. When I turned back to the real Josh and Chad, I could see them paralyzed with terror. They were not looking at the monsters, they were looking at me. "Jack, what do you mean Emily was with you? She's not here." I froze. Who was with me in the woods? I looked back to where Emily was, and she wasn't there. I turned around and looked down at those things, and she was with them, standing right next to them. I saw her head begin to twist, just like that squirrel a couple of years ago. We ran inside my house, locking the door. I began to wonder, who had I been talking to out there, if Emily wasn't here? I know it wasn't just me because Josh and Chad were talking to her too. But when I asked them about it, they said it was just the three of us out there. We looked back out the window. We could see them running back into the woods. When we thought it was safe, we walked back to Chad's grandparents' house nearby, just in case Josh grabbed a knife. Once there, Emily came back with Starbucks. She looked at us confused, wondering what happened. "Why do you guys look like you saw a ghost?" she asked. It was worse than a ghost. We explained we saw these things that looked like her and Josh and Chad. What she replied almost made me soil myself. "Well, to be honest, I swear I saw someone that looked exactly like you, Chad. But they were way too tall, and their face looked as if it had been burned. This person stared at me through the window of the car as we drove home. Chad's face looked even more pale than before after hearing that, and they left a bit early because of this. I've talked to them a few times since these events, and we tried to tell our other friends, but no one really believes us except for a friend named Adam, because apparently Adam said that he saw something like that himself, something that imitated his younger brother. We haven't bothered to tell anyone else. A few days ago, Josh, Adam, and I looked into it a bit more, and we think what we saw might be a skinwalker, but we can't be sure with something like this. Hunted, from Country Rebel. This is an old story told by my grandpa before I was even born, but one night he told it to me. A bit of background: he and my grandma live in the woods of Washington State. My parents and I visit them from time to time. A few things about my grandpa are that he is a country type of guy and a storyteller. I always loved listening to his stories. One fall weekend, we went to visit them at their place. We would always talk about how things are going and old memories. At night, I would find my grandpa sitting in his chair outside. That night was no different, except this time I saw him sitting there, staring out into the woods like something was out there. "Something on your mind, Pops?" I asked. He then sighed and asked me in that old southern accent of his, "Son, you believe in the supernatural?" "Not that I know of. Why?" "Well, I encountered something a long time ago before you were born. I figure it's time I told you this story." He said this in a serious tone. "All right, I'm listening," I replied, kind of excited. He then started his story. It began when he was going on a 5-day hunt alone in the woods. He had packed everything he needed for the trip. His weapon of choice was his lever-action rifle. Once everything was packed, he kissed Grandma goodbye and drove off to his hunting spot. As he drove through those woods, he swore that he saw shadows in the trees. Not just any shadows, but weird humanoid figures. He brushed it off, thinking it was some hikers. Once he arrived at a spot, he set up his camp. He then began hiking through the brush and looking for tracks of deer, elk, or moose. Grandpa knows the wilderness like the back of his hand, so he didn't worry about getting lost. A few hours of walking and making some calls, nothing came across. That's when he started to get a feeling that he wasn't alone out there. He noticed that the birds and insects suddenly went quiet, and he knew when the woods went quiet, it meant that a large predator was around. He thought maybe it was a bear, wolves, or a cougar. He waited a few minutes in silence, but still nothing came by. He started to walk back to his camp as the sun was beginning to set. Eventually, he made it back, roasting up some marshmallows, then going to sleep. The next day, he went back to the woods and continued where he left off. Not long after, he stumbled upon a cave entrance. He didn't venture into it, fearing there might be a bear inside, so he continued hiking for a while. Soon, he smelled something he described as rotting flesh and muck. It made him want to gag. Then that feeling came back, of not feeling alone anymore. He proceeded to keep on walking, to get away from the smell and that feeling. As he walked, he could still smell that stench no matter how far he went. It seemed like the smell was following him. He then told me he began to see movement in the trees. He readied his rifle just in case. But then everything went still, and he could hear murmuring, like someone was talking low. Eventually, he could make out what it was saying. "John." It was saying his name, but the voice sounded more like Grandma. "Jess?" he called back. "Help me. I'm hurt," it replied. My grandpa was both scared and confused. He felt something hard hit him in the back of his head then, and he swears he blacked out for a moment. When he came to, he was surrounded by complete and utter darkness. Quickly, he scrambled for his phone. At the very least, the screen on the phone would provide some light. He felt a jagged rock all around him. He was in a cave, and his head was pounding. Slowly his eyes adjusted somewhat as he crawled along the ground, feeling with his hand, trying to see as much as he could with his phone screen. Then his hand bumped into something. At first he hoped it was another rock, but this felt smooth. When he picked it up, he nearly screamed. This wasn't a rock. It was a human skull. He began to look and search around more, finding untold numbers of bones, not just animal bones, but human bones too. He had never felt more horrified. He then heard a screeching sound. It didn't sound like a man, only partly. The rest of that scream sounded like an elk. He was so scared, he needed to find a way to defend himself. Luckily, he found his rifle. He grabbed it and hid behind a large outcrop in the side of the cave. He began to hear heavy footsteps approaching the cave. He took out his phone, trying to make out what it was. Then he saw it. It was no ordinary animal. He described it as looking human, but whatever it was appeared to have not eaten in months. He could see its bones through its skin. Its arms and legs were so long and thin. It had hands like a man, but its fingers ended in claws. He swears he saw something like a bony tail. As for its head, that looked more like a deer's skull, with sharp canines at the front of its jaw and human-like teeth at the end of it. There were antlers on its head running down its back, and its eyes seemed to glow in the darkness. He had no words to describe what he was feeling then. The thing spotted him soon enough, and my grandpa fired at it. The creature began to screech in pain. It jumped on him, pinning him to the ground and opening its maw. That horrible smell came out of it. My grandpa then latched on to one of its large fangs and yanked until the fang came out. With one rapid movement, Grandpa stabbed the thing in the eye with its own fang. It fell backwards, but my grandpa followed through, jabbing the thing more and more until it stopped moving. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He made his way slowly and steadily to the entrance of the cave. Then he made his way back to camp, packing everything and making his way home. When he got back, my grandma saw him in a complete mess. She tended to his injuries while my grandpa told her everything. She was in shock. When he finished telling his story to me, I asked him, "Whoa, so you really killed it?" He then pulled something from his pocket. This is all I brought back with me that day," he said. He gave it to me and told me that that was its fang. "Well, did you ever find out what it was?" I wondered. "Well, son, I did learn its name. Some folks call it the Windigo, and I'm not the only one who encountered one. Poor souls who are unfortunate became victims of that creature," he answered. Surprisingly, I believed him. "Word of advice to you. Don't go following voices in the woods, especially the ones you know. And listen to your instincts, because it might as well save your life. You hear me?" I nodded quickly. After hearing my grandpa's story, I had many thoughts running through my mind. But if I find myself in the woods, I'm going to recall that advice. Never follow the voices. Follow my instincts. Understand that I'll never know if I'm being hunted myself. The Pinyon Skinwalker, from Siena. Almost a year ago, I used to live in a somewhat isolated little neighborhood that was in the high desert of California. I lived on a dirt road, and since the homes were so spread out, wildlife wasn't an uncommon thing. You would see rabbits, coyotes, snakes, and on rare occurrences, deer. Once you've lived there for a while, you get used to the animals roaming around during the late hours of the day. I'm Native American, so most of the time I actually enjoyed seeing the wildlife so close to home. But I always have known of a creature my tribe refers to as Skinwalker. I'm not even supposed to say that word, but it was typed, so hopefully there's no bad omen. That creature is what I think I saw in this encounter. The house I lived at had a very large backyard and a driveway made of gravel mixed with dirt, leaving a lot of open space to look out from. My room was at the front of the house, and every night if I had my window open, I would find myself staring out to the front gate of our driveway. It was very quiet every night, unless you heard coyote howls. There was a lot of strange things up there, and I wasn't the only one who experienced some of them. My boyfriend and my mother did as well. My mother has her own story, but I'll be telling mine today. At the time, I was homeschooled. I was sitting in the office in silence, just doing some of my work. In the silence, I swear I suddenly heard a knock coming from the window, but I couldn't see out this window because we didn't have blinds or curtains. Instead, we had these sliding barn doors as windows instead. Even so, I turned my head in that direction. Then it fell silent again. Not long after, I began to hear someone or something walking. It was a crunching sound. After all we had outside the window was gravel. These were very obviously footsteps, but not those from a rabbit or coyote. It was something heavier. I froze because I didn't know what to do. Whatever was outside the window might be able to hear me. After maybe 5 minutes, I left my computer and I stayed in my room for the rest of the day. A month or two after this, I changed rooms with the office to make it my bedroom. My previous bedroom was too small, and my father thought I needed more room. One night, I was looking out the same window that I heard the footsteps at. It was dark out and difficult to see much. I was staring out at the gate, which blocks the opening to the driveway. I sometimes enjoyed looking out at the night sky, but this time I didn't. After sitting there for about 10 minutes stargazing, I saw a figure on the other side of the gate. At first, it looked like a coyote, but it was far too long, and the way it moved, it was so unnatural. It looked like a human walking on all fours, trying to imitate the way a dog moves. I wasn't scared at first, so I just waited to see what it was going to do. For a moment, it was just walking past the gate like a normal coyote or dog, but then it turned its head to look at the house, and I realized it was now looking at me. I could just tell. I couldn't see its eyes. It was just a black, lanky silhouette of a coyote-shaped thing. Just typing this out makes me feel uneasy. It stood there, still as a statue, when suddenly it stood up on its hind legs and it tried to climb over our freaking gate. I lost it then. I rushed to shut the barn door window, but that just seemed to make it angry. It began to scramble to climb faster. Before long, it had made it on our side of the gate. I heard it running towards my window before I finally shut it. Just in time. As the window shut, the sounds outside suddenly stopped. I heard absolutely nothing for the rest of the night other than my own breathing. I had many other experiences in that house, but that was the last time I kept my window open at night. I haven't seen that creature since, and I'm happy I haven't. Once we moved, I was sad, and I still missed that house. I considered it my real home, but I'm thankful I won't have to see that thing ever again. outside in my woods. From Anonymous. I was 15 years old back then. I lived with my grandparents and my mother in the northwest region of Pennsylvania in a heavily wooded area. Our house was surrounded by thick woods with hardly any neighbors nearby. My grandparents owned many acres of land, including the woods surrounding the house. Let's just say we have a lot of land. There have been times when trespassers have hunted in our woods, and even some people have tried to camp out, apparently unaware that that was private property. My grandpa wasn't too happy about this, as he was worried about strangers coming onto our land, so he always kept an eye out for occasions such as this. We also owned chickens at the time, and they had to be locked up before sundown. We lived in the woods after all. There would be some cases of coyotes or raccoons getting into the unlocked coop and eating the chickens otherwise. My grandpa recently suffered a stroke, so he was unable to lock the coop up himself. He was not in good shape. It was up to me to go outside at dusk to take care of the chickens. Now, I don't scare easily. I grew up in this area my whole life. Seeing raccoons, possums, coyotes was a usual occurrence. I loved nature, so much so that I would build my own campfire and sleep outside in my tent during the summer. I love the outdoors, and hearing wildlife at night, there was always a peaceful thing about it. Well, the night in question was a normal summer night. I decided to camp out that night. I already had my tent set up, and my fire was just about to blaze out. Our family dog, Molly, was also with me. Molly was a pit bull we rescued from an abuser. She was raised a fighting dog, unfortunately, and there are times she could get aggressive in a way that consists of barking and snarling. Otherwise, Molly is a sweetheart, and very unlike the stigma of a pit bull. As Molly and I were checking up on the chickens, I heard some strange noises coming from the woods to my right. Molly snapped her head and sniffed the air cautiously. Usually, I'd think nothing of it, as I was used to the noises of wildlife. But this was unlike anything I'd heard. This was more like a strange clicking sound, kind of like a clock ticking. It was too dense and dark out to see much of anything, so I shrugged it off. I called Molly over to my side as I finished up with the chicken coop, and I made my way to my campsite. Then, there it came again, that same clicking, tapping noise. Molly was on edge now, her hair sticking straight up. There was some snapping of branches, and what sounded like a low moaning noise. Molly was now hunched back, her ears sticking straight up. Now alert, I stood up slowly, and I grabbed my flashlight from my bag. Our house was quite far from our chicken coop and from my campsite. It would be a 3-minute walk to give some idea of the distance. So if there happened to be some danger, I could still easily make it back to the house. I shone my flashlight into the tree line where I'd heard the noise. I couldn't find anything. Molly, however, was in hysterics. She was growling and snarling towards one particular tree. I pointed the light beam towards the tree. I could definitely see a dark shadow there. At first, I assumed it was a bear, possibly a deer. But it was far too big to be either of those animals. I could make out very little details, but I could tell the figure was at least 8 feet tall. Molly was now running towards this thing. I shouted at her to get back. I didn't want her to get hurt. This figure now emerged from the tree line, and what I saw next made my blood run cold. This massive creature had antlers like a buck, and its skin or fur was matted and looked more like it was rotting off. Its body was skinny and lengthy. Bones seemed to pop and jut out, protruding in every direction from its body. The smell was the worst of it. It reeked of rotten meat and eggs. I wanted to turn away and run, but I was frozen to the spot. Its eyes glowing yellow from my flashlight beam, stared back into mine. By this point, Molly was speeding toward the house. I didn't know what to do. The gaze this thing had on me had locked me into place. I had never been so scared. I've never seen anything like it before, and I definitely didn't want to see it again if I made it out alive. It suddenly made a jerky, awkward step forward, and that's what shook me from my stupor. Right in that moment, I turned and hauled tail back to the house. I don't think I've ever run so fast. My grandma was already opening the door, letting Molly back in. Once I made it back to the house, I was breathless and shaking, but I was safe. Judging by the sheer terror on my face, my grandmother nodded her head and said, "You saw it, didn't you?" Of all the years I have lived here, I'd never heard or seen something like this. My grandpa never told me stories, nor did my grandma. I think they were trying to keep me from being scared of nature. After this, it did take me a while to want to go back out there to camp, and I will admit I'm still scared to close the chicken coop at night. I think what I saw may have been a skinwalker, and from what I've heard, they do seem to lurk about the northeastern part of North America. It may not be a climactic story, but it was something extremely terrifying to witness in person. The Wichita Wendigo. From Sundowner. Have you ever wondered what goes on in the middle of the night in the Wichita Mountains of Oklahoma? I was a teenager at the time, maybe 18 or 19. I love the outdoors, always have. I spent every moment I could exploring Colorado and the Rocky Mountains. At that age, I had nothing really going for me. I was never interested in school, so I naturally joined the military for adventure. In my time growing up in the Rockies, I'd learned of many types of native folklore, and I'd learned about the Windigo and the Skinwalkers of the Navajo. Anyway, I was stationed at Fort Sill in Oklahoma at the time. Now, everyone in the Army always makes jokes about seeing the ghosts of former servicemen and women at night on post. It was always, "Did you see Lieutenant Otto on the side of the road last night?" Or something along those lines. Everyone on post kinda just laughed it off. But my story was different. I was on a week-long field problem, training. It was the first day. We had just finished setting up the howitzers, and we were getting ready to bed down for the night. I enjoyed field problems because they gave me an opportunity and an excuse to walk around the woods at night while I pulled guard for everyone. I always found myself in a better mood walking around. That night I found myself whistling Colonel Bogey's March as I walked through the thicket. Once I had stepped into an opening, I stopped to enjoy the scenery, and after a few minutes I heard coughing approaching me. I didn't think much of it. I assumed it was the chain-smoking corporal who was pulling guard as well. I called out, "What's the word, Corp?" Then in this cacophony of voices and animal sounds, there came an echo.
"Corporal, the corporal is here."
I froze, slowly turning around, shining my headlamp onto this thing looking at me from maybe 20 feet away. This figure was dressed in a tattered uniform from what appeared to be around the time of the Vietnam War. Its face was this horrifying mash of human and deer. Its cold reddish-brown eyes looked right back at me, studying me. I looked down and read the name on the uniform. Thompson. I stuttered out, "Who are you?" I tightened the grip on my carbine, and I heard it cough back.
"Thompson."
Whatever it was, it seemed intelligent. Without losing eye contact, I pointed to my left, towards the old parts of the post. "The corporal is at post," I said, trembling, trying to maintain my tone. Almost instantly, it screamed. My red light on my headlamp began to increase in brightness. I panicked, my legs beginning to move me backward as I kept eye contact. It still stared at me. I spent so long just backing up away from it. Eventually, my red light had lost its grip on the creature. I turned around and bolted to the Humvee my corporal was leaning on, smoking. He asked what was wrong with me. Slowly, I set my M4 on the hood as I tried to explain what had happened. He watched the woodline as I told him. He looked back and said, "Specialist, go wake the next shift, and don't go into the woods." I went to wake the next shift. As the corporal moved the Humvee between us and the woods, I looked at him, and he looked back with a sort of, "I know, me too," look. He mounted the turret, and I crawled into my sleeping bag. I began to question what I'd just seen. It echoed in my mind, that same voice.
Thompson.
For the rest of the mission, I looked at that woodline, and I swear every time I saw those eyes staring back at me. I'm no longer at Fort Sill, thankfully. I've always questioned what I saw. Was it a Wendigo, a Skinwalker, a demon, or just my mind? I really have no idea. I wish I'd never seen Thompson, and I hope no one else has to see that. The Whistler in the Woods, from Sleepy 3. This story happened rather recently, to me and a group of friends on a night hike in a nature preserve in Illinois. I'll keep names and specific locations private for all involved. One Saturday, it was a particularly warm day for early March, and my friends and I decided it was a good idea to go on a hike around 4 o'clock. I was with 4 friends, A, A's sister B, and our friends C and D. We're all pretty young, and we love to go ghost hunting. So we took some of my gear into the woods to see if we could find anything strange. Important thing to note, A is visually impaired. I was helping them hike the trail, which was pretty muddy from recent rains. I work outdoors for my job, so I know more than the rest of the group about the woods and the sounds you might hear. It was funny to watch C jump and ask what that sound was when a woodpecker decided to munch on some worms. This preserve is really pretty. It's close to home and has some really good trails, playgrounds, and even camping spots. There are trees there that are probably taller than some buildings in town, dirt trails, and some really good sights. We felt completely welcome there, and it was nice to get out of the house and be back in nature. We decided to take the winding, longer trail that day. We were having a great time after all, even saw some wildlife out and about. But because of the time of year, it was starting to get dark fast. We didn't have much trail left, so we decided to tough it out and grab the flashlights we'd brought. A was completely blind by this point and had my backpack grabbed in one hand and their cane in the other. C was near me and A, while B and D were messing around ahead of us. It was cold, but not too terribly cold, and the conversation was good. C and A were talking about their favorite games and movies, and B had just put their phone away after recording some joke they had in mind. We watched people's porch lights turn on as the night got darker. It was completely black, and the sun was gone when we heard it. A whistle. It was long, purposeful, and loud. I thought it was a coyote at first, but when the pitch changed to be more musical, I knew that wasn't it. It sounded human, scarily human. A grabbed me tighter and whispered that it came from behind us. Not too close, but definitely too close for comfort. We turned off all the flashlights then, but D at this point thought it would be a fantastic idea to call back to it. "Hello? Hello? We all told him to shut up, and I said it could have been a bird or something. I'd never heard a bird whistle like that though, and I love birds. I was just hoping it was a weird call. We walked on for 10 more minutes, but we weren't talking anymore. The flashlights were on, and we were walking a bit faster. Then it came again. The exact same whistle, like it was on a CD being played back, but closer this time. The fear I felt in those woods was the worst I'd ever felt. I've been in the woods since I was a little thing. I used to help my grandma forage for morels when I could barely walk. The woods have never scared me, but on that trail, I was terrified that I would not be able to get us out of there. We had a quick debate on which direction we should run. Do we take the trail in the woods and get to the cars? Or should we run to the road, which was about 100 feet to our left, and try to make it from there? We picked the road. We had to climb up a hill to get there. A and I were struggling to get up the hill together. They let go, though, and sprinted up. I ended up hitting a rock, and I fell over completely backward, bruising the heck out of my back. I picked myself back up, and we all met up on the road. We put B and C in front of us. A and I were in the middle, and D was at our back. D had a walking stick, and happened to be the fighter of the group. We figured if whatever this thing was followed us out, he could deal with it, and we would run. We walked the road for a bit longer, constantly looking behind us. I felt as if we were being watched. The hair on every inch of my body was standing straight up, and it wasn't from the cold. A was beginning to struggle, and since they had a heart condition, we did not want to risk it. To be honest, I was far more worried about getting my friends out and safe than myself. Regardless, I ended up calling a relative, who thankfully only lived 3 minutes down the road, to come get us. They dropped us back at the cars, and they insisted on coming with me for the drive back. They didn't want me to be alone. But my eyes were more focused on the woods than the road on the drive back, and even then we could see them from my relative's house. We rested there, getting new clothes and the adrenaline out of our system. The drive back to A's house was silent, and the rest of our evening was spent in uncomfortable debates and research of what the heck that thing was. Now, like I said, this happened a while ago. I asked some people at work what that could have been. Not a single one of them knows of any animal that whistles like that. The crazy part? We're considering going back, more prepared this time. It really is a beautiful area, but there's definitely something in those woods. We intend to find out what. Theories and ideas are much appreciated. I've been stocking up on cryptozoology books and knowledge, stuff about the paranormal, and even the history of those woods in particular. If we do go back, this time we'll be ready. Skinwalker in Tiffin, Ohio. From Josh H. The events of this story happened yesterday at the time of writing this. I'm a freshman in high school. My school year is almost over. Towards the end of every school year, I'll have a night, usually on a Saturday, when I invite a friend or two over to stay at my place. On the Saturday in question, I invited one over. We'll call him G. G and I have been close friends ever since 5th grade, and we both enjoy things we would consider creepy. I live in a nice, wealthy neighborhood, which makes it have a nice look at nighttime. The past few times I've invited him over, we've walked around the neighborhood at night, and we've had deep conversations about personal things going on in our lives. This night was no different. We started our walk at around 1:30, visiting our usual stops to walk around the neighborhood. After about an hour, I came up with the idea to visit the old house I used to live in. This house wasn't too far from my old one, but it would take some time since we were walking. My old house was down a rocky lane about a mile long. and resided in the woods. G was down for the idea, so we started our way there. It took us about an hour total. This rocky lane usually has corn stalks on both sides, but farmers weren't growing crops during this time, so there was just a field of small cut corn stalks on our left and right. The moment I set foot on that rocky lane, a wave of nostalgia hit me, a flood of old memories from this property. But I pushed that all to the back of my mind and continued on, talking to G about the relevant topic. We walked for maybe 10 minutes, then we were finally at the tree line. I don't mean to make the story sound all cliché and dramatic here, but the entrance to the woods looked more eerie than I recalled. Something about it just gave me the chills. Deep down, I didn't want to walk any farther, but we were about to be where we wanted to be. I told myself we would keep going for a little longer, then we would turn back and start heading back home. As we got closer to the tree line, I started to hear footsteps. I tried to chalk this up to a deer or a typical forest animal, but that's when we heard it. A blood-curdling cry from a woman erupted from the forest. It turned this quiet night into something of nightmares. The scream lasted for about 3 seconds, and without stopping, the scream turned into a growl from some kind of animal I've never heard before. Now I know what you may be thinking to yourself. It must have been a coyote, or even a mountain lion. I can see where someone would assume that, but you'd have to be there to know what I mean. I've listened to videos of those animals. After hearing them, I can confirm it wasn't that, and these calls weren't coming from a person either. We halted to the end of the drive. While we ran, I looked back for only half a second, and I could have sworn I saw something standing on 2 legs, watching the 2 of us run away. It was skinny and tall. It had to have been at least 6'3". Once we made it to the end of the driveway, and I was confident nothing was following us, we took a moment to catch our breaths. We were both trying to keep a calm composure, but truly, the 2 of us were terrified on the inside. After that quick breather, we started to speed walk back to my place. After a while of walking, I looked behind us, and I saw something walking on 4 legs at the end of the driveway. It wasn't walking like a coyote would. It looked more like a person who was trying to crawl on 4 legs. Its kneecaps were up at the top of its head, and the figure was incredibly skinny. I told G, and we started to walk even faster. My brother is a night owl, so after 5 more seconds of walking, I decided to pull out my phone, and I told him to pick us up as soon as possible. He got to where we were fairly quickly, and together, safely, we drove back home. G and I were speechless. We had no idea what to think or say. Eventually, we began discussing what we thought that thing could have been. I'm not sure why this idea popped into my head at the time, but my first thought was Skinwalker. We looked up the noises of animals that lived in that area to see if it could have been something harmless, something normal. But nothing we looked up made a noise anywhere near what we heard. We fell asleep that night, or morning, at 5 a.m. I woke up only 2 hours later, and I could not go back to sleep. All I could think about was what happened just a few hours ago. G woke up at around 11. He stayed at my house until he had to leave at 4. Once he was gone, I went over to my brother's room to discuss with him what had happened. As it turns out, my old house resides on Native American territory. It then occurred to me that what we likely encountered was a skinwalker after all. My brother also told me that he thought he heard a woman's voice in the corner of his room that night. A voice that had said, "You saved them." Everything mentioned here happened last night, and I'm still scared to death. We all agreed not to tell anyone that wasn't close what happened, and to stop walking at night and never return there again. That's an agreement we will stay true to forever. Not deer. From When Ghosts Come Out. So this story is just a short one. Nothing long, just a little spooky tale. But it's the strangest, too. It takes place in a house located in Michigan. This home was built in a cul-de-sac neighborhood, with woods behind it, houses, a woodline, and a cow pasture in front of it. We had seen and heard this thing quite a few times, but at least I wouldn't come to terms with it until years later. I don't know if you've heard, but there are these creatures, very creepy ones. There are skinwalkers, which can take the form of another creature, and the Wendigo, which has some depictions of it resembling a deer or elk. I think both are said to be able to mimic voices. Now, the place we lived in at the time was definitely haunted. I know that for sure because we would have ghostly activity happening almost regularly. One night, my sister was in her room sleeping at the time. She woke up in the middle of the night. She said she recalled feeling just not right. When she looked over at her window, she saw this shadow. Not the shadow of a person or anything like that. This shadow reflected from the neighbor's light. She said it looked like a deer's head with antlers. Whatever it was, its shadow was just standing there at her window. It was there for a minute before it eventually disappeared. There were no branches or any trees there, nothing that could have made that shadow. Besides, that wouldn't explain why it just disappeared. She freaked out. She told us that very next morning, but never found any logical explanation for it. There were times where we would often leave our front door open during the night before heading off to bed. We would hear coyotes and the neighbors' dogs going off every once in a while. But there were these 2 nights I'll never forget. One night our dad had the door open again as usual, when suddenly he heard these loud screaming sounds coming from the cow pasture. It caused our dogs to bark, and we were all freaking out, wondering what it could be. After hearing this a few times, it just stopped. No more screaming, just silence. We never heard it again until another night came around, a year later, right around the same time of year as before. The screaming came again. This time we were just watching TV in the living room with the door open, when once more, the screaming returned. It was coming from the woods. They were so loud they echoed through the entire woods and neighborhood. It kept going for a while before just stopping. After that, we'd never hear them again. I personally think we could have encountered either a Windigo or Skinwalker, because everything that's happened kinda all adds up to it. I'm not saying that's a certainty, but I personally think it could have been. I really hope it's just a dream my sister had, or perhaps a branch in the window that night, even though I know deep down that doesn't make any sense. There are strange things in this world we can't explain, and some are downright terrifying. We've since moved out, and we've yet to experience anything like it again. Something stalked me at Camp Buck Tom's. From Vale Kyogre. I live in Tennessee, and I have all my life. As a kid, I was in the Boy Scouts, mostly to make my mother proud. Here in Tennessee, we have a big scout camp called Camp Buck Tom's. It's a massive camp with gun ranges, archery, and everything for Boy Scout fans and whatnot. I was made to go as my troop was going there. I think this happened in 2010, a long time ago now. There were several other troops there and many other campgrounds, with hundreds of kids and adults in different campgrounds, with all the bathrooms a decent walk from the campsites, and showers even farther away. My first day there, I oddly felt as if I was being watched whenever I was walking alone. Mind you, the buildings were far and few between, and it was mostly dense Tennessee forest. The feeling never faded the second day there, but even that couldn't have prepared me for the third day. Every day after supper, the troop was to shower in a community shower with each other. Being a shy person, I didn't really like that, so I asked if I could wait. The scoutmaster told me yes, but if I waited, I was going to have to walk to the showers alone. I argued about the buddy system and got told that scoutmasters don't have time to wait on those that are picky. So I swallowed my pride and waited. About 45 minutes later, my troop came back, and it was getting dark. It was about 7:30 p.m. in the evening, and I gathered my things and began to walk. Being one to talk to myself whenever I'm frustrated, I vented to myself as I walked, not noticing until about halfway to the showers that the normally active woods around me had gone silent. Now, I'm no hunter or whatnot, but even as a kid, you know silence like that is usually a bad sign. So I picked up the pace and continued my way to the showers. At a certain point, I heard a low, raspy growl and the sound of rustling leaves. As a kid, I was scared, and I began to run, hiding quickly in the shower building, which had a towel closet one person could fit in with some squeezing. I squeezed in quickly and shut the door as quietly as I could. I began to hear those sounds getting closer and closer. Then there was quiet. For about 2 minutes, it stayed quiet, so I stayed as quiet as I could. Through a crack in the door, I saw it. A tall, pale thing. It looked like a person, almost, but with no lips, no hair, and it was horribly skinny. Its hands were spindly, and the tips looked like claws. Its teeth were reddish yellow, and its gums were black. It stepped into the building and walked around, growling and hissing in a raspy tone. I began to tremble, almost crying, but I held it back. Eventually, this strange creature slipped back out the door, but I stayed hidden in there. I couldn't bring myself to just step out. I shut my eyes and simply waited for someone else to find me. Eventually, I was found by another troop, and I walked back after their scoutmaster let me use the master's shower near their camp. I never went back, and I left the scouts that very same month after my mother gave me approval. Listen well, never walk in the woods around that camp alone, and if you ever hear a raspy growl, turn and run back to your camp. Don't test fate or luck like I did. Never hike the Appalachian Trail alone. From B. Morrison. Growing up, my thing had always been walking alone in the woods. I was a creative writer in school. My attention span now is far too gone to finish much writing these days. But back then, I would take a stroll through the woods to get my writing done. Just me, a pencil, and a notebook. Heck, sometimes I'd even listen to Silent Hill and Parasite Eve OSTs. Some of those tracks were pretty creepy too. Yet it never creeped me out. Being alone in the woods listening to music that could be eerie, I never did feel afraid. This single experience, however, has left me with a feeling of dread at the mere thought of going back in the woods alone. I still venture out there, but that peace of mind I used to have just isn't there anymore. I work at a call center. I have weekends off, and I was single at the time, with not too many friends. I would frequently spend my weekends hiking and camping along the Appalachian Trail. I lived only 2 hours from it, and the drive itself was usually quite relaxing too. Solo hiking and camping can be difficult, and it's not something I recommend for inexperienced hikers. Even if you follow a forecast, weather can turn unexpectedly. The rare large animal encounter can happen, and sometimes you can put yourself in a very dangerous situation when you've got no one with you. I sprained my ankle once on a trail in the nearby mountains. I was miles deep, and having gone in alone, I had to trek back, limping all the way. Not a fun experience. On a cloudy Saturday morning, I woke up early, gathering my things and venturing forth to the Appalachian Trail. A couple of hours of a drive there, I arrived. No rain at all just yet, though the sky would remain overcast for the duration of my journey. I'd planned on a one-night camping trip. I wouldn't go too deep. I had some plans the following day for my sister's baby shower, and I didn't plan on missing it. The hike in was smooth. The air that day was just the right pressure and humidity. It was an especially comfortable hike. I never would have expected what would soon transpire. I hunkered down under a poplar tree, chowing down on a Cliff Bar. Then I finished off my first bottle of water. I looked around as I enjoyed my brunch, trying to remember the names to the numerous different trees and shrubs around me. Then I thought about a meeting I'd have to come in early for on Tuesday. It was around then I saw something that made my heart lurch. A human figure at the top of a dead tree about 20 yards to my right. It was small. I could very clearly make out a small coat, pants, shoes, and hair. What in the world? I wondered. My heart raced as I picked myself up and ran over towards the tree. Surely I wasn't seeing a child stuck at the very tip-top of a tree in the Appalachian Trail, right? It was the most bizarre thing. I definitely panicked, to be honest. If this child fell from that height, they could be hurt, if they weren't already. I mean, the figure wasn't moving at all, except for their clothes blowing in the wind. Hey, are you okay? I called up. No response. No movement either. I gulped, my heart sinking a little farther. Now, you're probably thinking I should have called for help then. But I had a habit of leaving my phone in the car. I don't like looking at my screen too often, so on short hikes, I like to leave it behind. I was only going to be out overnight, so I thought I wouldn't need it. I made a quick decision, and I began to climb. I was in decent shape, sure, but I hadn't climbed a tree since I was 12 or 13 years old? Luckily, this tree was nearly perfect for climbing, branches all in the right places. It was only recently dead too, so none of it felt brittle yet. I had to stop several times, but eventually, exhausted, I made it close enough to the figure to reach out and touch their shoe. I poked the bottom of one of their shoes, trying to get their attention or get a response. The shoe fell the moment my finger touched it. Underneath, there was no sock, no foot. I looked closer at the rest of the figure. There was no person inside the clothes. The coat and pants were empty, and the hair, well, that was especially weird. I reached up, nearly losing my hold on the tree, and inside the hood of the coat was in fact very real human hair. Long and straight, like it belonged to a young girl. But the strand I pulled wasn't attached to anything. Oddly enough, I could see flakes of skin on the end of the strands, as if the hair had been yanked from someone's head. I felt vomit rising from my stomach. Before I could react further, I heard something below me then. Footsteps, slow and heavy. Then there was a whisper just barely louder than the wind. Come down. The voice sounded feminine and elderly, but somehow it sounded closer to me, as if the speaker was on a nearby branch. Impossible, I was the only one up here. Come down. It repeated without any change in its inflection. Obviously, that was the last thing I wanted to do. I stayed in that tree, clinging for dear life. But my muscles were getting weary, my limbs wobbly. Come down. It came again suddenly after about 10 minutes of silence. I was at my limit then. I tried resting myself on the branch below me, but it was thin, forcing me to press my feet and legs forward onto it to keep my back steadily against the trunk. There was no position in which I could rest. I had to get down. "Come down." Again, I heard the whisper. The footsteps came again too. They seemed to be just below me at the bottom of the tree. But when I looked, I saw no one. I climbed down to the next branch, my legs still wobbling. Then the next, then another, until at last I was confident I could jump down without being hurt. I took a deep breath. I remember thinking, "Go," and jumping at the same time. I hit the ground, both my knees popping, but I was fine, and I ran as quickly as I could down the trail the way I came. I didn't look back. I have no idea how I was allowed to leave. Whatever I had encountered out there felt so malevolent, evil, but I ran until I saw another person whose expression was one of confusion and startlement. I smiled, panted, and continued past. Back at my car, I called the ranger station with my phone, which had been waiting on me in the glove compartment. I reported what I'd found and where I found it. I couldn't help but think then, maybe I should have run instead of climbing that tree. But the idea of the poor child falling from it while I was gone, trying to find them help, ate at me. Now, knowing there was no child, I felt as if I had been baited. Some subconscious part of me was telling me something had laid a trap for me. Then again, why was I allowed to leave? That was the last of it. I never heard back from anyone regarding the encounter. I've never heard of a similar experience, and I've seen no news reports about a missing child. In the end, a fear of the woods now lingers with me, and I'll be staying far away from the Appalachian Trail for the time being. The Beast of Pope County. From Salaried Second. The town this occurred in was more or less the size of a village. The encounter happened back in mid-October of 2016, as a friend and I were out deer hunting along the ridges north of Hector, Arkansas. We had several cattle deaths before the sighting, but we'd mainly chalked it up to coyotes or coy dogs roaming the property, as it was next to the Ozark WMA. This wasn't uncommon. Livestock deaths were expected during the fall due to the high amount of predators in the area. My friend Levi, who was like a brother to me, and I had gotten out of classes early, so we rode out to the ridge that we call T Hill to check my family's cattle and maybe hunt some game that evening, if we saw anything. Usually, the cattle would be grazing, and you could spot deer around the fence lines, which bordered the hardwood flats. Everything seemed normal that evening, except the cattle. They weren't in their normal area out on the top of the ridge. Instead, they were hiding in their lower thickets, watching a cow pace around one of the streams that trickled down the ridge. Now, these streams were never over 6 to 7 inches deep, and that was only if we had a downpour. I kept the cow at bay while Levi drove his ATV a little closer to the stream before waving me over. In the stream, there was maybe a 2 to 3 month old calf. It was dead. But it hadn't been mauled like it would have been if coyotes had killed it. We were very disappointed. Maybe it was too weak and had drowned in the shallow water of the stream. A few days later, we had the weekend off and went hunting along that ridge. Levi managed to harvest a good-sized deer, and I was helping him drag it out. This is when we saw it. This grayish-colored beast stood up from a bramble thicket in front of us, and it let out a low and deep rumble. Levi was 5'10", and I'm around 6'2", but this thing still had at least a foot in height over me. Instantly, we both grabbed our rifles and fired at it. The beast stumbled, then screamed. I swear I saw blood bubbling from its chest then. It didn't drop though. Rather, the beast ran screaming through the brush and off through the ridgeline. "We're not tracking that dang thing," Levi said, as we hurriedly dragged his deer to the trail, then hastily loaded it on the ATV before peeling out of that area. Not long after this, we graduated, and I moved away. Levi and I talked about the event several times after, but we always chalked it up to a bear that we spooked. But that's not quite right. I remember the thing having a canine-like face as it rose, and black bears aren't gray. Not deer in the Pacific Northwest. From Nico765. This was a strange encounter I had on a mountain trip with my friend. I've always loved forests, and I love to go on hikes whenever I can. When my friend, Kate, asked me to drive up into the mountains one day, I jumped at the offer. Kate had a usual camping spot where she liked to bring her ATVs, and occasionally she liked to drive through the woods. She and I decided to take 2 of them down a path that went right alongside the forest, with a huge valley on our left. We drove for a few minutes, admiring the view. I'd recently taken up photography as a hobby, so I was wanting to take some pictures of the trip. It was about 4 or 5 in the evening, so right around dusk. I was driving along the path when I saw a few deer among the trees. I stopped, hoping to get a nice picture. Kate kept on going, but I shouted at her that I would catch up in a second. I took my camera out of my backpack, dismounted the ATV, and walked a little closer to the group of deer. I stepped on a stick, though, and the deer looked over at me, then ran away. Dang it, I thought. That's fine. There's probably more deer around. Before I turned back, I noticed there was still one deer eating grass in those trees. I crept a little closer, trying not to make any noise. It then whipped its head around, and all of a sudden, I was terrified. Note, I've lived around this area my whole life. I've always known how to deal with animals, and I've practically lived alongside raccoons, hawks, elk, etc., so I had no reason to be scared of this deer. I was about 20 feet away from it, so I wasn't close enough for it to kick me or attack me or anything. But the moment those eyes met mine, I knew something was wrong. This was not a normal deer. The eyes weren't the average soft black eyes of a doe. They were gray, cold, and I swear they were human-like. Then it growled. It wasn't a canine growl, it sounded more like a person trying to imitate a growl. It was deep and angry, and it rattled me to my core. Its teeth were big and sharp, and by no means the teeth of an herbivore. It was then when I knew I needed to go. I backed up slowly for a few steps, still staring at it straight in the face. Then I turned and I booked it back to the ATV, hopping on, making a beeline in the direction that Kate went. As the wind rushed past me, I gradually heard the birds chirping in the trees. I noticed only then that when I saw that deer, the forest had gone completely silent. I soon caught up to Kate, who motioned for us to take the loop around instead of back the way we came. Eventually, we got back to our campsite, and I thankfully locked myself in the car. I didn't tell Kate, her being the most skeptical person I know. When she finished loading the ATVs back into her trailer, we started on our way back home. We drove along the forest pathway, and as we were about to leave the woods, I happened to look back. 2 shining gray eyes stared right into my face, and I heard that growl in my ears. I shivered then, blinked, and it was gone. All I saw then was a dark shadow limping its way through the trees. The following are 2 stories submitted by Anthony 1997.
Warning.
The following story contains depictions of violence against animals. A skinwalker in the pig pen. This encounter happened half a year ago. It has caused me to move away from the home I grew up in, the woods I've always played in, hunted in, etc. A place that was for the most part always happy was torn to bits. My mama is full-blooded Cherokee and moved off the reserve to marry my papa. So I'm no stranger to folktales and stories of skinwalkers and so on. Now, I'm from what most people call the sticks. It's an hour's drive to get into town and 3 hours to the nearest big city. As such, we raised our own chickens, pigs, cows, etc. for milk, eggs, and meat. One week, the pigs were beginning to act off. They weren't rolling around in the mud. They were all huddled in the corner of their pen and did not want to move, not even when we brought them food. Then one morning, I got up to go tend to the chores, collect eggs, milk the cows, and feed the pigs. But when I made it to the pig pen, I found 2 pigs lying dead, chunks of flesh ripped from them. I sighed, told my dad about it, and we removed the dead pigs from the pen and buried them. Supernatural things aren't uncommon where I live, but this seemed like a pack of coyotes just got into the pig pen, so I left it at that, and I set up the next night with my shotgun, watching the pig pen, ready to shoot anything that got too near, and hopefully scare off the rest. But nothing happened that night. In fact, nothing would happen for the next month. It was all normal, other than the fact that coyotes were howling more than usual. During that time, I bought an RV. I moved it into the backyard until I could find a spot to stay at for good. One night, I heard the pigs squealing a lot, and the coyotes were going mad. They sounded really close. By the time I got up, threw on some clothes, and grabbed my shotgun, the coyote howls and pig squeals had morphed into a single sound, and it was doing this over and over. I walked out into the pig pen and looked them over. Nothing seemed out of place yet, until I caught a glimpse of a pig out of the pen. I turned and chuckled at it, saying, "Come on, bud, let's get you in there before the coyotes get you." I took a step toward it, and then it let out a bone-chilling screech. I stopped, dead in my tracks. That's not the sound pigs make. I readied my shotgun, and I realized it was looking at me. I could feel heat from its eyes staring into my soul. I aimed and shot, but it didn't flinch. Instead, it stood up and laughed. I could see legs that looked more human, with hooves for feet and hands. It screeched again, and I took off running. I made it back to my RV and slammed the door. I looked out the window then, and I saw that thing slowly walking to my RV door. It tried to open it, and it began to beat against it, screeching. The RV felt as if it was going to be tipped over when suddenly it stopped. It wasn't long before I began to hear crying. This sounded much more human, but also like it was being run through an old TV that was thrown into a bathtub of Jell-O. I looked out, and it was still staring at me, but now it was crying. I pushed a chair against the door and went to lie down, trying to ignore it. It followed me to the closest window, continuing to cry and now occasionally tapping on the glass. This went on for a long time, but stopped all at once. With the return of silence, I finally fell asleep. But the next day, when I went to check on the pigs, I found them all dead, torn apart. To this day, I'm convinced it was a skinwalker. It's the only thing that makes sense to me. The mongrel. My experience with the mongrel happened 2 years ago. Now, I'm not sure if this creature has another name, but it's what my family calls it. They've always told stories about how the mongrel attacked them, chased them out of the woods and after their cars. I've always thought it was just a story to keep the kids out of the woods after dark, since panthers and mountain lions and rattlesnakes are quite common in the area. Back when I was younger, I was heavy to say the least. After a girl I had a huge crush on rejected me, I decided it was time to lose weight and to change my lifestyle. I began working out. I bought a bench press, weights, and a lot of supplements. One day I didn't get off work in time to do my midday jog through the woods. I got home and started lifting weights. After about an hour of that, I decided it wasn't too dark to go jogging, as long as I brought my .357 Magnum. I got ready, put my holster on my hip, and went to go out the front door when Dad stopped me. "Son, you really shouldn't go out this late. You remember what your aunts, uncles, and myself have said is out there." I laughed and said, "Dad, I'm not afraid of that little kid's story anymore." I closed the door, put my headphones in, and started my jog. I got halfway through our portion of the woods, and I started to feel uneasy, more than usual. I took out one of my headphones and kept jogging. I got to where I usually turn around to go back home when I saw this beautiful white dog lying in a bush. Knowing that the neighbors keep dogs and frequently buy new ones, I figured it was one of theirs. I called out to it, saying, "Come here, boy." A mistake I wish I'd never made. It stood up and looked at me. Its eyes were glowing red as if hellfire was inside them. I nervously muttered, trying to joke it off, "Those are some crazy eyes, buddy." And I chuckled. But I froze because I heard it laugh back at me. I felt a chill run down my spine then. I heard it do it again, chuckling at me, and I had this feeling that I needed to leave now. I took off running, and it watched me as I did. When I looked back again, I swear I saw it smiling. It stretched and took off running. Before I could react, it had gone from 40 feet away from me to only 20, getting closer and closer by the second. Eventually, I stopped looking back. It was almost as if I could feel its hot breath on my neck. I heard paws hitting the ground right behind me, followed by a sharp pain in my shoulder. But I kept running. I got to the house and slammed the front door shut. Dad walked up to me and asked, "What's wrong, son? Did you see it?" I said, "No, Dad, what? I just heard a panther screaming, that's all." And I laughed it off. I went into my room and noticed I was bleeding. Something, probably it, had scratched me. It was only a single claw mark, though. If anyone has experienced a similar creature and knows the correct name, I'd love to hear it. Airsoft at night. From Airsoft Sniper. I'm a big fan of airsoft, but it is an expensive hobby. When you love something, you don't mind spending a little money on it. Every airsoft range I've been to never lets you have matches after dark, for good reason. But when this happened, I was still pretty new to airsoft, and I quickly learned my lesson. I just finished a team deathmatch, and luckily won by just one life left. My team and I laughed at how hard that match was when my phone suddenly rang. I saw that my cousin, Tamara, was the one calling, so I answered. "Yo, what's up?" "Hey, cuz, I got a few friends that want to try airsoft. You think you could help us?" And I answered her, "I'll see what I can do. I'll need to know how many want to try it out." There were some whispers on the other side, and after a few seconds, Tamara replied, "So we'll be with 4 people, okay?" I gathered some info and we planned the first airsoft match with them for 2 weeks later. Eventually, the time came. Tamara and her friends arrived that morning before their first match. I saw her coming out of her car with her pitch black hair followed by 3 other people, so 4 total on their side. including a guy I never expected to see. As I walked out the front door to greet them, I was introduced to the two I didn't know, Caleb and Trish. I grabbed the most familiar hand there, belonging to Gregory, telling him it's been ages, and I discussed how I was eyeing an MP40 at a local Airsoft store, and I was going to go there today. So we went with the entire group. They were eyeballing some expensive guns. I looked around for some sidearms like a Glock, but my cousin Tamara was hypnotized by a Super Hawk 6. We checked out, and I ended up getting a free Magnum too. That night we talked about strategies. I told them flat out, running and gunning isn't going to cut it. It's not a Call of Duty game, but a real-life game. We also talked about the guns that they were going to use, so I got everyone's loadouts ready for tomorrow. Not long after, everyone including myself went to bed. I woke up sometime in the middle of the night, and I saw light coming from the room Tamara was spending the night in. When I opened the door, I saw her sound asleep in the bed. I turned off the light, closed the door, and decided to check on some things. The following morning, everyone loaded their loadout into my truck, and my cousin and her friends had their first match together. Of course, we lost since there was no good communication between the team, so naturally we talked about the flaws and had our second match, which we also lost. On the drive back, morale was down. Everyone was quiet until I said, "Hey, guys, you need to follow the plans and communicate, all right? We'll practice that the moment we get back home." The rest of the day followed as I expected it. At dinner, though, Tamara said, "I might have just found a location where we can practice, and it's in the woods nearby as well." Naturally, I replied, "Well, Airsoft is not supposed to be played after dark, okay?" Caleb said, "Look, dude, quit being a wussy." I tried pointing out that Caleb had performed the worst out of all of us. "Okay, calm down, you two. Yes, Caleb, you suck. And yes, our communication was worthless, but that's why we need to practice," Tamara shouted. "I've even got some night vision goggles." At that point, I gave in and just said, "Okay." We quickly got our things together. We then drove to the location that Tamara gave me. We arrived at what looked like a mansion that was ready to collapse. We got all our things out of the truck. Suddenly, a guy walked up to us, asking, "Hey, y'all the ones that called?" Tamara answered excitedly, "Yep, that's us." The man then explained, "Look, you got the hills to yourself and this old house." At this point, I was beginning to get a weird feeling, a disconcerting feeling. I tried shrugging it off, though, and we decided to go for a free-for-all type of match, so I decided on using a ghillie suit. I went inside the decaying mansion. I heard a sudden thud coming from a different room nearby, and I heard my cousin say, "Hey cuz, you ready?" Of course, I replied, "Sure thing, let's get this started." We came to an agreement to activate our night vision goggles after 5 minutes. I ran to higher ground and laid down in my ghillie suit, fully focusing on the mansion. Suddenly, I heard a twig snap, but since I'd gotten used to being a sniper and wearing a ghillie suit, I decided to remain as still as possible, waiting to get a free shot on whoever came near me. After the agreed-upon time, I fired up my night vision goggles, and thus began our nighttime airsoft free-for-all match. As I lay there, I saw Trisha run inside. I took a shot at her and hit her. She raised her hand to show that she was hit, and in this case, she was out. I then heard footsteps right next to my head, and I froze. The footsteps slowly went from my head towards the mansion, and through my night vision goggles, I saw something that made my breathing stop. It was a foot that seemed to belong to a corpse. It was only then that I truly noticed a foul stench of rot and decay. Those feet quickly gained momentum, though, running off towards the mansion. I awoke from my stupor moments later, and I texted Tamara that we needed to stop right away and hightail it out of there. Before I could explain that someone was here that shouldn't be, she replied, "Hey, I just saw you running into the mansion. You're all mine now." I quickly wrote, No, that's not me. It's not someone from our group. I think we need to leave right now." Right as I sent it, I heard every gun go off in that mansion. I ran like the wind, and as I arrived, Tamara ran out, looking surprised, saying in a startled voice, "Wait, you were right in there a second ago." "No, Tamara, I need you to text everyone that the match is over now. We're leaving," I commanded. We heard more guns going off, followed by a terrifying scream. Airsoft can leave you with bruises at the most, so if Tamara's friends had been shooting at this intruder, they had done nothing but tee it off. Trisha and Gregory then ran out of the mansion, with Gregory saying, "Holy crap, something was chasing us." I told them, "Get in the car, start it, and don't ever turn that engine off." Suddenly, another of Tamara's friends ran out of the mansion too, screaming, "Run, you idiots!" We listened. We all ran to the truck as fast as we could. Tamara got behind the wheel and she floored it. Since I was in the boot, I put my night vision goggles back on. I had to know if the intruder was following us. I saw it then. A figure that looked more like a decaying corpse. A face that was more bone than skin. "Faster, Tamara, faster!" I called to her. Tamara was gunning it. When we finally made it back to my place, everyone immediately went to bed, and I followed their example. Later that night, I did once again wake up. That feeling of paranoia returned to me, so I decided to look outside. In the distance, I swear I saw 2 glowing yellow eyes. Just in case, I checked every door and window in the house. Even after that, I had a hard time going back to sleep. Only Gregory and Tamara are now still into Airsoft, and at moments they bring up that night. I've never gone and done anything with Airsoft in the dark after that, because if you saw what I saw, you would never even want to set foot outside in the dark again. I don't know what it was, but I'm pretty scared. From Felix. I was on vacation in the US, specifically in Virginia. I'm a big fan of scary stories. I like to read about cryptids and ghosts, etc. Well, during this vacation, I was on my way back from an amusement park. It was already after dark, and we were on this road, surrounded by deep forest. Almost everyone in the car was sleeping by then, except for the driver and my parents. And me, of course. I stared out the window and listened to some scary stories. It was then that I saw these 2 red dots. They were about 2 meters off the ground. I turned my head the other way. I thought it was just a reflection of the car's lights. When I turned my head back, the red dots were gone. I brushed it off. Again, it wasn't enough to warrant any suspicion. I focused on my stories and continued to relax. But suddenly I began to shiver. The thing was, I wasn't cold. I looked back in the woods. It was then that I felt like someone or something was watching me from behind those trees. The paralyzing feeling of fear came over me like a wave. I couldn't move then, and I felt as if I didn't want to. I simply stared at the trees, unable to move, unable to blink. Then I saw it. At first, I thought it was a big rock, but when I focused on it, I knew that it wasn't a rock. Whatever it was had dark gray skin that looked as if it was melting. I could see its ribs under its skin. It was sitting or crouching. I saw its 2 long, skinny hands and legs. I was glad I didn't make eye contact with this creature. It was looking the other way at the moment. I only saw it for a second or 2 before a truck covered the woods. When I could see the trees again as the truck passed, this weird creature was gone, but that feeling of paralyzing fear remained. It still felt as if I was being watched. Then came a wave of regret as I suddenly remembered a conversation I had with my cousin not long ago. We discussed skinwalkers made jokes about it, despite there being a rule that you should never say its name out loud. A couple of days passed by after that. I thought I was safe by then, but something visited me in my dreams, and that same exact feeling of paralyzing fear washed over me. That creature appeared before me. It said something, but I didn't understand what it was. When I finally woke up, it took me a while to be able to move. I was so scared. To this day, I'm really creeped out by these events, but still very, very curious. My coworker's been replaced. From Pizza Courier 6. I know it sounds crazy, but I think my coworker was replaced by something. I want to start this story by saying I've lived in Nevada all my life. I like it here, and I generally enjoy the desert life, though it can get a bit too hot at times. So I've been working at a pizza restaurant for a while now as one of the cooks. However, I'm also trained to man the register and to take phone orders. Pretty much whatever part of the pizza making and selling process they need me at the most. It's an okay job. At this point, I've gotten pretty tired of the free pizza, but overall, it's a fine job. One of the more enjoyable parts is when I work with one of my favorite coworkers, Jim. Jim is a screwball who loves to play pranks and mess around, generally trying to make work fun for himself, as well as everyone else that's on his shift with him. Our manager doesn't really have a problem with it, since despite all the fun he has, he works as hard as he plays, if not harder. And we usually make more in tips and sales when he does work, versus when he doesn't. I'm a bit more reserved than Jim, but once he gets going, basically everyone follows suit and has fun together. It honestly doesn't even feel like work sometimes. Jim has also done more team building for me and my coworkers than anything corporate has done. He throws parties pretty often and usually goes bar hopping most weekends. It's been super great to get to know and become friends with Jim. However, like the title to this story states, I don't think he's Jim anymore. More so, whoever is showing up to work looking like Jim, it isn't Jim. See, Jim's parties were less than legal. When you live in a state that's like 95% desert, you can really do all that illegal stuff pretty easily. To put it simply, a lot of illegal substances, a lot of fireworks, and allowing our younger coworkers to drink. Looking back at these parties he threw, I can say they were all terrible, horrible ideas, but at the time, in the moment, they were the coolest thing ever. See, I also never really partied much in high school myself. I was straight edge. Only parties I went to involved Smash Bros. And pizza until 3 a.m. They were fun, but they weren't the same kind of freedom Jim gave me and everyone else. The final party he threw was one of his best. He set it up as an ABC party, or an anything but clothes party, meaning all our coworkers and any of the friends outside of work Jim said we could invite, myself and Jim's self included, weren't allowed to wear clothes and instead had to wear everyday objects and the like instead. Most of them showed up in togas made from bed sheets and blankets, which is what I did. Jim, on the other hand, decided to wear the various deer and bear pelts from his father's hunting lodge, which, looking back, may be why he was targeted. Other people important to the story are Susie, our part-time coworker and my full-time crush at the time the party occurred, who wore pizza boxes from work all taped together, our manager Andy, who was wearing a suit made out of duct tape, and Laura, our friend from outside of work who decided she'd wear purple balloons to look like grapes, and resident cryptid nerd. I know Susie was the one who came up with the idea later in the night to tell ghost stories. We had run out of fireworks by then, and most of us were high, so it sounded like a good idea. She went first, telling a story about a skinwalker. While telling the story and also explaining to a lot of drunk people what a skinwalker is, she must have had a plan with Andy, as he suddenly popped out at the scariest point in the story to frighten a lot of the girls. Most of us laughed it off, Maybe it's because Susie's story was so good, but a lot of the folks there, some of whom had asked moments ago what a skinwalker even was, chimed in with their own tales of it. At all of this, Laura pulled me aside from the bonfire to talk. "Hey, I think we need to change the subject," she said. "What? Why?" I asked. "You scared or something?" "Or something, you jerk. I just think we've said it enough." I don't understand what you're saying." "They are attracted to whoever or wherever its name is spoken." "Huh? Oh, do you mean Skinwalker?" "Shh, don't say it," she said as she drunkenly covered my mouth with her hands. "But they're not real, Laura. Susie made them up, right?" "God, you're an idiot sometimes. No, they're from Native American folklore." "So, what, there's really people out there that can turn into animals?" "I don't know. I just know my mom told me to never say their name like that, especially not repeatedly." "But why?" I remember asking dumbly. "Because they're attracted to it. If we keep saying it, they'll come here," she pleaded. I didn't really believe, but I wished I had. Instead of listening when it was my turn, I doubled down on it, thinking I'd be able to scare Laura even more. Laura kept quiet about it though, but I think she pulled other people aside to tell them about it later that night. But a lot of this was a haze. This next part is what we pieced together later on after everything happened. First, Jim started a small game of truth or dare with a few of our coworkers. This led to him and Susie getting into a fight over a dare, and Susie storming off from the game. Later on, Andy said he and Jim got into a small drinking game. He didn't remember how it went down, so I assume he probably lost, knowing how Jim held his liquor. Some of the other partygoers remembered Jim talking about seeing people standing around the bonfire, but they assumed he took some substances he didn't share with the rest of everyone. After that, no one else remembered what Jim got up to. From what Susie said, I went to comfort her after the fight, but then Laura pulled me away. She then made sure Andy got back to his tent and helped him inside. From there, she remembered coyotes yipping later on in the night, but other than that, she said she just went to bed in her car. I do, however, remember what happened after I woke up. I'd apparently bunked with Laura in her car. I looked over at her with my dorky smile on my face. "Good morning, wifey," I joked. "Shut up, jerk," she snapped back at me. "Someone's hungover." "No, I'm just freaked the heck out after last night. We should have gone to one of our houses after the party, not stayed in the car," she explained. It was still quite early, around 4 or 5, and still a bit dark out with it being winter. We'd probably only been asleep for about 3 hours looking back on it. "Look, I saw a coyote around the cars when I got up, and I'm really freaked out. Can we just go home?" she pleaded. "I guess. You sure it wasn't just Jim being a weirdo with those furs on?" "Don't get me started on those. I had half a mind to whack him upside the head after seeing him dressed in them." "Whoa, sorry." I crawled to the front seat and grabbed my keys out of the cup holders, jamming them into the ignition. Laura climbed over and sat in the passenger seat, just scowling. The car started up and we were the first ones to leave. I drove slowly so as to not wake up everyone else who was sleeping in tents and beds of trucks and other cars. However, I did notice Jim wasn't in his truck, like he usually would be. He'd always sleep in the bed of his truck, so he could fall asleep looking at the night sky, about as poetic and romantic as the guy could get. At the time, I shrugged it off. In fact, I shrugged a lot of that night and morning off, when I probably shouldn't have. Once we were far enough away, I got up to speed and started to drive Laura and myself to my place. "I'm sorry, I didn't know all that stuff freaked you out so much," I told Laura. "It doesn't freak me out, it's just dangerous." "I still don't get how it's dangerous." "You really don't believe me when I said they're real, did you?" Well, did anyone you talked to last night? Just Susie, but I already knew she believed in them. I was mostly just mad at her for starting it. If she believes they're real, why did she start it? You know Susie, she likes to cross the line and push buttons. A little risk for everyone to get under my skin is her MO. Before too long, the subject changed to more friendly topics. Once we were back at my place and washing off the layer of dirt we were both covered in, we made a large meal to fight off our hangovers. That's when Andy called me. Hey man, you and Laura already head out? Yeah, just had some stuff at home we needed to do. It's no problem. That's not why I'm calling. It's Jim. I can't seem to find him anywhere. Please tell me he hitched a ride with you. No, it was just me and Laura. What are you talking about you can't find Jim? Andy sighed and took a moment, his voice a bit shaken now. I don't know, I checked all the tents and peeked in the car windows. I don't see him anywhere. Could he have wandered off? I asked worriedly. I don't know. I'll let you know if we find him though. Just keep an eye out in case he does somehow wander back into town. We'll be back as soon as we can to help search, I responded. I let Laura know who that was and what it was about. After we were ready, we went back out to help look for Jim, leaving our breakfast behind. Once we got there, we gathered all the information I'd mentioned before. We spent around 4 hours that day looking for Jim before finally finding him. We located him passed out a good hour's hike away. I was so glad it all worked out. At least, that's what I thought at first. Jim seemed really out of it. He was even walking funny. But I just assumed he'd injured himself and had taken something way stronger than the rest of us that night. After everyone got back home, things did seem to calm down, and stuff went back to normal at first. Laura had told me Jim was acting weird one day when she stopped in to chat with him and grab lunch. But I wasn't sure if a little chat was enough time to tell if he was acting weird or just messing with her. It wasn't until my shift with him that I realized what she meant. No jokes, no smiles, no fun. It was like Jim had done a 180. Instead of making fun of problem customers, he would chastise us over being rude to them. He stopped being as helpful as he was before, really only doing the job he was assigned to do that day and nothing else, which is very odd for anyone where I work. We all kind of understand what everyone is capable of, and we help out where we can. But now it was like Jim forgot how to be a team player. That weekend, when we asked what plans he had, he said nothing. By then, a lot of us, Susie and myself especially, were worried about him. Andy was concerned too, but tried to rationalize it, saying he must have had a life-changing trip or something, one that altered his way of thinking. I didn't agree with that. I still don't think that's what it was. It was Laura who said we should surprise him at his house to see what was really going on. Laura, Susie, and I drove there that Saturday, knocking on his door, but he never answered, even though his car was there. We even tried calling, and we heard his phone ring from inside, but Jim just didn't ever come to the door, nor did he answer his phone. Susie was the one who decided to look in through one of the windows. What she said she saw still freaks me out. She said Jim was just standing in his living room, watching himself in the mirror by his couch. He was waving and walking back and forth as if he was practicing. Then Laura said what we were all thinking by then, but it felt surreal to say our friend had been replaced by some creature from folklore. But still, I don't know what else it could be. I've worked another whole week with him, and he's still dead inside. He doesn't limp around as much, and he's far better with the customers again, but it's still all off. He's been burning the pizzas lately too, which is really weird, as he was the one that helped train me to use the oven. Maybe I'm just overthinking things. Maybe it's all in my head. But I still can't shake the feeling something's wrong. Susie tried to hang out with him at work, but Jim would refuse. She even apologized for the fight they got in, which he didn't even remember having. Laura refuses to even look or talk to him, now saying it's not Jim, and I'm starting to think she's right. The following weekend, Susie and I went over to his house. Laura didn't want to go, which we understood. When Susie looked inside, she said he was doing the same stuff as before, just creepily walking around and stretching. The day after, we went again this time, and it was even freakier. From the get-go, when we got to his door to knock, asking if he was home, we could hear him talking from inside. "Hello, my name's Jim. Hello, my name's Jim. Hello, my name's Jim." He repeatedly said this to himself for a very long time. He was practicing hand motions too, in the mirror. At one point, he turned around and saw us at the window. We ducked down and ran to the car and left. We're both nervous about our next shift with Jim, and we're unsure of what to do. Part of me wants to think something just happened to Jim, and he's just adjusting to some lifestyle change or a problem that occurred while he was high. Maybe he hit his head too hard, or he suffered a stroke, something like that. It's horrible to say, but I hope that's what it is. However, my gut feeling tells me it's something far worse. Something imitating our cows in the fields. From Anonymous. I was at my grandfather's farm, which is on Native American land in Wisconsin. My dad had made jokes about the farm being an old Indian burial ground, which now I kind of believe. This supernatural thing I encountered that night heavily unsettled me, as now I know that past experiences my dad and uncle had with supposed Wendigos and Skinwalkers might be true. Now, on to what happened. I had just finished up shoveling corn silage into our blower, heading up to my dad's old square-body truck to drive over to mine to work on it. I drove over there and got the treble light out, plugged it in, and popped the hood on my truck. I just hung the treble light on my hood when I heard the cows bellowing. Now, I would have shaken this off as normal, but it was coming from the direction of our fields. I drove my dad's truck down to the barn to tell him. He then told me to go check the gates to see if the cows had ripped them down. But the gates were still up. I had the truck running with the lights on, and I shut it off. The same bellowing noises came from the fields, only now more distorted. Like it wasn't coming from cattle, it was coming from something trying to imitate the cows. It was too high pitch and almost sounded like it was crackling. I went ahead and drove my dad's truck back up to my truck. I put the light away and closed up the big steel shed my truck was next to. All the while, the sounds of those quote-unquote cows got more distorted, like some sort of unnatural animal both breathing and screaming very loudly. The bellows were happening in quick succession. This wasn't normal. Our cows never sounded like that. I was walking back to my dad's truck when I heard possibly the most unsettling sounds in about 5 seconds. From 2 different directions came 2 loud screams, not ear-piercing, but still plenty loud. Then, from the same direction that the cow sounds had come from, I heard coyotes howling. I bolted to the truck and hit the gas, not wanting to find out what could mimic cows and coyotes. I told my dad about it, and he asked what it was. I just told him I would tell him in the truck. Then he did what I didn't want him to do. He began to say, "Oh, Skinwalker, a Skinwalker." I yelled at him not to say its name. Eventually, we went back to the shed. Our farmyard isn't too big. From the shed where my truck is to the barn can't be more than 25 yards. But eventually, we went back up there with my grandpa's truck. Once there, my dad swapped the receiver hitch so we could hook it up to a kick bale wagon that my grandpa was going to bring back to our neighbors in the morning. I didn't want to be there much longer, so this didn't make anything at all better. Now, what makes everything about this story worse is that we have these stereotypical tall cornfields. It's good for business this year. They're probably 12 feet high in some places, but I hate the fact that something could be hiding in there so easily. I'm sorry if the writing was sloppy, but I'm really shaken up by this, and I'm probably not in the right headspace. If I encounter anything more regarding this, I'll let you know. Now, if you're still wondering about what my dad and uncle might have seen, I can tell you here. The story goes that it was the early 2000s. My dad and his older brother were out cutting firewood around late fall or early winter. It would get dark around that time, around 4:30 p.m. My uncle alerted my dad to something chasing deer across the field and on a hill. Whatever it was gaining on the deer, and according to my dad, it looked half wolf and half ape. So yeah, that's that. Not sure if that would be a Wendigo or a Skinwalker. The worst part about all this is that the cows were up near our cow yard, which was near the fields, and to me it seemed like something was out there, trying to communicate with them, trying to lure one or more away. Our cows aren't allowed out in our fields either, so this really scared me, and while writing this, I just heard breathing through my AC in my room. So yeah, maybe I'll just go cry now. The Wendigo and the Windigo. From Sea Spirit 81. I'm Native American. I've lived on a reservation my entire life. The res is surrounded by a thick blanket of pine trees, but after the first few meters, it thins out. Normally, the forest is bustling with hunters, trappers, and the occasional hiker, but the elders of the res forbid anyone from staying in there past dark. Of course, no one actually enforces the rule. It's just like a superstition. There are a lot of superstitions around the res, but this is the most prominent. Around winter break of my senior year, me and my friends had snuck out to do what teens do: be way too loud and drink enough alcohol to clean out a full-body paper cut. It was me and my two buddies. Let's call them J and B. Me, J, and B were hanging out by an old rusty pickup that had been there since before we were born. It had broken down on the edge of the res and had been there ever since. We were having a philosophical conversation about the passage of time, since our adolescence was almost over, and soon we would spout into responsibility. We had nearly polished off the bottle when, out of nowhere, a squad car of all things began to round the corner. Now, we were 18, which is 1 year away from legal drinking age in Canada, so naturally, we took off. We ran straight through the woods. I wasn't thinking about the warnings that had been drilled into me since childhood. I was thinking about what my dad would do to me if he found out what I was doing out here. While I tried to keep track of my surroundings and not throw up at the same time, I quickly lost track of B and J. I stopped in a clearing, grabbing my knees to catch my breath. In between gasps, I let out an audible, "Dang it." While my eyes adjusted to the newfound darkness, I tried to look around to see where I was. Suddenly, it hit me. Reality set back in. I was in the woods, in the dark, halfway to passing out, and based on my surroundings, I was lost. I'd run track in high school, and although I never got any medals, I was still pretty darn fast. But even in my intoxicated state, I knew that I should not have been able to run out of sight from the res. Just as that sobering reality set in, I heard something that made my nausea worse. From maybe 30 feet next to me, in the brush, I heard my own voice, but it wasn't exactly me, if that makes sense. It was more like I was talking through static. Something out there had repeated my words. Dang it, dang it. Just as it said that, the forest was met with complete silence. I stood there, shocked. I thought, or rather hoped, it was just one of my friends, but that thought was quickly extinguished when the thing repeated. Dang it, dang it. Exactly as it had before. I didn't think about running. I knew that if I did, this thing would chase me. At least, That's what I thought it would do. But what happened next was much worse. A large bunch began to shake violently, and all I could do was watch from my petrified state as the most disturbing thing I've ever seen in my life stepped out of the brush. It stood nearly 9 feet tall. It was deathly thin and seemed to be rotting. Its body was covered in matted patches of fur, its legs bent backwards like a goat. When my eyes met its head, I nearly soiled myself. Its head was similar to a deer skull, but instead it held flaming yellow eyes and teeth sharpened to a point. As this monster slowly lumbered towards me, I tried desperately to run, but my body remained frozen. I never did understand how a person could be frozen in fear until that very moment. The thing was only a few feet away, my life flashing before my eyes, tears dropping from my face with each terrible, slow step the beast took. Suddenly, a flash of white. The monster was no longer in front of me. It took me a second to even realize the thing was gone, but when I did, I looked over to see where it was. Now it was lying on the ground, and on top of it was what looked to be a pale man. At least I thought it was a man. What I saw had ungodly pale skin, thin ribs, and stretched limbs. The thing on top the creature's chest was clawing and kicking and screaming at it. God, that screaming. It echoed throughout the woods. It only took about 4 seconds of that screaming before my motor skills finally came back to me. My mind was screaming at me to run. It didn't matter where, just away from these two abominations in front of me. I ran for 20 minutes straight without stopping until I came to the highway that led to the reservation, and once I got there, I threw up on the pavement. It took another 10 minutes to walk to the res, and the entire time I was terrified that those things would come back. When I got home, I realized I'd lost my keys, so I banged on the door until my dad came to answer it. I must have smelled pretty bad, because the first thing he did wasn't punish me. Instead, he looked concerned and asked what had happened. I was too tired, so I just passed out on the couch. When I woke up, I finally explained myself with a lie, telling him some bogus story about a bear. There is a bit of an epilogue to this story. A few days later, I asked around. I had questions that needed to be answered. I asked about who I should talk to for spiritual guidance. Everywhere I went, I was pointed to one lady, an elder in the center of town. I came to her and we spoke in her living room. I asked her about the things I saw, and this is what she said. She told me of the Windigo and the Wechuge, two spirits similar in nature. The Windigo is a spirit that can take over your body when you partake in the eating of your own kind. It will turn you into a ferocious creature that craves nothing more than raw flesh. A Windigo's skin is said to be resilient. They can mimic voices almost perfectly, but they're ruthless and cunning. A Windigo will do anything to get its prey, except compromise its hidden nature. A Wechuge is a spirit of vengeance. When a weak person becomes strong and uses his strength to pick on the weak, they will become susceptible to the Wechuge. This will turn them into a deer-skulled, goat-legged creature, which lives to humiliate. They look to kill people in humiliating ways, like mocking them with their staticky voices or using their claws to mark their body. Wechuge have weak skin but heal quickly. They will always eat a portion of their victims as a sign of dominance, but their host can still be persuaded. Whereas when a Windigo takes over, it can control the victim in whole. But even if you can reason with a Wechuge sometimes, they're not likely to listen. When the elder finished telling me this, I asked, "Which do you think won?" And she told me this: "Both are fast, strong, and cunning, but the Windigo is more so. A Wechuge's wrath is no match for the hunger of a Windigo." I was a skeptic. From Sanderson 550. I recently started backpacking, but the adventure got stale. Not that I didn't have fun with it, but it just stopped scratching that itch. Soon I found out about stealth camping. That was more promising. Note from the narrator here, stealth camping is where you camp outside of designated camping areas, sometimes in places where you're not allowed to be camping and without permission. Anyway, back to the story. After a few stealth camps under my belt, and all my friends being impressed by my latest cemetery campouts, I knew I was onto something. One night after leaving the bar, I decided to sneak down to an area owned by the city. It was part of a park near the river. My plan was simple: hike down to the park, move toward the river, find a clear spot, and set up my bivvy for the night, and leave before dawn. So far, everything was going as planned. I curled up in my sleeping bag and looked at the sky. It was a perfect night. No one knew where I was. I felt so free. Before long, I was dozing off to the music of crickets, frogs, and cicadas. At some point, I woke up. Nature was calling, but then something else actually called out.
Steve.
Someone had said my name. But who and why? No one knew I was here, as I said before. If anyone needed me, they would have texted my phone or called me. I ignored it while I took care of business. Then again, a voice not quite male and not quite female, but just enough to confuse me, called out again.
Steve.
My mind raced back to all the stories I've been told. Then a certain lesson I'd been told as a child took hold of me. I acted accordingly to that old rule to never answer if something calls your name in the woods. It made sense now. Years of mockery have now faced me. Years of laughing at superstition have now offered me hope. Years of hearing how to deal with the unnamed that calls you in the night would save me. I obeyed what the elders of my youth instructed. I did not answer those calls. I ignored them as best I could. I crawled back into my sleeping bag and bivvy and held on until dawn. Eventually, I heard crows and I saw daylight. I crawled out and packed up and got the heck out of there. I now believe. Don't go in the woods at night. Don't whistle at night. Don't answer if it calls your name, and never speak its name. I only needed to obey one of these rules this time. I added the rest for those who might mock but need them later, just as I did. I don't think that's a deer. From C. Philly 100. My buddy and I were out hiking around the Estes Park, Rocky Mountain National Park area with his 2 daughters. It was very close to Twin Owls, if you know where that is. We were having a great time, even though the girls kept insisting to stop and draw in the dirt. It was a bit icy, so I had to put his youngest up on my shoulders at one point, and then I almost slipped, which would have been catastrophic, but luckily I didn't. So we continued on our way. The sun was starting to go down, and we figured we'd better head back down to the trailhead. My head was on a swivel, looking for cougars, which are quite common in the area, and we did have 2 little girls with us after all. I noticed a pair of rather large antlers peeking out from behind a tree, and I had to do a double take, because these antlers were at least 15 feet off the ground, much too high for any kind of deer or even elk. Almost as soon as I noticed them, it snapped its head in our direction, and I could see something was off about this creature. It didn't appear to have any eyes, just 2 solid black pits where the eyes should be, and the skin seemed to be peeling off around the empty eye sockets. Its lower jaw was hanging down, and it had teeth like those of a canid, long and sharp and somewhat yellowed. I nudged my friend, not wanting to alarm his daughters, nodding in the direction of that thing. He looked over too, then gasped. Then the girls screamed. Just then, it wrapped one of its arms. Yes, this thing had freaking arms around the tree it was standing next to. And it actually broke the tree in half before taking a jolting step forward, revealing a leg that reminded me of a giant jackrabbit, It brought its hands around to the front, similar to a praying mantis, with long, slender digits ending in short black claws. The other weird thing was it had brownish fur and patches, but its flesh was very droopy, even hanging off in sections. It had a rank odor too. I watched the creature swell up its chest before letting out the most god-awful scream I've ever heard. We grabbed the girls and began to run. I could see that thing in my peripheral, running alongside us, about 20 yards to our left. It looked to be almost galloping, and it was incredibly fast due to its massive size. We soon hit a snowfield and slid down, putting a bit of distance between us and that abomination. My friend's eldest daughter had twisted her ankle in the fall, and she was grimacing in pain. We started to hear then a low whistling sound, almost like when the wind passes over an empty glass bottle. The sound filled our ears and seemed to drown out everything else around us. Then there was a loud shriek, and that thing went flying over us, landing with a thud down in the clearing below before turning and rearing up to its full size. At that point, I'm not ashamed to say I think I might have just soiled myself, and we all screamed. It looked at us before slowly walking towards us, still holding its hands in that creepy praying mantis position. Even if I had a gun, I don't think it would have made a difference. This thing was easily a solid 400 or 500 pounds or more, a true apex predator. It let out a low and guttural growl, and I felt paralyzed from fear. People talk about infrasound as a hunting technique utilized by large cats to subdue their prey, and honestly, it felt a lot like that. It walked right up to us, and I nearly puked just from the smell. The creature sniffed the air around us. None of us could move a muscle. We were caught like deer in the headlights, unable to move, unable to utter a sound, unable to even breathe. It reached out one of its long, bony fingers toward my friend's youngest daughter, and I swear I thought I heard the thing whisper, "She's perfect." In that moment, something must have snapped in my friend, because he went into action, swiping the thing's hand away from his daughter before grabbing onto its antlers and yanking them to the side, which didn't do much, but it did crack one of the antlers in half. I grabbed the girls, and we were able to slip around to the side, while it let out an evil hiss and swiped at my buddy. But he was quick and darted under its arm, stabbing it in the ribcage with the broken antler shard. I heard the thing scream, and we ran for our lives, because, well, our lives depended on it. This time, I had his eldest up on my shoulders. She was around 8 or 9 at the time, so not super heavy, and with my adrenaline pumping, it felt like nothing. I looked back and saw my buddy running behind us. He swooped up his youngest, and we made a mad dash for the vehicle, which was now thankfully in sight. We got to the car, putting the girls in the back, and hastily strapping his youngest into her car seat before jumping in and revving the engine. It took me a moment to realize we were still in park. I cranked it into gear and threw up a wave of dirt and pebbles peeling out of there. The girls were sobbing, and honestly, I felt like crying myself. We got down to Estes and called 911, but of course no one believed us. They thought it was just a prank call. Not wanting to get in trouble for calling the emergency line again, we drove all the way back down to Boulder before stopping to let the girls go to the bathroom. I'm still processing all of this, even though it happened over 2 years ago. But whatever that thing was, it wasn't a deer. The Thing Behind My Greenhouse, from Jude W. This happened in the autumn season of 2019. Now, in the living room of our house, we have our couches set against a big window, facing away from it. When you open the back door, the first thing you see is an old carport, about 30 feet in front of the door. Then off across your left is a small greenhouse about 50 feet away from the house. There's a juvenile oak tree about 5 feet behind that greenhouse. The house is old and small, as are the windows, so we can hear mostly everything that goes on outside. It's not very pleasant, truth be told, but we make do. My mother and I were sitting on the couch one evening. It was about 9 o'clock at night. I was on my phone, and my mom was watching TV. Since it was autumn, all the leaves from the trees had fallen onto the ground. We have a 25,000 square foot yard, and the most trees on the entire block, so the grass was almost blocked out by the sheer amount of leaves we had. So we're just sitting down, minding our own business, when we begin to hear the leaves rustling about. I don't think too much of it at first. After all, where we live is a pretty windy place. Then, clear as day, I hear running. Something with 2 legs was running through the leaves at an alarming pace. I looked at my mom to be sure I wasn't imagining things, and sure enough, she looked horrified. Now, she's an incredibly tough woman who fears nothing, but to see her looking scared, that scared me more than the thing outside. I grabbed a knife, and my mom grabbed her gun. We opened up the back door and turned on the porch light. Nothing, just pitch black. All our trees hide any form of light. We stepped outside and looked around us, using whatever light our phones allowed. While we could see the outline of the greenhouse, no details were really visible. I then began to hear an owl, which is incredibly bizarre because of where we live. There aren't any owls here. We live in a somewhat urban neighborhood. The closer I listened to it, the more fake this owl sounded. It was more like a man trying to sound like an owl, saying, "Hoo, hoo, hoo," over and over. I asked my mom, "Are you hearing that owl?" I never got an answer, because right before she opened her mouth to speak, we heard a slow and menacing knock coming from our greenhouse. It wasn't a fast knock. No, it was a taunting knock. Whoever was watching us wanted us to know it sees us. Knock, knock, knock. My mom pointed her gun to the greenhouse, but our phone lights let us see nothing. We weren't going to dare get close to the greenhouse. That hoo-hoo-hooing continued, slower this time. Every minute or so, we would hear it. My mom goes to pull the truck into the yard to shine the headlights at the greenhouse and illuminate whatever was here with us. That entire time, I never took my eyes off the greenhouse. I was looking for any form of movement, but still nothing. Knock, 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 it continued. Soon my mom pulled in the truck and turned on the brights. When my mother used to be fuming angry with me, she would yell and get this smile, an evil twisted smile, like it was saying, "I'm gonna tear you apart." Well, my mother opened the truck door and leaned out just enough so she could point her gun at the greenhouse. When I saw her, she had that smile. I heard the owl again, and I asked once more, "Mom, do you hear that owl?" This time she responded, the smile dropping from her face, never breaking her gaze off the greenhouse. "Jude, that's not an owl. That's someone trying to scare you." That sentence sent chills down my spine. I started to cry. I ran inside and called my friend, tears streaming down my face. I wanted to call her and tell her goodbye because I was convinced that whatever was in our yard had horrible intentions and that I'd never see her again. I told her what happened, and she told me to breathe. She tried to calm me down, but to no avail. I then heard my mom call my name, so I told her goodbye and hung up, even though my friend was yelling at me not to go. I went back outside. My mom says the cops are on their way, and she needs to put the gun up. I told her that I'd stay outside to keep watch. We both made the mistake of taking our eyes off the greenhouse. When she went inside, I looked over at the greenhouse. That's when I was greeted by a gray figure peering at me. It was a solid 7 feet tall at least, because it was as tall or taller than the greenhouse itself. It was standing behind the greenhouse, but in front of the oak tree. Its arms are what I remember most. They were so insanely long. There were no other features, no face, no distinctions on the body, other than it being tall and gray. I looked at it, and I had to do a double take. By the time I looked again, it was gone, and so was the knocking and those hooing sounds. All of it gone, just like that. The cops arrived not too long afterwards. 2 cops go to the greenhouse, guns out. One of them goes inside the greenhouse and the other one checks around it. But nothing was found. No footprints in the leaves, no signs of life. They rolled it out as maybe a possum or raccoon. I didn't dare tell them about it. I know what I saw. People don't believe me, and if you don't, that's fine. It doesn't matter to me because I know it's true. I've done research about Wendigos and Skinwalkers, but I don't know if it can be one of those, because we live in an urban area. I've never seen it again. I've experienced things that aren't related to this, but I've never seen such a monster again in my life. I hope by the end of this, you realize that there are things in this world we don't understand, and to tell you the truth, I wish I never knew. The Open Road and the Windigo. From The Goddess of the Void. The first time I went with my cousin on her big rig for a trip, it was to visit my boyfriend at the time. I don't exactly remember what area of the road it was on, but I know it was evening on a road surrounded by woods on the way to Greensboro. That night, I swear we encountered something straight out of the scary stories I listened to so often, and I can't help but feel it was my fault. I'll refer to my cousin as L for privacy reasons, and the story is from my perspective. It was autumn of 2015, if I recall correctly. This was some years ago, back when I was taking a break from college due to anxiety. Something bad that happened that I wish not to repeat here. My boyfriend, Chris, lived in Greensboro at the time. It was nearly fall break for him, but he had a job and he had little gas, so he couldn't pick me up. However, he said that if I could make it there, he could bring me back by the next weekend, so we would have a whole week together. My mom's vehicle wouldn't make the trip, and my dad had worked all week and needed some rest. My brother was in graduate school at the time, and he was all the way in Vegas or Greenville, North Carolina, so all seemed hopeless. I was just about to call Chris to let him know I couldn't make it, when I heard a knock at the door. It was my second cousin, Elle, the sister I wished I had. She came in to visit the folks and myself, and we talked for a bit. When my parents asked her where she was headed, she answered with, "Greensboro. And after I deliver, I get to drop off my rig, get my car, and go back home for a week of vacation time." This was my chance. I asked, "Elle, would you mind taking me with you so I can see Chris, my boyfriend?" I looked at her with pleading eyes. My parents gave me a look, and I pointed the same puppy dog eyes at them. They sighed. Elle agreed. Dad stood up then, and he warned me. "Keep your seatbelt on, keep it on at all times, don't distract your cousin from driving, you could cause a massive wreck. I don't want to lose either of you. If Elle gets tired, tell her to pull over and rest. And also," I was used to my dad worrying. I had a chronic illness and I was his youngest. But Elle stopped him in his lecture. "Don't worry, she'll be well taken care of. I got plenty of coffee to keep me up, and some conversation will help me stay awake. Definitely not a distraction." My dad thought for a minute and nodded. He gave in, telling Elle to drive safe. She said she would. "All right, get your things. We're heading out," Elle told me. I nodded, and around 6 p.m., we were on the road. My cousin and I had been talking about our different scary or paranormal experiences. She reminded me about the ghost hitchhiker story, and admitted when she vanished, she could have fainted right then and there if it wasn't for the adrenaline rush. Before long, we started to talk about other things. I ended up bringing up cryptids, Wendigos, Skinwalkers, and the like. She laughed it off, saying that's a bit of a stretch to believe in. "The day I see a Wendigo or skin thing is the day I give you $100. Elle continued to laugh. I huffed, a bit annoyed, but I couldn't blame her. She'd been a skeptic prior to the Lady in White incident, About an hour and a half into the drive, maybe a little less, we arrived in an area of the road that was surrounded by thick woods on all sides. A fog rolled in. I got lost in the intricate swirls of fog that almost seemed to come from the woods itself. Elle had gone completely silent then, before gripping the steering wheel tight and saying, "All right, Mel, I need to focus now. The fog's really thick." I told her I understood. I began to just listen to stories about Native American folklore creatures. Just as I was getting comfortable, my cousin screamed and cursed at the top of her lungs. I suddenly felt a jolt, and the cab shook violently, as did the back. My cousin didn't want to scare me, so when I unplugged my headphones to ask what happened, she said we had hit a pothole. Elle told me not to worry. Still, I couldn't help but feel unsettled for some reason. I rolled down the window, listening to the nightlife outside. It was a cool night and the breeze felt nice. I enjoyed hearing the owls and night creatures singing their songs. I only wish I could see them through the fog. A mile or two up the road, one of Elle's tires began losing air pressure. She cursed under her breath and pulled to the side of the road. "Mel, I gotta tell you, that wasn't a pothole a couple miles back. I think I ran over a buck. I think it was a buck. If it was in terrible shape. That's why I didn't want to tell you," Elle admitted with a guilty look. I understood where she was coming from. She knew I loved animals, but the way she said the condition of the creature was the reason she said nothing. That statement had some weight to it. She told me she was going to walk back, move the buck off the road so no one else had to hit it. She would then take pictures and file a report with her company. She'd be back as soon as possible. I took note of her taking a pistol from her luggage in the back seat, a Magnum. She left the keys so I could stay warm, but I loved the cool night air and the sound of the night creature's music. Elle had been gone for 40 minutes and I was getting worried, so I got out of the truck, taking the keys with me after shutting it off. I began to walk in the direction she'd gone. As soon as I got a good distance from the truck, nature's night sonata went quiet, making the night suddenly feel as cold and bitter as winter. Then I heard movement ahead of me. "Elle, is that you?" I called, thinking maybe she was dragging the deer into the woods. But I was only half a mile, maybe 3/4 of a mile away from the truck, and the accident had happened 2 miles back. But then I heard her. "Mel, is that you?" Mel is a nickname Elle calls me. I felt relieved briefly as I cried out, "Yeah, it's me. Are you okay?" I asked, starting to run close to the trees where I thought my cousin may have gone, to the side of the road, trying to avoid cars on the road or something like that on the walk back. But as I drew closer, a scent like rotten meat, sulfur, and iron assaulted my olfactory senses and made my stomach go into a cosmic meltdown. The voice came again. "Mel, is that you?" My heart dropped right into my stomach when I heard the voice a bit closer to me. It didn't sound quite like Elle anymore. It sounded more like a recording of Elle's voice, repeating what I had just said. I felt chills go down my spine. What had been relief turned into primal fear in an instant, especially when it used Elle's voice angrily towards me. But it was more guttural, malevolent. "Mel, get over here, right now. I know it's you." The thing pretending to be my cousin spoke again. That awful smell I smelled before was much closer, much more potent. Then something moved in the woods right in front of me. I could make out pale skin, a deer skull, antlers, huge antlers, and that creature had to be standing 9 feet tall or more. I saw 2 glowing red eyes approaching me from the woods. I tried to backpedal even more, but I ended up tripping and falling on my backside. As it came into view, I saw sharp teeth, sickening skin, a malnourished body, long arms, and dagger-like claws. The smell was unbearable now. I gagged. The shape towered before me, and it began to make a sound like a laugh in a deep and throaty voice. It was like it was taking pleasure in seasoning its prey with fear and hopelessness. At that moment, I did the only thing I could think to do. Scream. I screamed so loud it echoed through the night. I then heard something else echo. A gunshot. It was Elle. The creature flinched and screeched. At the same time, Elle ran to me. The thing's cries echoed into the night instead of my own. Then it growled before limping back into the woods. Elle picked me up, and we both ran to the truck. However, the tire had to be changed. While I held the gun and guarded her back, she changed it. Once she was done, Elle and I ran into the rig without a second thought, speeding the rest of the way towards Chris's place. When my boyfriend Chris asked why I was so late, well, sugar honey iced tea, this man wasn't religious, nor did he believe in the paranormal or the supernatural, much less cryptids. So I decided to lie. My cousin Elle caught on and went along with the story. I told him we'd hit a deer on the way up, and also took a few wrong turns. But luckily I got us on the right track with my GPS, and thus we arrived safely. I don't think Chris really bought it, but he looked at my disheveled appearance and my cousin's similar look and decided not to pry further. He was just happy to hear that we both made it safe and sound. I gave Elle a hug before she went off to deliver her load, and afterwards headed home for her vacation. I told her to be safe, and she gave me a pat on the back. "Don't worry, I'm the scariest thing out there," Elle joked. She slipped a $100 bill into my hand and winked, then turned away, shouting a warning to Chris. "You break her heart, I'll break your bones." I giggled and Chris actually laughed. She waved goodbye from the truck and wished us good night. If only it could have been a good night, I was so exhausted. I had nightmares about that creature, and I just knew it was me talking about stories of Wendigos non-stop in the truck that caused it to appear. Legends do say that when you speak of such things, it draws them to you. Maybe I've opened a few too many doors and portals by being reckless. Had my cousin Elle not been there, I probably would have died, eaten by something that looked an awful lot like a Windigo. My first time out of state. From Anonymous Princess 669. I was 22 years old when this happened. I had never been out of my home state before. But the Rona was raging at the time, and my friends never really took the pandemic seriously. That being said, we decided to take a trip. It was spur of the moment, and I was ecstatic. For privacy reasons, I won't use our real names, but there were 4 of us: Mike, Brittany, Taylor, and myself, Raven. Now, the group was all into the weird stuff. Paranormal phenomena, cryptids, demonology, all of it. I personally have been actively practicing the craft since 13. That being said, take this story as you wish, but the trauma from it was all too real. Our destination was Point Place, West Virginia. Then we would travel through to Pennsylvania. We visited the Mothman Museum, and everyone was genuinely having a great time. The next day, a few locals mentioned the abandoned bunkers on trails just off a back road. Curious, we went out there during the day. We spent hours howling, hiking, taking photos, and yes, we even took part in spray painting our names in one of the bunkers. Typical tourist stuff. Nothing out of the ordinary, yet. One portion of the woods, however, near the trail made me feel a bit on edge. Later in the day, we returned to our hotel and decided after dinner we wanted the entire experience, so we would go back to the trails late at night. When we did, the wildlife was so lively. The frogs, the bugs, the wind, and my God, the heat. We went to a different spot than before. The woods along the trail was much thicker there than earlier. Realizing we'd need a machete of some sort to even attempt getting through it, we decided best to stay on the trail itself. We gathered our flashlights while Mike and Taylor went ahead, beginning to look for anything to catch our interest. Meanwhile, Brittany and I started down the trail. From where we walked, we could still hear the boys. Taylor was always loud, but we could hear them exclaiming as they had come across what appeared to be a summoning or sacrificial circle. I kid you not, there were candles, wax, and what appeared to be blood, all these things covering the floors inside the bunker. We hollered that we wanted no part of it, and continued walking along the trail. As interesting as it sounded, neither of us really wanted any part of that, or any attention brought to us if they did conjure anything or happen upon any strange people. The boys slowly caught back up with us, and we all kept talking and walking. It was just casual conversation, jokes, and fun. As we made our way farther down the trail, there was a weird quiet, an eerie silence. We all noticed and stopped to look around. Brittany and Taylor both being hunters and myself being raised by a hunter, we all knew that this type of silence in the middle of the woods was something you didn't want to ignore. Mike then turned to us. He was about 10 feet ahead of the group. Suddenly, from about 30 feet into the heavily wooded forest, we heard Mike's voice holler to us. But we were all looking at him right in front of us, just a few feet ahead. When that voice came, his mouth never moved. I began to panic then, my heart racing. I wanted nothing more than to run back to the van, and so I did. As I began to run, Taylor by my side, we saw what appeared to be a light of some sort, with sounds of something moving through the woods towards the trail accompanying it. I did not stay to find out what it was. Taylor, Brittany, and I booked it to the van, but Mike lagged behind. Maybe curiosity got the better of him, but he never saw what came out of those woods either. Not a single one of us saw what it was that mimicked his voice. To this day, no explanation was offered. Mike was upset because he wanted to be a witness to whatever this may have been, but the immediate fight or flight response I had reminded me that it may have been for the best of us that we didn't make contact with it. Fast forward a few days, we'd spent our time with no further events in West Virginia. We just admired its beauty and nearly died from the heat, really. When we finally arrived in Pennsylvania, we decided a hotel for the first night was best. Taylor, Mike, and I grabbed our bags while Brittany checked us in. As we were talking, Taylor, being the newest to the cryptozoology thing, decided it would be funny to scream, "Hey, Windigo!" after I'd finished explaining the importance of never speaking its name for what seemed like the millionth time. I looked at him, not sure if I was disgusted or terrified. And of course, our hotel room was on the bottom floor with a window right towards the woods near the parking lot. Needless to say, I barely slept that night, although nothing happened then. The next day, we set up camp in a beautiful location where there was a vast and cold river. The forest was alive that night and singing. We'd certainly hit the jackpot on locations to make a temporary home. We found state land our second day there and decided we would go for a hike. Now, here I feel like a little history would be helpful. Mike and Brittany had been together for many years. Brittany has a lot of health issues, crippling anxiety, but she's a good person. Mike was an outdoorsman, cryptid obsessed, brave, curious, and most importantly, bullheaded. Taylor and I have known each other for 11 or so years now, and he's been my best friend for 4 long years. We did everything together. And we've now been dating for almost a year. Needless to say, I know him like the back of my hand. I've known Brittany and Mike for quite some time too, and introduced them to Taylor. Now, with all that being said, We had ventured out into the thick forest and began to hike up this mountain. We had walkie-talkies for contact as we split into two parties. Taylor and I taking the right side of the mountain, while Brittany and Mike took the left. We decided to meet up in the middle at this small creek after making our way up. It wasn't long before I noticed that the woods felt heavy. There was an uncomfortable feeling as we walked, and we soon stumbled across another deafening silence. The birds had stopped chirping, and nothing in those woods seemed to even take a breath. This quiet was shattered when our walkie-talkies went off, making both Taylor and myself jump. The voice that came through was Mike's.
Just checking in. We're almost at the creek. You guys seen anything yet?"
Now, keep in mind we weren't looking for anything specific, nor special. Just half-heartedly cryptid hunting. We were mostly just keeping an eye out for souvenirs or memorabilia from the trip. We responded quickly. "Nah, nothing yet. We'll be there in about 5 minutes." The slope was getting steeper as we finally met up. Brittany had sat down and told us she couldn't go farther up. Her hip was causing her too much pain. I decided I would stay behind with her. The boys wanted more adventure, so we said our goodbyes and asked they check in every few minutes or so. As the boys ventured forward, Brittany and I sat and talked. The discussion was nothing too exciting, just discussing what we were going to have for dinner, as we both had rumbling tummies. Suddenly, from not far off, we heard what could best be described as a buck grunting or huffing. This loud breathing resembled a snort. We looked around, but we didn't see anything. We decided we should check in with the boys, then head back to the van. When we did, we learned apparently that Taylor and Mike had separated. Mike was heading for the top, and Taylor followed the creek, which took a left turn heading into a lake. Once back at the van, Brittany and I sat and listened to the forest singing her song. We soaked up some sun while snacking on some fruit we'd brought. Suddenly, my walkie-talkie went off. It was Taylor this time.
"Hey, there's a tree down, and what looks to be clothes torn up. Weird, right?"
I responded, "Probably best to leave it alone. Might be a homeless person's belongings." The time seemed to drag on, although only 20 minutes had passed. Suddenly, my heart began to race. I started to breathe heavily, and the woods around the van had gone quiet again. I stepped out of the vehicle, and I began to look around. Brittany immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie, asking for a check-in, but she received only radio silence. We then heard someone running, and I mean hightailing it, right towards the van. I stared in disbelief as Taylor came bursting through the tree line. His skin was shining with sweat, and he was heaving as he tried to breathe. He then ran towards me, and he couldn't catch his breath. He was breathing so fast, he suddenly bent over and threw up on the ground. When he finally calmed down enough for him to speak, the story he gave was chilling to say the least. He'd been walking up the creek until he came across the lake or pond. He saw a few people across the water, and they waved, but they didn't pay much mind to one another. He then headed back into the woods, and he started back down the way he came. Suddenly, from his right, he heard a voice. My voice. He said I sounded weird, saying it sounded like me, but it was so emotionless, and it made his blood run cold. "Taylor, come here." The voice called, but to his surprise, there was nothing he could see. "Taylor." The voice repeated, almost like it was taunting him. He suddenly felt the need to run, everything in his body telling him to just hightail it. He ran full speed down the mountain, and when he stopped for a moment, he realized he didn't know where he was. The woods were silent. You could even hear a pin drop. He frantically looked around when suddenly he heard a loud twig snap behind him. He booked it again, running blindly in no particular direction, other than down the mountain. When he finally made it through the tree line and back to the van, he saw me at the van, and his panic had fully set in. The forest around us sparked to life again, moments after he came running out, as if to tell us whatever that was no longer there. I tried everything in my power to help him calm down, until we all made the uncomfortable realization that Mike had not come back yet. We radioed in. Nothing. Brittany, who was now getting more worried, radioed again and again until finally Mike responded. He let us know that he was almost back to the van. He was on the left side of the mountain from us. He came walking out soon enough, blissfully unaware of what had happened. He was just excited about the new sights he'd seen. We got out of there quickly. Taylor lay across my lap in the back seat. Now here's where the history portion felt necessary. Knowing Taylor like I do, it's crucial to understand that nothing makes him cry. It's difficult to get emotions out of him at all, and usually he hides his fear quite well. But at the moment, he was shaking like a leaf, and genuinely could not be consoled. None of us knew what actually happened out there, or what had been targeting Taylor. I'm 24 now, and I still have to console him some nights because of his nightmares from that day. Nightmares about a beast. He can see nothing but antlers. It chases him, grabs his leg, slams his body against a tree, and then he wakes up. And every time he wakes up from this dream, his body is shaking, and he's absolutely terrified. Take this experience as you wish, but please remember, if you go out looking, you may just find what you're looking for. And never, never say the name. It only takes one time to draw its attention to you. The Windigo that attacked me and my dog. From James M.B. I am a horror fan. I've been listening to this podcast for many years, and I've been wanting to post a story myself. Now, recently, I've experienced something that I will truly never forget. I'm a 43-year-old man, 6'4", with a good build, and I live in California. I'm an avid hiker and walker, going everywhere with my wife, my 2-year-old, and my 110-pound Central Asian Shepherd puppy, Okya. This started when I decided to take a hike at around 8 p.m. one night. My wife was tired after a long day's work. I was tired too. I had a tough day at the office that day. I had nearly got into a fight with another coworker, actually. However, there was this trail that was said to be extremely beautiful under the stars and the night sky, and I found things like this very relaxing and calming. I decided to take Okya and my .44 Magnum for safekeeping with me, as recently crime rates had gone up where I lived. I drove up to the trail and I started on my walk with my dog, who was curiously sniffing around the rocks and bushes. We were around halfway through our hike when Okya stopped to do his business. I waited for him. That's when I began to hear leaves crunching. I then heard a voice whisper, "Over here." Now, I practice kickboxing, so I'd like to say I can defend myself against most attackers. So, as I turned, ready to face whoever this was, Okya barked once loudly, then dashed off right into where the noise came from. He jumped into the forest next to the trail. I screamed out his name and ran after him. I jumped into the tree line and dashed. I ran through brambles and bushes, calling out, "Okya!" That's when I bumped into something hard. I fell to the ground, getting mud all over my new sports pants. I managed to pick myself up quickly. But then I froze. There, in front of me, there was some kind of thing. I couldn't take my eyes off of it. This thing looked similar to the SCP-096 Shy Guy, except with a bigger frame, longer arms, and longer legs. I swear it had to have been at least 10 feet tall. Its skin was stretched and pale. Its eyes were blank and white. It was drooling and slobbering from its mouth, blood smeared over its lips. I was speechless, absolutely stone cold with terror. I was only able to utter 3 words. What the heck? Its mouth opened then, and it let out a horrifying shriek. It sounded like the mix of a man being murdered, a bear's roar, and a wolf's howl. I scrambled a few steps back then, in utter shock, and whispered the 3 same words again. What the heck? Then it just looked at me, straight in my eyes. It fell to 4 legs and ran. It advanced up to me in the blink of an eye. I pulled out my magnum as fast as I could and fired off 2 shots. I think the first smashed into its chest, causing the thing to scream. The second knocked it down. However, it just got back up, crimson liquid coming out of its huge body, and it started to run once more. That's when I realized it had long been time to get the heck out of there. I ran and ran, screaming for anyone to help me. I heard twigs snapping and bushes being trampled behind me. I turned around and fired again. But the thing continued on my heels, and somehow it was taking these bullets like pebbles. This is what scared me the most. I couldn't help but wonder, how strong is this thing? What is it? If something like this is real, why has it never appeared in footage somewhere? But there was no time left to wonder these things. It was drooling out of its mouth, spit and blood flying all over. It was probably running about twice as fast as I could. Then, like in some cliched horror film, I tripped over a rock. I fell, smashing my head on the ground. I turned and tried to get up, but I couldn't. I twisted my ankle on the fall down. I watched this creature in pure fear as it jumped into the air, launching itself towards me like a panther. Suddenly, there was a loud, smashing sound. In the blink of an eye, Okia smashed his full frame into the thing's head. My dog crawled on top of it, starting to tear at it, biting at its skin, at its legs. It howled and yelled, trying to shake Okia off, but Okia would not let go. I got up, trying to land a shot on the thing again. I saw an opening, and I fired. It shrieked and shook. However, just as before, the thing took them like spitballs. That's when the flesh that my dog had been biting just sort of ripped off, sending Okia flying off of it. The creature screamed and yelled even more, trying to reach the spot where its flesh was now gone. It turned towards me, giving me a look of anger and hatred. It shrieked and sped towards me once more. I called my dog over as quickly as I could, and we both ran. All that adrenaline saved me from falling behind, pushing me through the pain of my twisted ankle. We soon reached the outside of the tree line, and we began to speed our way down the trail. After what seemed to be a mile of running, I looked behind me and saw nothing. I sighed with relief and exhaustion. Then I heard it. The very same howl that thing had made before. We picked up our speed once more and reached the end of the trail. We hopped into my car and sped off, leaving behind a big puff of smoke and dust. I got home in a hurry, telling my wife the whole story. And she didn't believe me, of course. She thought I finished the hike, had went to the local pub, and had gotten drunk. But she did agree that I shouldn't take any more hikes or walks at night. She did want to know why Okia's mouth was bloody and why my ankle was bent up. She took me to the hospital that night, without me saying another word about it. Okia was fine, and I would be too, thankfully. For saving my life, I got Okia a big, juicy steak. To this day, I think that what I encountered was a Windigo, and after looking it up online, it's scary to think about, because a lot of stories report these things coming home with the person, following them from their first encounter. But luckily, I haven't seen that thing since, and I hope I never will. I truly thank my dog for being there when I needed him. I've never gone back to that trail, and rarely take hikes anymore. When I do, I bring my dog and my gun, just in case I encounter anything like this again. Tent Camping Fright, from Pleasant Peasant. This story is a little short, and I'm really just looking for someone who had the same experience as me. That year it was the first night of spring break, and I decided to go tent camping with my dad in East Texas. I had a machete with me, and I wasn't feeling too uncomfortable. We set up camp, sat by the fire, and went to bed. Everything seemed normal, until later. I woke up at 12:30 to hear someone's dog barking frantically at something. This just pegged me as really annoying at first. We were trying to sleep after all. I also had one of the worst headaches I think I've ever had. A few minutes later, I realized the forest was silent except for that dog. I'm certainly not an avid camper. I've only camped twice before that. But even I was smart enough to know that that means there's a predator or something around. I was beginning to feel on edge then, and as I was trying to fall back to sleep, I heard something else. This sounded like a cross between a mountain lion, a woman, and a horse shrieking. While this repeated, my dad suddenly sat up, then passed out again. No wonder. I told him he shouldn't have had 4 beers. This went on and on about 20 seconds before it shut up. I know this wasn't a mountain lion. I've heard a few of those on previous camping trips. This sounded more unnatural than that. I tried to go back to sleep, and eventually I was successful. I woke up again at 3:15, hearing a rooster crow in the distance. Again, this was deeply annoying, and my head was pounding even worse now. While I was trying to fall asleep again, there was another weird sound. At first, I was sure it was a donkey braying, but then the voice got really deep and sounded more like a smoker gasping for breath. I was just so confused and in so much pain that I couldn't think clearly. I stumbled out of the tent to relieve myself and to find some Advil that I'd packed, but exiting the tent was not a smart move. It was drizzling then, this weird sort of thick rain that smelled metallic. That was weird too. As I was peeing on a tree, I heard rustling in the bushes from the direction I heard the demented donkey. I turned to look and noticed there was something like rotten raw deer meat on the ground. It was nearly a full moon, so it was very bright. Then it stumbled out of the bushes. I was looking at it, something that at first I thought was a man. It had pale gray skin with sunken eyes and no nose. It was limping along and didn't seem to notice me. But this definitely wasn't a man. I stood there petrified, hoping it would continue to ignore me. It bent like all the way to the ground and started just eating the rotten meat. Once it was finished, it turned back the way it came and limped back through the tree line. Honestly, at the time, I wasn't even scared, I was just in shock. I kept thinking, what is that, a zombie? Zombies aren't real, what on earth? But I really don't think it was a zombie now. I mean, I have zero idea of what this thing was, and now I'm asking everyone who reads or hears this to please give me your thoughts. I need closure. If you know of what any of these 3 peculiar things sound like, please enlighten me, because I have a hunch they were all the same creature. Something is watching. From Anthony, 1997. My encounter took place about a year ago. My dad and I always go hunting on some land together, which has been in our family for a while. This land butts up to Shiloh Battlefield State Park in Tennessee. The land has a lot of stories and legends to it. Supposedly, a medical tent was stationed there in the Civil War. Those woods always gave me weird feelings, like I was being watched. One day I got loaded up, grabbing my .30-06, and I went to get my dad to go hunting. However, he had gotten sick the night before and didn't feel like going. I loaded up in my 97 Camaro and headed to the old homestead. I got there around 5:30 a.m., proceeding to load my gun, heading out to the deer stand in the woods, about 100 yards or more in. As I said, the woods here have always creeped me out, like I was being watched. But that day was different. I kind of felt at ease. So I started walking. Halfway there, I heard these heavy footsteps. I stopped in my tracks and I listened. I heard them take 2 more steps, then stop. I looked around, but as it was 5:30 a.m., I couldn't make out anything out of the ordinary. I kept on walking then to the stand, making sure I kept my head on a swivel and my gun off safety, because panthers and mountain lions aren't scared to run up on you. I wanted to be sure I was ready if one did. I made it to the deer stand and opened the door and locked it behind me. I pulled up the chair to the window of the stand, and the woods seemed more alive than usual. The birds were chirping a lot, and squirrels were running across the front of the stand. I sat out there about half an hour. I didn't see a deer yet, nor had I heard anything of the sort. I got on Facebook Marketplace on my phone, looking at cars and trucks, when I noticed the woods went completely silent. No birds chirping, no crickets, no more squirrels moving about. It was so otherworldly. I put my phone back in my pocket and grabbed my gun. I sat up and began to look around. I wasn't able to make anything out just yet. I sat back again and I got back on my phone. Another 10 to 15 minutes went by. Suddenly, I heard a blood-curdling scream. I dropped my phone, I was so startled, and I grabbed my gun. I stood up, making sure I took in every little detail of the woods around me, making sure I didn't overlook a panther or mountain lion hiding in a tree or in a bush. After what felt like forever, I sat back again. I told myself it was my imagination. Then I got back on my phone, trying to calm down. But then, I heard my dad screaming my name. "Anthony, get back here now!" My hair stood up on my neck. I turned and looked around. Nobody was there. I got on Life 360 and saw that Dad was still at home. My heart now in my throat, I looked around slowly, more attentive. That's when I saw something out of the corner of my eye darting behind a bush. I stared at that bush for 5 to 10 minutes before I slowly put my phone in my pocket, grabbed my rifle, and slowly unlocked the door to the stand. When I was about to open the door, I heard my dad's voice again. "Hey, Anthony, come here. Look what I found, son." My heart stopped. I don't know how long I stood there before I made my next move. I knew whatever it was talking to me was not my dad. So I took my rifle, and I fired a shot straight in the air. Then I took off running. I racked another one just to be safe. The whole time I'm running, I can hear it getting closer and closer, until I burst out of the woods and threw my gun into my Camaro. I looked back, and when I saw the human-like creature, it stood 7 or 9 feet tall, It was extremely slim, with disproportionate legs bent the wrong way. It had pale, pasty skin that looked like it was rotting off. Where its eyes should have been were black holes, and it had an evil grin from ear to ear. I threw my Camaro into reverse, slinging gravel as I pulled out of the little drive. I haven't been back, and I don't know if I ever will go back to hunt on that land. Possible Windigo in northern Alberta. From Diliotis. My 3 friends and I all have loved backpacking for years. We don't get out as much as we'd like to these days, but at least twice a year, we'll take off into the mountains for a 2-night backpacking trip. Usually, it's just an excuse to feel like cavemen, eating beef jerky and cooking over a fire. This past summer, I called up my friend Jay, asking him if he'd like to try something new. Last year, we'd gone out to Katamin and hiked up to a cave high up in the mountains. Although it was a great trip, marmots had come back to their cave during the night, and I wasn't anxious to have our food stolen and our shoelaces chewed off again. "How about Greater Slave Lake?" I asked, knowing he would never say yes if he knew how long of a drive it was. "We can hike from the road and camp along the lake."
That sounds nice,
Jay said.
"When do you want to go?"
We arranged the time, and since he lived with our other 2 friends, A and D, he promised to convince them. 2 weeks later, we got into my truck and took off. Jay had decided that since I didn't tell him that it was a 16-hour drive, it was my responsibility to provide the transportation, which I was more than happy to do. Hours later, we were talking at a rest stop, stretching our legs and getting some of the good food out of the back. Dee said, "Hey guys, have you heard of any weird creatures up this way?" Dee was really into that kind of stuff, but none of us ever really believed in it. "Nah," A said. "What kind of stuff are they supposed to have?" Dee continued, "There were a couple of people saying they saw Bigfoot, and the local tribe says that historically there have been a lot of Wendigo in the area." None of us really took that seriously. Soon we were driving again, laughing about how if Bigfoot did come, we'd just make friends with them, like those advertisements from the early 2000s. When we finally arrived, we were getting all of our packs balanced. Jay kept acting jumpy, always looking behind himself. Finally, he just put his back against the truck and scanned the woods. For the record, Jay is usually an extremely calm person. He doesn't really get scared. If we hadn't been talking about the supernatural before coming, I wouldn't have thought anything of it. I went over to him and asked, "You okay, dude? You're looking a bit uncomfortable." He gave me a weird look and seemed as if he were about to brush it off, before reconsidering and giving me a weighing expression. "I don't know, man. Ever since we got out of the car, I've felt like I have a bullseye on my back. I can't shake the feeling something's watching me." "That's weird," I said, not really knowing how to respond. "I haven't noticed anything." At this point, A and D had started listening and came over to us. "It's probably just the new environment and how far out we are this time," D stated confidently. "I imagine that about 100 squirrels are watching us right now, too," he said with a lopsided smile. Jay laughed it off, and we all took off into the woods, knowing that if we wanted to make the best of our trip, we would have to get at least 1/3 of the way to the lake before setting up camp for the night. That evening, we had all set up our sleeping gear, and we started a small fire. We sat around and joked about how badly A was burning his hot dogs. He's a really good sport, coming back at us by saying how much more he enjoyed them with a nice crunchy outside. As we laughed, suddenly Jay went very quiet. He told everyone to shut up. I personally hate being told to shut up, and I was about to keep talking out of spite when I noticed it too. The woods had gone dead silent. Other than the crackling of the fire, we couldn't hear a thing. Usually, this wouldn't be weird in the woods. Animals usually stay quiet when people are around. But that wasn't the case here. We'd been hearing the usual nightlife: crickets, birds, frogs, and the occasional coyote. But there wasn't even the sound of the wind anymore. It really freaked all of us out. We sat there in the silence for minutes, straining our ears. It was like all of our survival instincts kicked in, and we were like deer when they're trying to detect predators. After a while, I began to calm down, and I looked around the fire. I saw A frozen, with his mouth open, and his hot dog 6 inches from his mouth. I couldn't help but smile and laugh out loud, thinking about how long he'd been holding it like that. Everyone else laughed too, as soon as they understood what I was looking at. It was like a release from the tension of the last few minutes. Pretty soon, we'd all forgotten the events of those moments and went back to our normal, joking conversation. The next morning, as we were packing up, Dee was talking in the background, telling us about his dream he'd had the night before. "It was like I was looking at our camp from the trees," he said, excitedly, with a twinge of fear in his voice. "I could see all of us sitting there. Then the next second, I was running through the woods, moving faster than I thought possible." A and I studied him for a second and looked at each other. I didn't want to say it, but it seemed like he was trying to scare us. I could tell A thought the same thing. We didn't really talk about supernatural stuff for the rest of the hike. If you've ever had someone try to scare you and do a bad job of it, you'd understand how A and I felt. We were annoyed. We didn't believe in supernatural things, and it was almost insulting to have Dee try to scare us now. By the time we got to camp, everything had settled down. It was about 6 p.m. and the sun was still pretty high, as it always was in Canada during the summer. The water was beautiful, and we'd found the perfect spot for our camp right on the side of the forest, looking out over the water and the sunset. Jay had brought a backpacking fishing rod, and we were trying our luck with the 2 lures he'd brought. Honestly, it was so surreal and beautiful that if not for what happened that night, we'd probably still be going out there to this day. The plan was to spend 2 nights there, then hike all the way back in 1 day, because we'd be able to get a much earlier start. So that day, we were all expecting to be able to rest our legs after the long hike. Jay and I asked the other guys if they would be willing to make us some food while we went swimming, and they agreed. We didn't go very far or deep, but the water was so serene and warm that we spent a lot of time in there until nearly sundown. We got out and joined the other guys at the fire. Later that night, it's hard to tell how long, but quite a while after sundown, Dee had gotten up to go to the bathroom. Nobody really noticed him go, but we heard a scream coming from the forest, followed by loud swearing, and Dee running back into camp. "What the heck?" he said, obviously very distressed. "Did you guys see that?" None of us had been looking in that direction, and he'd wandered pretty far into the woods. "I saw something in the trees. I heard a sound and I shone my flashlight up, and I saw these eyes staring at me from the trees." I'd be lying if I didn't say I was shaken up from that story, but at that moment my mind went to moose. "It's all right," Jay said. "It's probably nothing. We can go check it out just to be sure." Dee shook his head vigorously and stammered, "There's no way I'm leaving this fire. That thing, it was 7 feet tall at least." "It's okay, man," I said, trying to stay calm. "The rest of us can go to see what it was." I grabbed my flashlight out of my backpack, and I looked over at him. "You shouldn't go out there, and there's no way I'm staying at the fire alone." After some discussion, it was decided that Jay and I would go, leaving Dee and A at the fire. Dee didn't want any of us to go, but I was pretty confident that with my flashlight, we'd be fine. My flashlight was like 80,000 lumens and could light up an entire football field all on its own. Jay and I slowly walked into the woods, trying to follow Dee's directions. We did notice again that the woods had gone completely silent, but even with my high-powered flashlight, we didn't see anything, not even any animals. When we went back, Dee had calmed down quite a bit. We stood there talking for a while. Then something caught my eye, slightly above the other guys and over to the side. I flicked my flashlight over, and there it was. In what must have only been a few seconds, I saw something with broken deer-like antlers and what looked like a deer head, but with a snout that was a bit too long, coming from a creature that might have been 8 feet tall. The crystal clear way that I saw it, fully illuminated by my light, it was the last thing I was expecting. It all took literally fractions of a second, but as soon as Jay made a half-scream, half-choking sound and fell backward, my brain just shut off. I then made an attempt to run backwards, and I fell on my back hard. I scrambled around, trying to get up, but the sudden darkness and chaos around me disorientated me even further. I called out to my friends, "Hey, everyone stay close." Dee had seen both of our reactions, and without even looking behind him had bolted over top the fire on all fours, burning his neck a little, but the worst part was that he had smacked his knee really hard on one of the stones for the fire, and burned his hand. He was lying beside it on his back, wide-eyed looking over into the woods. Since I was already on my back, I scrambled for my light and flicked it on, pointing it back in the direction I saw it. But it was gone. A was still sitting where he was looking, freaked out, but glued to the spot. We all gathered back around the fire, and we were nervously talking, trying to find out what happened. A said that as soon as the rest of us had freaked out, he heard a high-pitched roar coming from behind him, and he'd heard crashing off through the bushes. Jay and I both described seeing a very tall, hunched-over creature with very skinny arms and legs. It had hands and walked on 2 legs. I remember it being incredibly skinny and having very long fingers with sharp claws on the end and sunken-in yellow eyes. Jay agreed, but said it almost looked like someone had hung it in the trees and looked so skinny. We had to decide what to do. Dee was burned pretty bad on his hand, but less badly on his neck. What was really bad was where he had banged his knee on the rock. It had already swollen up severely, and he could hardly put weight on it. We discussed every option we could think of, but it came down to either we hike out in the dark or we stay until morning, trying to make a break for it afterwards. We all knew that none of us would be able to sleep if we did stay, and we'd have to have one of us keep watch. But in the moment, we chose the worst of the 2 decisions, deciding to hike out while we were more awake, compared to just trying to sleep but staying up all night anyway. We honestly talked for way too long, arguing about everything, like whether we should take our backpacks or just go. We could walk faster without them, but I hated the idea of not having something on my back to protect me, even a little bit, if I was attacked from behind. I'm ashamed to say it, but none of us could stand the idea of putting out the fire, so we left it burning, just clearing anything flammable from around it. None of us wanted to plunge ourselves into instant darkness. My flashlight, the really powerful one, had a very short battery life, so we couldn't use it the entire time. But we did also bring headlamps, and other than Dee, they all still had battery power. We walked with me in the front, carrying both my flashlight and A's, thinking we could use mine as a weapon if it got too close. At the very least, we could blind it. Second came A helping Dee walk, and lastly Jay, who was carrying Dee's backpack on his front as extra protection. We got almost halfway there, talking very little, but we all felt like we were being watched. There was still no cell phone reception, but we were on the only trail in the area, and it was very visible. It was also the darkest time of night. At one point, when we all stopped to see if we could hear anything, which we'd been doing once every hour, I decided to turn on my flashlight and look around. Then we all heard it, plain as day. It was Dee's voice from the woods, sounding like it was all around us, but especially behind us. It sounded like his voice had been altered, with two voices overlaid on one another. I jumped, and after all the adrenaline that night, I accidentally dropped my flashlight. It landed perfectly on one of the rocks beside the path and broke. I couldn't even move then, I was so scared. The voice paused for a second, then began laughing, and a voice that sounded like mine. The same laugh from the first night we were out here. None of us could move. We were too terrified. Before that point, we could pretend it was just our imaginations, but those two sounds assured us that we were in a lot more danger than we could have ever imagined. The laugh went on for so long, I looked down at my flashlight, and I knew it was broken. Our best and perhaps only weapon against this thing. We all circled around, facing outward and talking in low voices. The woods had gone back to being silent, and we did not know what to do. Finally, we decided to move up to a spot in the path farther along and get Dee to start a fire while we all stood in a circle around him. We got the fire going, but gathering kindling for it was a nerve-wracking experience, where one of us would dash to a stick we spotted, grab it, and walk backwards back to the fire. Meanwhile, all that night, we would hear one of our voices coming from the woods. I've never been so scared in my life, and I hope I never feel that way again. Once the morning came, the voices from the woods stopped, and the sounds of nature returned. At that point, we felt better, continuing our walk back to the truck. Thankfully, Dee's knee wasn't damaged that badly. The doctor said it was a pretty minor fracture, that he would need to stay off of it for a few weeks. We've talked about it a few times since it happened, but each time we do, we all get scared again. We have been hiking since then, but we always go back to the old spot. If I had any advice to say after all this, I'd say take a moment to calm down, even during a crisis. You never make good decisions when you're scared. Strange things happening on my block. From Slightly Off. I've seen some strange stuff on my block. Of course, there are reasonable explanations for all of it, but I figured I could share some of them. These are a couple of small stories. The first happened 6 or 7 days ago. It was 8 or 9 p.m., and I was riding my bike around. I know it's strange to ride your bike so late, but I don't like riding near people, and the neighbors or their kids are almost always out during the day. So nighttime is perfect for me. Not to mention I'm a night owl. The road that is in front of my house goes down to the next block. Then it ends and you can see a field. The rest of my block is unimportant to the stories. I stopped in front of my driveway, and I was looking on down the road. That's when, I swear to God, I saw something dart across the road very fast. It was 2 or 3 feet tall, and it was a darker color than the shadows. I was absolutely sure it was running on 2 legs. It looked as if it was wearing a cloak. Now remember, I was looking at it head on. It was not a out of the corner of my eye kind of thing. Also, I do scare somewhat easily. I was going to ride the bike around the block again, but at that point, I was too terrified to do so. I walked my bike to the garage and went back inside. These other stories happened recently. Me, my father, and my little brother, who we'll call L, had gotten back from a late-night drive around the countryside. The boys were in the garage opening boxes, and I was walking around in the middle of the road. I was doing that because moving around really helped me get creative, and I wanted to get some writing ideas. At that point, my father had gone inside, but my younger brother was still outside with me. I looked up then and saw something in the sky. It looked like airplane lights, but I could see almost a round outline around it, and I noticed there was another one. Suddenly, a loud, growling, gurgling-like noise scared the living daylights out of me. Then, my cat, Silverbells, was running like a bat out of heck towards me. I told my brother to get my dad, because I figured my dad would know what was going on. He came back outside with my mother. We looked at the object, and it was just hovering in place. I told them about what I saw and the noise. My mom seemed very unconcerned about the lights, and was more concerned about the figure and noise, which apparently thoroughly creeped her out. We went back inside together, and that's the last of it. If I see anything else crazy, I'll let you know. Skinwalker in Santa Cruz. From that person. I'm a female, and this was in 2017. I was still in high school at the time as a senior. My favorite things back then were hiking and photography. Oh, and camping. I loved camping. I would go out camping every chance I got. I would especially love going camping with my two best friends, Sarah and Sally. One day in the winter season, we decided to go on a trip to Santa Cruz. We realized it was a very big tourist attraction, so we decided to camp out in the mountains. It was a 3-day camping trip, altogether about a 4-hour drive from where we live. We gathered our things and headed off. It was just us on the road singing along to songs with snacks and all that. Honestly, I think we got a little too distracted, because we were on a road going through a very small town. This place was almost like a ghost town. It was pitch black, but we had to go through to get to the main road to the campgrounds. At the time, it was so dark, and we knew there might be deer, but we didn't expect to see any in the middle of this ghost town. Lo and behold, we spotted a deer right in the middle of the darkness. Its eyes seemed lifeless, and it just stood right in the middle of the road. Slowly, we passed by it. It seemed to just follow us with its eyes. Then, eventually, it just walked away. This kind of creeped all of us out. We knew that deer usually ran away from threats, especially vehicles on the road. But this one didn't seem to care, and even walked away slowly. We said nothing about it to each other at the moment. I felt like I wasn't the only one who felt as if they had a boulder in the pit of their stomach. And I could tell you now, it was not road sickness. We got there at about 9 p.m., which was way too late. We'd fallen way behind due to overpacking. When we got there, Sarah, who was driving, parked the car. We sat there for a minute. They seemed scared, like they had a second thought about our trip, maybe thinking about going home. Suddenly, Sally said, "Well, it's dark. Shouldn't we wait until it's light out to set up? Maybe we should just sleep here for tonight." We decided that was a good and smart idea. We pulled out some blankets from our bags, and we settled down in the car. We talked for about 2 hours, and one by one we fell asleep. I think we only slept about 3 hours. I awoke to a scurrying sound. It was coming from right outside the car. I picked up my phone, and I looked at the time. It was 1 a.m. I was confused and tired. Suddenly, I heard it again. I was going to brush it off as deer, and I laid my head back down. But suddenly, I heard tapping on the window behind me. I then saw that Sarah was looking behind me, not saying anything. Frozen in terror, I slowly turned and looked up. There it was, that deer. The deer we'd passed earlier on that dark road. It had dark, pit-like eyes, so dark it seemed like its eyes had been cut out. It almost looked dead, but it was alive somehow. Its body was so altered and messed up, it looked like it got hit by a truck and just got back up like it was nothing. It was so unnatural. It began to hit its antlers against the side of the car. Then I watched as it stood on 2 legs and began to scream. That was a noise unlike anything I'd ever heard. We all screamed back. Sarah and I forgot that Sally was in the back, but we were all seeing it. Sarah had a tendency to freeze up. I had to shake her to snap her out of it. She finally came to and responded, quickly turning on the car and immediately putting it into drive. That monster deer thing quickly followed us, but Sarah stepped on the gas. Before we knew it, we were pushing 80 miles per hour. Before long, its roaring and screaming behind us became distant, though that chase felt as if it went on forever. Soon we reached that little town, and we looked behind us, not seeing anything out of the ordinary anymore. Despite that, we took no chances and just kept driving for about 2 more hours, and we didn't stop until the sun began to rise. We got to a hotel. We decided to stay indoors that weekend. We haven't gone camping since then, and I'm not sure if we ever will. To this day, Sarah still calls me when she has nightmares about the thing, and I'm not too far behind her. True Iowa Windigo Encounter from Anonymous. This is a true encounter. The story takes place when I was a junior in high school. I grew up in a small town in northwest Iowa. I'll leave the name of the town out of the story, but it was built in the mid to late 1800s in a valley. Unknown to me until a few months later, this valley was sacred to the Sioux Indians, who lived here before the settlers came. With this new information, I was able to finally tie up my experience, finally giving it closure. Now, I was an idiot my sophomore summer, just before my junior year. I got into drinking and got really close to my small group of friends. Sadly, that summer ended and we began school again. I would run cross country, so I'm very familiar with all the roads and trails in and near town. One night, my friend and I'll call my friend D for the story, were at a volleyball game. We decided that we would leave early to go rip a few darts like normal idiotic teenagers. I didn't like cigarettes, but I knew he did, and he didn't like to smoke alone, so I went with him to keep him company. We figured we'd just go to the cemetery to smoke that night. It was quiet there and very secluded from the rest of town. Now, I was employed by that cemetery over the summer to mow and trim the gravestones, so I'm quite familiar with it. I find it very beautiful in the summer because it has rolling hills and a unique shape. We drove over to Dee's house to get the cigarettes. Then we drove over to the cemetery so we didn't get caught. We parked right in front of the mower shed, which was on the north side of the cemetery. This cemetery has the shape of a rectangle. It's about half a mile long and an 1/8 mile wide. Every about 200 feet or so, a new section begins. The cemetery faced east to west the long way. Gravel roads separated the sections. The back part, which was also the older part, has more trees, and the only side of it that doesn't have a forest across from it is the east side, where the road is. Otherwise, the whole cemetery is just in the middle of the woods. We climbed out of the Jeep and began to just walk around the gravel roads with only our phone flashlights. It was around 9 p.m. and pitch black otherwise. We would actually run these gravel roads for cross-country practice sometimes, so the two of us were quite familiar with where we were. We started smoking as we walked around, just talking about our futures and other things like that. It was actually a heartfelt moment. That is, until Dee noticed he dropped the pack of cigarettes. So we doubled back to look for them, but we couldn't find them on the gravel path. Now, this is when it happens. I know this sounds corny and cliché, but it's the honest truth. As we were searching for the cigarettes, Dean noticed something in the woods. We were on the north side, the oldest side, closest to the woods. He told me that he saw something glowing in the dark. He said they looked like yellow dots. I looked all over the same place he was looking, but I didn't see them. Being foolish, we walked into the section to get closer to the woods to find out what it was. We got about halfway from the woods to the gravel path, and that's when I began to hear the faint sound of a voice. I asked D if he heard it, and he said no, keeping his gaze fixed on the supposed yellow dots. I couldn't make out what that voice was saying. At that point, I'm freaked out, but D really wanted to know what it was, so we did press on a little farther. As we did, the voice got louder. I still wasn't able to make out what it was saying, though. However, now D was beginning to hear it too. I said to him, "You hear that?" The voice sounded familiar to me now. It sounded like my little brother. D responded to me, saying, "It sounds like my mom's voice." My heart sank into my chest. It suddenly felt very hard to breathe. I told D what it sounded like. It looked like his face went white. He began to breathe fast and heavy. We both looked back into the woods, and now I too was beginning to see those glowing yellow dots. But only for a moment. They seemed to vanish without a trace right then. We looked at each other and decided without speaking a word to go a few more steps. Just as we took our first step, the sound of something moving very fast and heavily behind us forced us to turn around. But we found nothing. We glanced at each other once more and booked it back to D's Jeep. Luckily, we weren't very far from the Jeep. We jumped in and he threw it into drive. The two of us sped out of there without looking back. I drove us back to the school so I could get my car. We didn't say a word, and I just got out and went home. The following day at school, we met before our class started. We talked about what the heck happened last night. Neither of us knew, and we decided we just wouldn't talk about it again. I soon resigned from that summer job and gave it to a younger kid. This happened about 2 years ago now, and recently I learned what a Wendigo was. They're creatures in Native American legend who look like human-deer hybrids, or maybe that's just a modern interpretation. They're said to be able to move at freakishly fast speed and can mimic the voice of loved ones to draw you in close. Apparently, they roamed Native American land. When I read that, my experience came back to me, and it all made sense. The only part of the Windigo we saw were what we believed to be its yellow eyes. So yeah, I do believe what we encountered that night was a Windigo. The scariest part is I found this out just before Christmas break, and when I returned home, Dee and I went back out to the cemetery to confirm our suspicions. What we found scared me so much, I never wanted to go back. We got out of my car, walking the same path. Only just a few minutes into the walk, we found the same pack of cigarettes Dee had dropped, lying in the snow. I hate this summer camp. From Moon. One year, as summer drew near, my mom sent me away to camp so that I wouldn't be a bother. I wasn't a stranger to this camp. I'd been going to it for the past 4 years. But as an older kid, I had to prepare myself mentally. This was a horse camp, so I knew all the younger kids who made up the majority of the place would be screaming and fighting over the prettiest pony. Now, this camp was old as bones. The lodges we stayed at were made of wood with tarps as roofs and cots as beds. That year I was paired up with 2 little girls, named Lizzie and Callie, as well as an older girl named Rose. On the first night, before I went to bed, I visited my horse named Bonzi. Bonzi was a white Arabian. I remember brushing Bonzi that night, completely alone in the barn. Suddenly nearby, I heard this clattering sound, like someone had dropped a brush. So I put my own brush down and exited the stall to see what fell. but I didn't find anything weird. I shrugged it off and re-entered the stall, and as soon as I did, I looked up to see Bonzi completely whizzing out. She was crying and trying to escape with this terrified look in her eyes. Eventually, I managed to calm her down. Then I calmed down the other horses who had gotten scared from her being scared. After that, I locked up and booked it back to my lodge. As the day came to a close, I sat on the porch of our lodge. I knew something was wrong, though. Not just what happened with Bonzi either. Because, usually, I felt at home in these woods. But so far, I felt so tense being out here in these woods. Like it wasn't the same forest anymore. On the third day, the anxious feeling hadn't gone away. At the end of the day's riding lessons, I swear I saw something vanishing into the woods. I had turned my head to see what it was, and in that instant, Bonzi's big ol' horse hoof slammed right onto my foot. I was forced to skip out on some activities, but nothing else happened for the rest of the day. Then came the night of the fifth day. It must have been around 1 or 2 a.m. I was awakened by Lizzie and Callie, who needed a light for the way back from the bathroom. I told them I would just sit on the deck with my flashlight on and wait for them. So they were off and I sat on the deck. As I sat there, I felt a chill creep up my spine. "Hello?" I called out, feeling as if I wasn't alone. It was a stupid question to ask. I then suddenly heard rustling. I spun around and stared at the end of my cabin, just as anyone would fear, as if it was straight from a nightmare. At the edge of the cabin, peeking around the corner, was a face. I screamed then. This wasn't a normal face I'd glimpsed. This was a dark black figure with no skin and sunken-in white eyes. I dropped my light and ran back inside, knowing it was running after me by the sound of wood being slammed underneath feet. I turned back to see the door being shaken and rattled. I wanted to scream again, but all I could do was hold on to the door, too scared to let go. I then began to wonder, what would it do to me or Rose if it got in? I was crying then, my heart racing. Then I heard it. "Moon, open the door." It was just Lizzie and Callie. I swung the door open and pulled them inside. "There's a man outside." My heart sank. "Did he hurt you?" "No, I'm okay. Why are you scared?" "Because we saw him too," Lizzie explained. For the rest of the night, Lizzie, Callie, and I slept in the same bed. Nothing else happened until the last night, where the cabins were split up in a game of glow-in-the-dark tag. We tried to forget what happened in the previous night and hid in the barn. Big mistake. Lizzie and I had been hiding in there for a while. We were sitting up next to the hay bales, silently talking, when we heard footsteps. We smiled, thinking it was one of the campers coming to look for us. We peered over the ledge to see who it was, and our hearts sank. A tall, lanky black figure stood in the middle of the barn. It was hunched over. It had long claws. I slammed my hand over Lizzie's mouth and backed away into the hay. I could feel both our hearts pounding as we sat, waiting for what seemed like hours. It began to look around in the hay, standing over 6 feet tall. I could hear it making grunts. But eventually, it left. When I felt safe, I grabbed Lizzie and dashed out of the barn, running away. That was the last we glimpsed of that creature. I have no idea what it was. I don't know why it decided to just appear that year, but not during any of the years prior or after. I simply know that I'll be happy if I never see it again. I've always loved summer camp. The friends, the fun, just getting away from reality. Well, I did enjoy it until about 4 years ago at my church camp here in North Carolina. It was only a few days into the first week of that camp when we were all settled down in our cabin for bed. I kept hearing something from outside the window, like a wild animal or something of the sort was in the woods right beside us. About an hour later, everyone was asleep, but my curiosity was so strong, I literally snuck out of the cabin. As I walked outside, it was so silent, it gave me chills. I walked around for a while, looking for what in the world was making that noise. I think I was hoping to see something like a fox or a deer. Suddenly, I jumped as I heard a snap from the woods right behind me. I turned around slowly, calling out, "Hello?" But I received no answer. I made the very dumb decision to walk towards it. I looked into the deep darkness. My heart stopped as I saw an outline. I kid you not, it was almost like, well, this may sound crazy, but it was like a lizard with the body of a man. I saw two red eyes staring back at me. All of a sudden, that thing began to run towards me, letting out a loud hiss. I screamed and ran as fast as I could back to the cabin. I was in such a panicked hurry that I woke up everyone else in the cabin. Our counselor practically jumped out of his bed, demanding to know what was wrong and why in the world I'd been outside alone. I explained everything to him. While I'm sure he didn't really believe me, he did go outside with a flashlight to make sure everything was okay. When he came back, he said he didn't find anything weird. He explained I was probably just hearing and seeing things in the dark. But I'm telling you now, it seemed so real. The very next day, I told my mom to come pick me up. It was pretty late when she arrived to take me home, and as we were leaving, I looked back in the woods, and I swear on my life I saw that same figure again. I screamed at my mother to look, but by the time she looked back, it was gone. I've done lots of research about what this could be. I did find one thing that is well known around the Carolina area. They call it the lizard man. But whatever it was, I just don't want to see it ever again. Summer Camp Creature. From Anonymous. This story happened about 2 years ago. My friend Zach and I were on our way to a summer camp where we would spend a week. We were both pretty excited about it. We soon arrived at the campground, and our parents signed sheets of paper I assumed were for some safety things. Once all the parents had left, we were assigned to cabins and camp leaders. My cabin had 8 other boys along with Zach and I. Our camp leader was a man named Peter. To be honest, Peter creeped me out a bit. He had long, black, greasy hair and pale white skin. He was in his early 20s, but he didn't seem like the outdoorsy kind of guy. The first 2 days there were great. Zach and I went canoeing, rock climbing, and swimming. Typical camp activities. We met 2 girls named Jessie and Erica, too. It was Wednesday afternoon, around 5:30, and Erica and I were talking by this amazing spot by the river. She told me where she was from and what sports she played. I told her the same. She began to tell me about her grandparents' cabin nearby. That's when I noticed someone standing just a little ways up the path we took to get there. It was our camp leader, Peter. He was just standing there. Awkwardly, I waved at him, but he remained motionless. Erica noticed too and got creeped out, asking if we could go somewhere else. I agreed with her and we left, looking back as we walked away. I could still see Peter standing there. The dude gave me chills. Later that night, we were in the lodge with our cabin mates eating dinner. I asked Zach if he knew where Peter was. He said no, and I told him about Peter staring at me and Erica. He thought that was weird too, but didn't think much more of it. He told me to forget about it, to just enjoy the rest of the night. I then started thinking maybe I overreacted. He might have just been doing something else, I thought. But a part of me was wondering if he was doing something else, why didn't he wave back at me? Why didn't he move a muscle? Why was he just staring? Just then, Peter walked in and sat down across from me. He talked to some of the other boys, and I felt too uncomfortable to make eye contact. That night, when everyone was sleeping, I awoke sometime late in the night with the urge to use the bathroom. We weren't supposed to go alone to the bathrooms, but everyone else was fast asleep. So I got up and threw on my flip-flops and went to the bathrooms. These restrooms were disgusting, but I did manage to find a clean-ish stall, so I did my business. I was startled when I heard someone come into the bathroom, but I thought it was someone from another cabin. The person walked down the aisle of stalls and stopped right outside of mine. I could see his legs and feet. I was so creeped out, I didn't have the courage to ask who it was out there. He moved away from my stall then. I thought he walked towards the exit. I started to ease up a bit. But then, the lights to the bathroom shut off, and the door slammed shut. I couldn't believe what was happening. I heard footsteps walking closer to me, then they stopped. I called out then in a trembling voice, "Is anyone there?" I then felt a cold hand suddenly grab my leg. I screamed so loud, I kicked the door open and ran as fast as I could out of there. I looked behind me just once and saw the most disturbing thing I've ever seen. Peter was chasing me, wearing one of my shirts and my underwear. I ran all the way to the lodge, which I was so relieved to see was open still. 2 of the camp leaders were inside talking and eating chips. They asked what was wrong, and I frantically told them about Peter. They called somebody up on the phone and told me to sit with them. They said I could stay in a spare room at the lodge. My parents came to pick me up early in the morning. The camp must have told them what happened. Either way, I was relieved to be leaving. A week later, Zach told me Peter never returned to the cabin. He wasn't even found on the campground. I didn't care. I was just happy that I was out of there. I won't be staying at an overnight camp ever again. And if you do, be careful. Windigo in Southern Virginia, from Scared Monkey 99. I lived in Florida back then. I experienced this years ago. I was around 16 then. To set the scene, I'll tell you that I've always been a believer of the supernatural. In my free time, I would often study monsters and stories of encounters with them. On top of that, my mother is pagan and practices witchcraft, the good kind. Back then, I lived in a small wooded area on a gravel road with only one streetlight, and even that was halfway up the road from the house. The property was about 1.6 acres in total, but that doesn't include the woods. There were maybe 6 houses in my area, but you couldn't see most of them from our house, just the next door neighbors. There's a cabin just up the road about 500 feet from where my house was. We had some family friends living there that were paying rent. One night at this cabin, they were having a small party/get-together type of thing. My 2 older siblings, my parents, and a few other relatives were up there playing loud music and drinking. My little sister and I were at the house. It was sometime around 7 p.m. It had just gotten dark and my little sister was inside watching a movie. Rather, she was asleep on the couch with the movie on. Now, for some forgotten reason, I was outside. I don't know if I was just letting the dog out to use the restroom or if I was just bored, beating things with a stick like I've done before. But I heard something in the woods then. It was over near where we usually had our bonfires. It was about a good 100 feet into the woods in a cleared area, and the tree line was another 75 feet, give or take, from where I stood. I couldn't see that far due to how dark it was, and the trees, but I heard something moving around in there, Now, this isn't what bothered me. I had lived out there for my entire 16 years of life. I'd always heard things out in the woods. It was usually either a coyote or a fox, but this time it was different. This sounded heavier. I knew that there were no bears in our area, and the biggest thing out there was going to be a coyote. But this was far too heavy to be a coyote. I could hear it from the side of my house. I was a little scared then, so I began to slowly make my way towards the front of the house, keeping an eye on the woods and the direction of which the sound of movement was coming from. As I reached the corner at the edge of my house that led to the front yard, still closely watching the woods, I saw them. 2 glowing pale discs that resembled eyes peeking out from the tree line. Now, as I mentioned earlier, my mother is pagan and practices witchcraft, so I began to wonder if she'd set up some sort of protection spell around the property, because the thing could move no further than the tree line. But then, I swear it began to talk. It had the most bone-chilling voice I'd ever heard. It was this low, raspy, harsh sound, like it was being forced. It was calling to me.
Come here. I don't want to hurt you.
I stood there motionless. It had spoken my name. How did it know my name? Every last instinct was telling me to run back inside the house, but I was terrified. I couldn't move.
Come here, Kai.
It said in a harsher tone.
Come here, come here, come here.
Realizing that it would not move past that tree line, I was able to find the strength to begin to move again. I had an idea of what the thing was. As I mentioned before, I always loved stories of monsters, and as I said, I've studied monsters and the like on the internet. I believed it to be a Wendigo, or a Skinwalker. That's when my fear was overtaken by cocky 16-year-old confidence and anger. It also happens to be the moment I made a huge mistake. I picked up a nearby rock, about half the size of my fist, and I yelled at the creature, "Get out of here!" And I threw the rock at it. I don't know if I hit it or not, due to how dark it was. But immediately after, the thing screeched so loud it shook my eardrums, and I nearly soiled myself when the rock I'd thrown moments before whizzed past inches from my head with such force it was lost in the woods on the opposite side of the house. I ran to the front door, rushing inside where my little sister was rubbing her eyes after waking up. I couldn't let her see the horror on my face. I couldn't let her know of the thing in the woods. I walked quickly to my room where I drew the curtains closed, and I hid in my bed until my family got home. After my family made it back and settled in, I went to my mother and hugged her, thanking her and telling her that I loved her. She asked me why I was thanking her like that, and I simply said, "For protecting the family." I then told her I didn't want to talk about the rest of it. She only found out about what happened that night just recently, when my family was home discussing the supernatural. North Carolina Windigo. From Boo Mc20. This happened in July of 2022. I live in the Uwharrie Mountains in North Carolina. We have goats and chickens in a large fenced-in area. One night I'd gone to grab something out of my car when I heard my goats making distressed noises. I could hear them running around in the pasture. I went inside my house, grabbing my AR-style rifle. I then jogged out to the pasture they were supposed to be in. When I got to the fence, I opened the gate and walked in, and I began to check on the goats, counting them all. After I counted all the livestock, I started walking around the fence line. I got to a point where the fence drops off to a valley or ravine. Just over the fence was this creature. Whatever it was, it had this grayish-blue skin, almost like ash, and it looked like it didn't have a nose or lips. It had 5 fingers and they looked like claws or long nails on each fingertip. The thing's eyes were this blue-gray color, almost the same as its skin. I locked eyes with it for a few seconds as I slowly clicked the safety off of my rifle, bringing it to my shoulder. As I did that, the creature let out this almost human-like scream. It sounded a lot like a woman yelling but distorted. As it screeched, it stood up and turned away from me. I swear that thing stood about 7 or 8 feet tall. It looked back at me one more time before it took off back into the woods. It moved so fast, it looked like it almost vanished. I stood there dumbfounded for a minute, then I turned and ran back to my house. When I made it home, I locked the doors and let my mom know what I'd seen. I really don't think she believed a word of it, but I did insist on it. She noticed how scared I was. I talked to my dad about it too, and he told me to never go in the woods after it gets dark alone. Since then, I had a few weird things happen. In September, I was with my friends walking in the woods since we had a cabin close to my house. Some of my friends stayed behind, looking at some old housing structure about maybe a half a mile from the cabin. A few of my friends and I went ahead and it started to get late, so I turned around and headed back to where they were. As I got close to them, I heard my name being called in a distorted version of my friend's voice. To this day, I'm not entirely sure what I saw or heard. I almost think it was a Windigo, but the area I live in doesn't really match what folklore I've heard. Then again, there is a Native American burial ground close to my house. If anyone can help me figure it out, that would be great. Something in the corn. From Anonymous. This story takes place in the summer of 2012. I was 13 years old at the time. I lived out in the country in a small farm town in central Illinois. Our home was surrounded by tall cornfields all summer long, until it was time for harvest. The corn never really bothered me, considering I'd grown up around it my whole life. But this summer was different. I was the only one of my friends who lived in the country, so naturally, they would always want to come to my house because there was more for us kids to do. I'd always been the outdoorsy type, and so was my best friend Max. During that particular summer, Max was over at my house a lot. We would do things like walk down to the creek and do some fishing, go swimming in our pool, have bonfires, build shelters out in the back, and usually, when it got dark, we'd go inside into my room and play video games. This particular time I'm talking about was different though. We decided to do something we didn't normally do. That weekend, we would camp in the backyard with our little 2-person tent and a small fire pit. My parents' property was not huge, but it did have a decent-sized backyard and loads of trees. Since we were too young to do any real camping, this was our only option. This way, we could pretend the backyard was the forest, and if anything went wrong or we got scared, we could just walk up the property to the house and give up if we felt like it. Not that we planned on doing that, though. That evening, after setting up our little campsite and cooking some food over the fire, we eventually got tired and decided to go to bed early. Usually, I would be too creeped out to do this by myself. But my buddy Max was with me, and I also had my dog, who, funnily enough, was also named Max. Confusing, right? Anyway, we were in the backyard. Now, my parents' bedroom had a large sliding glass door and balcony that came off the back of the house, so I knew my parents would occasionally peer out to check on us throughout the night. This gave me a bit of comfort. Once in the tent, we lay down in our sleeping bags to get comfortable. My dog stayed outside the tent and roamed the yard as he normally did. He was an outside dog, after all. I don't remember much after that, not until the weirdness went down. Once we fell asleep, we must have stayed asleep for a good while. I don't remember really waking up much or tossing and turning. Then again, this was years ago, so small details like that are far from my mind. Now this is where the creepiness takes place. Randomly, I just woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of my dog barking hysterically. His barks sounded mean and vicious. He was not happy about whatever he saw, which wasn't like him at all. My dog was usually a gentle boy. He rarely barked at cars or strangers as it was, so this really caught me off guard. As I slowly woke up and rubbed my eyes, I noticed what my dog was barking at, even from the tent. Because I didn't see it, I heard it. Some strange erratic whistling seemed to be coming from no particular direction. It was so loud, too. It was definitely human whistling. No animal sounds like this, at least not to my knowledge. It was such a weird whistle, although human. It didn't have any specific rhythm or pattern to it. It was just so odd sounding. If I had to guess, this whistling sounded as if it was a beckoning call, most likely for my dog. Honestly, even though this could have been my dad pulling a prank, it freaked me out pretty bad in that moment. However, it only got much worse. I promptly woke up my buddy Max. It took many shakes and shouts to finally get him to wake up. But once he did, I didn't even have to say a word. He heard the whistling immediately, and we both looked at each other in silent terror. My second instinct after waking my buddy up was to check my phone. It was 3 a.m. That's the witching hour according to some. Me, being a believer in the supernatural, knew this, as did my buddy. I didn't even have to say anything. I just showed him the time, and he looked at me even more freaked out. "What is that?" Max asked. "I don't know, dude," I replied. Max suggested I call my dad to see if it was him doing all that whistling. So I did. The phone rang about 3 times, and finally my dad picked up the phone, sounding groggy. He asked,
"What, son? I'm trying to sleep."
To my horror, even as my dad spoke through the phone, the whistling never stopped, nor did the barking. I knew then it couldn't be my dad. I asked if my mom was in bed with him. To this, he replied,
"Yes, why?"
"Dad, there's somebody on our property whistling, and the dog's barking like crazy. We're really scared." All my dad said was,
"It's probably a bird."
I was angry that he was so quick to shut me down, not even trying to listen for himself.
"Come back to the house then. What do you want me to do?"
I hung up then. He wasn't going to help us. If we stayed out here, that meant possibly dealing with whatever that thing or person is. I told my buddy we had to book it back to the house, to which he replied, "Well, let's go then, hurry. I'm not staying out here." So I unzipped the tent as fast as I could, and we both went sprinting quickly back to the house. As we ran, I finally could tell what direction the whistling was coming from. It was coming from the west side of the property, from the cornfields. I didn't dare look in that direction. I just ran. As we got to the back door, I finally saw my dog. He was still barking in that general direction. He was close against the house, keeping his distance from that thing. I swung the door open, and we got inside as fast as we could. For a few seconds, I stood at the door, calling for my dog to come back in the house with us. He wouldn't listen though. He just kept barking. After getting frustrated and fearful for his life, I ran out to grab him by his collar so I could drag him inside myself. Just as I did this, the whistling seemed to get closer. This thing was coming in closer towards us. As I reached my dog, he suddenly decided to bolt past me and towards whatever that thing was in a violent manner. Whatever it was, my dog was now full sprint after this thing, chasing it. I yelled his name once more before slamming the back door and locking it. I was afraid my dog would be attacked or possibly killed, but we had to save ourselves. As we got into the safety of the house, we made sure all the doors were locked. My dad came down then to talk to us, and we explained to him what happened. For some reason, my dad seemed to think it was ridiculous and that we had imagined the whole thing. Of course, this made us furious. "Go listen then," we encouraged him. We watched as my dad went over to a window and opened it up to listen outside. Nothing. The noises had stopped. No whistling, no barking. My dad, thinking that he proved his point, went back to bed, suggesting that we do the same. But we couldn't. We were terrified. We were worried about my dog, too. We decided to go online, looking up noises that might match what we heard. But nothing at all sounded like it. At a certain point, we finally decided to rationalize for the sake of falling asleep that night. We just told ourselves it was some coyotes. But we knew it wasn't that, deep down. The following day, my parents went off to work. Max and I were there home alone, and we decided to go out looking for my dog. Almost immediately after going outside, we found him. He was running around, happy as ever, looking totally normal. No injuries whatsoever. We decided whatever it was, he must have chased it off. Being a lot less afraid now, and it being daytime, and that thing seeming to be gone, we pulled out the dirt bikes from the garage and went riding around the property. Everything was going great until I came around the corner on one of our usual routes. I saw my friend Max stopped in the middle of the track. He was still on his bike, but it was turned off now, and he signaled for me to do the same. I shut off my engine, and I asked him what was wrong. To this, he looked at me with big eyes. I heard it again," he said, and he pointed at the nearby cornfield. I thought he was messing with me, but I could tell after my second time asking him about this, he wasn't. He was truly terrified, and now so was I. Needless to say, we spent the rest of the day indoors. I never did see the thing, only heard it, but I think maybe that's for the best. I'm 23 now, I've got a wife and daughter, and I don't live there anymore. So I've never heard it again, not even the rest of the time I lived there before moving out. I hope I never do hear it again, to be honest. I thought it was a deer. From Anonymous. I've always been a lover of the paranormal and supernatural. It's been a special interest of mine. It's something I've poured my heart into, and I've spent hours researching to learn more about. Now, when I was in 6th grade, we had an essay to write. We could do anything we wanted, just so long as we did research, and told a lot on the topic. My classmates went with stories of fishing or making things. Normal 6th grade topics. I, of course, went the supernatural route. I chose to research skinwalkers. Ever since seeing an episode of a paranormal investigative show where they went to Skinwalker Canyon, I'd been amazed by the idea of these creatures. I spent hours looking into folklore, learning all I could. My final essay ended up being around 12 pages long, and I was incredibly proud. My classmates thought it was a little weird of me to do this, and some teachers were worried, but it never ended up causing me any trouble. It was rather ironic that I chose this for my essay, seeing as how the information I learned did nothing to help me realize what happened to me that July. The summer between 6th and 7th grade, we were moving houses. We weren't going very far, just about 15 minutes away, so we could be closer to my grandmother. The house we lived in at the time was surrounded by dense woods, which my younger brother and I had always spent much of our time in. We didn't have much property, but we did have a nice area of the forest to run around in and explore. We knew almost every square inch of the land. Back then, I loved the outdoors, and I would play out there for hours at a time. I felt comfortable out there, especially when I had my dogs with me. My house sat on a very small hill, and we had a small porch on the backside, looking out into the woods. It was just big enough to hold our grill, or maybe a few camping chairs, and I would often stand out there at dusk, listening to the sounds of the forest at night. The tree line was about 20 yards away from there, and the angle made it so whoever was on the porch would be a good 6 or 7 feet above the ground at the tree line. One night in July, I was standing out there as usual. I'd been sitting there, reading one of my favorite books, and just relaxing. I was around 12 years old at the time, and I had a very short attention span. Once I was done reading, I got to my feet and leaned against the railing, looking out into the trees. After a few moments, I realized I could hear something walking around in the woods. Since we lived so close to the forest, we often got deer that walked through, sometimes coming right up to our house if we were silent enough. Naturally, I went quiet, waiting for a deer to come out of the bushes. Sure enough, after about 30 seconds, I saw a pale, slender shape stepping out from the brush. There was a brief moment of excitement to see such a pretty creature before my enthusiasm was replaced by confusion. This deer didn't look quite right. Its neck was just a little too long, and its limbs seemed thin and spindly. It shouldn't be able to stand on legs that thin. Surely it would have collapsed from the weight of its own body. But somehow, it was perfectly steady on its hooves as it walked towards me. I felt no fear yet, just confusion and fascination. As it got closer and closer, I realized that no deer should be this close to a human being. It looked directly at me, and I knew it was aware of my presence. With the thrill of terror, I realized maybe this deer had rabies or was sick. There was no way the deer could get on the porch with me, but I still slowly backed away from the railing, going inside and locking the door behind me. I thought about it for a moment, then shrugged it off, deciding this was just a sick deer. I told my mother about the deer, worried for our dogs or my brother. I didn't want them to get attacked by it or possibly get whatever made that deer sick. My mother immediately went on alert and kept my brother and the dogs inside for the next few days. We moved away that week, though it wasn't related to the sighting of the sickly animal. I never saw that deer again or another one like it. It's been several years since the encounter, and I'd forgotten about it until a few nights ago. My interest in the paranormal has remained with me, and I've continued to look into these creatures. I was searching through the cryptid tags on an app, and I found videos of creatures called not deer. Immediately interested, I searched up these beings, and after looking at the information for a few moments, the memories of that night in July came back to me. It was starting to make sense to me. The deer's appearance and behavior perfectly matched the stereotypical behavior of not deer. The story that I thought I made up with my 12-year-old imagination had actually been true. I was rather embarrassed for not realizing what this creature was until all these years later, considering how much I'd looked into these folklore beings. However, I decided to ignore the embarrassment and share my story instead. If I see another creature like this, I'll be sure to share more. In the days since realizing what my encounter was, I found myself looking into the woods more, wondering if I'll see a pair of big eyes staring back. My experience with the Windigo. From Love Malfoy 5858. I live in New Jersey. This took place when I was around 10 or 12. Our school had organized a camping trip to the Bass River State Forest. Of course, being the adventurous kid I was, I instantly signed up. The day on which the trip was organized was in the winter, so we bundled up in cozy winter clothes before going on the 3-day camping trip. The trip started like any other. We got on the bus, teachers assigned us in groups, and all that stuff. We got off the bus with our camping gear and immediately sat to work. While we worked, however, I had this strange feeling that I was being watched. I brushed it off, thinking there's nothing wrong with that, there's lots of animals out here after all. As soon as I had this thought, a howl of some sort resounded from the woods all around me. Startled, I dropped the hammer I was holding to hammer pegs. The noise had startled me, as even though my friend said it was nothing, it sounded more human than animal, but with still some traces of wolf in it. It's hard to explain, it was so bizarre. I pushed the occurrence to the back of my mind, and I tried to enjoy the trip. Nothing besides that really happened on the first day. On the evening of the second day, we all lit a fire as it was cold. We were having a really good time, toasting marshmallows and singing songs. A few hours passed and the fire began to dwindle. We all went out in different directions in the woods to cover more ground, searching for more kindling. I had chosen to go through the most scary-looking part of the forest, as, like I said, I was adventurous. I had been picking up sticks for nearly 10 minutes before realizing the forest was quiet. Too quiet. This silence was deafening. I suddenly heard a twig snap near the tree line. I jumped in shock and looked around for the source of the noise. I called out to see if anyone was there, but then my voice seemed to echo.
Anybody there?
I say this because my echo sounded much more disturbing, much more inhuman. I got scared, dropping all the sticks I was carrying, and ran for my life. Behind me, I could hear twigs snapping. I never felt so terrified. I ran for a few minutes, and the twig snapping seemed to have stopped. I turned back to see. That was a big mistake. What I saw will be forever etched into my mind. A huge wolf, standing on 2 legs with what appeared to be antlers, was looking down at me, and I swear it looked as if it was smiling. I saw rows of razor-sharp teeth that could tear through bone like paper. I practically flew to the campsite and only stopped when I saw my best friend Allison. When I made it to her, I cried at her feet, breaking down. She asked what was wrong, pointing towards the woods from where I came from. Then I blacked out. When I woke up the next day in my tent, with worried faces all around me, I explained to everyone that I saw a wolf. That's all I could say. I knew no one would ever believe what I actually saw. The third day, I stayed inside, terrified that I might see that awful creature again. Nowadays, I'm very wary of going into the woods, and I never stray too far anymore. If you ever encounter a creature like this, I advise you to run for your life as well. Thanks for listening to Unexplained Encounters. If you enjoyed the show, you can support us in a number of other ways. You can go to eeriecast.store to buy some creepy t-shirts or coffee mugs. Go to eeriecast.com to listen to and follow this show and our other scary podcasts on your favorite podcasting app, Or follow me on Twitter at Prevails for more screams and memes. Before I go, be sure to send me your scariest stories of the unexplained at darkstories.org. Until next time, stay safe out there and stay creepy, because this world is a strange one.